from Crimea. This information comes from the Centre of National Resistance. At the beginning of May, the Russians took military documentation from temporarily occupied Crimea back into Russia. They also took encryption equipment from the military administration of the Russian Federation. I wonder why they would start removing their stuff. Do you think it might be that they're suddenly starting to feel as though they're not quite so comfortable there anymore? Do you think that might be it?
I think they're feeling a little bit insecure. Just a tad. Seems to be growing as well. Wonder why that is. Wonder what's coming over the horizon. Rumble, rumble.
Well, I can only say there is a massive amount of paranoia going on Russian Telegram. Absolutely incredible. If they're not screaming and panicking, they're quoting verses and military documentation at one another to try and improve morale, which is pretty funny, actually. There is one particular guy who pretty much just he whenever anything's going terrible, he just starts talking about military history, and I can always tell that they're doing really badly when he starts posting that sort of stuff, because it's almost as though he's trying to distract from what's going on. Alex,
do they have that on a cope meter? So when they start talking about military stuff, the cope has gone up to kind of factor 10 or something.
Yeah, if he starts talking about military history and telling stories of days gone by when we were strong, beautiful military and blah blah blah. Yeah, when he starts that rubbish, I know that they're in for it that day. Alex, go ahead.
Thank you. I was watching on Telegram. There is a Telegram channel where they show conversations or interviews with prisoners, and one of the latest one was a student. So it's pretty interesting in this way that let me first tell the story. So there was a student. He was on 4th year, so MGU, studying journalism. He went for anti-war meeting. It was not very long meeting. It was very basic, like claim peace, like peace to world. So the meeting was about 10 minutes. He got into police. Then his administration talked to him, basically gave him a warning. But then a few days later, he was stopped on his way and basically called into army. And the commissar in the army said, okay, so you are the processor. So they knew basically what happened is his university kicked him out of university, and he immediately became not reservist, but how you call it. He had now to be, because universities in Russia provide the ability not to go to military, and as soon as you lose your status of a student, you now are kind of liable. So he got into army, and very soon he ended up in Bakhmut. Now he's his vision is -6 or something, and when you look at him, he's like not a fighter in any way. So he was sent to Bakhmut in a trench, abandoned pretty much there, with no supplies, no food, no tap water, no ability to take a shower, obviously, and has been there for weeks. Until there was a shell coming their way, and 3 of them got concussion, and they start running and ran right into Ukrainian positions and basically surrendered there. So, but and that's the story. But the thought is, so first, you send to the war people who are least likely to fight. Second, you send those people who are least motivated to fight to a place like Bakhmut. Then you totally abandon them there, and basically they are sitting there until first opportunity to surrender. Now, that position they are sitting may be important. Maybe that's the same flank, when, Prigozhin said, my people are fighting inside Bakhmut, which they are, while, you are sending guys who are just abandoning their positions, threatening us to get into, into a pocket and being encircled. So there are lots of controversy in all those stories, and like looks like they are doomed. I mean, from it makes no sense whatsoever. Like, again, sending to the front line people who are least likely to fight and sending them to your most important position. And there was no talk, there was even no talk to them saying that, you know what, we should die here. This is for our motherland whatsoever. Nothing. They did not even have 5-minute conversation, why it is important. So, totally, people don't give a damn. The person who kicked him out from university doesn't give a damn. The person who enrolled him into the army doesn't give a damn. Nobody gives a damn, and it's not from moral ground or anything. I don't care about that, but from even efficiency point of view, they are like, it looks like the whole machine in Russia is sabotage so that this whole thing collapses, and that's exactly what will happen to them in very soon. And those rights, to Belgorod and inside Russian territories, they are revealing how this is indeed a colossum on clay feet. It will collapse, no doubt about it, and that time is coming. Thanks.
Well, hello there, mockers.
Hello there. Apologies, I'm doing seven things in the background.
Well, you have nothing to apologise for. I just thought I'd come and say hello. Yeah.
Well, I am also going to pop down now and swap with the lovely Axel, because he is here, and I have.
Did you use the word lovely and Axel in the same sentence?
Well, he's lovely to me. Maybe not to everybody else, but he's lovely to me. So that's all that matters.
That is mutual, and David needs a beating.
Yes, I pay extra for that.
Why am I not surprised?
Thank you all for listening to me today. I will see you all soon.
Mockers, it's always a pleasure hearing you.
Yeah, the boomologist.
Can I just say goodbye to everybody? Sorry to butt in.
You could say whatever you like. Well, I mean, within normal bounds there, Shaggy.
Okay, cheers, Dave. Now, thanks everyone for listening this afternoon. I had a lovely 5-hour session. That was nice. Still haven't pressed the mute all button, so I'm very proud with that. So yeah, thanks for listening. I gained lots of information. Hopefully people got some information back as well. And enjoy Axel and David for a wonderful session. Catch you all next time.
Thank you. But before you go, Shaggy, we need to get that playlist down. I mean, how many times can we have God is a DJ and We Come One in a set? 5, 10 times each?
Yeah, until people leave. And when they leave, we can just play it back to back. So that's cool.
It's exactly. It's like the Blues Brothers, right?
Exactly.
The 2 songs.
Exactly. Have a great session, David, and take care.
Yeah, take care, Shaki. Well, Axel, so have you been keeping an eye on what's been happening? I'm not actually hearing you, but I can hear birds in the background.
Oh,
Well, put your hand, someone, any of the speakers, if you hear me, can you say something? Oh, yes, Florian can hear me. It's a Goldman. Can you
I can hear
me?
you very
Alex
well.
can hear me. Oh, well, there you are. So it's all
good here.
Axel's fault, isn't it? Right. Okay. Well, we'll wait for Axel to come back. In the meantime, the only things I'm really aware of is the drone attack that I don't think is a drone. And when I say I don't think it's a drone, I don't think it's one of those Ukrainian drones, right? Because it's too much like a speedboat, a bit wider than the things they've been using, and a couple of other things that go with it. But regardless, Gunny's right. It was good shooting. They hit the target, didn't they? But we do have hands, don't we? So I'm going to go to Alex. I'm sorry. I'm going to go to Florian first. Then I'm going to go to you, and then I'm going to Skykiss. Florian.
I don't know if you discussed this. The Swiss government has decided that 25 Leopard 2 tanks will be sold back to Rheinmetall in Germany under the guarantee they're not delivered to Ukraine and stay in NATO. But this is good news because there's some armaments coming way to Germany that will relieve other tanks they can send on to Ukraine. And this followed this 2 weeks ago decision on the Security Commission of the Council of State, where they decided that this will not violate any of our neutrality rules. That paves also the way that we will finally change our export control laws. That will take still time, but things are moving in the right direction.
It is. I mean, that's a workaround, isn't it? They can go to Germany. Germany can then pass on what they've got.
Yes, and this is no violation of neutrality nor export laws because they're German tanks. And what is important is also they were waiting because of the upper house of parliament is the chamber of parliament that is always in session, and it's a bit more important. And they needed to make this decision on all things, so the government see there was a political will. Still, the parliament needs to decommission the tanks. That may happen in the summer session. There's a summer session, I heard. But the Germans can now start acting on it because it doesn't matter if the tanks come whatever late this year or next year or something, but they know they will get 25 of them back.
Okay, so I've got a question. What do you mean by decommission? Because decommissioning for me would be something else. Decommissioning would be making safe, i.e. taking the barrel off and making sure you can't use it, etc., etc.
I don't know how to translate this to English.
I can do this. They have been mothballed, David. They have been mothballed for future use.
I get it.
And each and every year, but Swiss mothballed means they've been packed up so nicely that each and every year they would be unpacked
and drive around and so on.
Exactly. Tested, driven, and shot. And then again, nicely mothballed again, each and every year.
Oh, how sensible is that? That's very good, isn't it?
Superb Swiss maintenance of the highest level. Only the Japanese go one step further. The Japanese hug it and caress it.
And they make a pretty garden for it to go in.
Yeah,
right?
But legally, there are 96 tanks in this mothball operation, and they need to be put out of sort of the stock that constitutes the Swiss army. So they need to be legally put out of the army by parliament, and that's what is literally translated to decommission.
Yeah,
but in a legal
that's
sense, but not in a practical sense.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's happening now, David. So whilst beforehand they have been mothballed and therefore being ready for reactivation, now they're being segregated out of the army stock. And for that means they are decommissioned legally, and therefore they can then be sold back at nominal value to Rheinmetall in Germany, who then are allowed to actually sell them or offer them to the German government for use after upgrading, because they have to be upgraded to be compatible with the current service requirements of the German Bundeswehr, into service for exactly that.
Okay, so but Florian just said 96, which is different from 25.
Yes,
Where are the
overall
what are the other tanks?
The overall number is bigger, but they are not segregating out more than 25 at this point in time.
Yeah, this is a false political compromise. There's 96 in this mothballed storage. The army said it needs around 50, 40 something, 50. Actually, you could deliver 46 or 50. And because of the political sort of opposition from the Swiss People's Party, they decided they give half as a compromise. The 25 number makes no further sense than a strange political compromise, nothing else.
Okay, but I mean, something to be happy about. 25. Now it would be something to be happy about if Germany has said yes, we will allow you to have 25 of ours.
The German ask very clearly for it, and the remaining parties like Denmark ask also for things in a very, very clear way in Bern. So they finally got the wink.
But the problem is, David,
Brilliant.
The problem is still that originally the Germans wanted 48. And they didn't get it. That's the whole point. Because originally they wanted to ensure that they have 3 full battalions worth of 3 full companies worth of tanks in order to supply to the Ukrainian side a better setup. And 3 full companies plus the command vehicles, that makes it 48.
Better than nothing, though, right? So we don't have something to be happy about.
Yeah, but as Florian said, it's
still not enough.
It's not enough, and it's a stupid compromise. It makes no sense whatsoever. The whole damn 96 should go, because as we all know, Sweden is not a direct neighbor to Switzerland. Liechtenstein is definitely the most obnoxious neighbor, and whilst there is a possibility that the vast Liechtenstein army will come, they won't come with tanks. They will probably come with credit default swaps.
That's a good one.
Which are in actual fact, let me say this, way more dangerous.
They can be weapons of financial mass destruction. Absolutely.
It was very, very funny. We should clip that if we can. Right. Okay. Well, so good news, bad news. But I'm more veering more for the good news. What else? Is that you finished there? Have you, Florian? Okay. So we had. Let's go to Alex. You got your hand up. And
yeah. I finished my point.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. That's great news. Okay, to Alex, then it's SkyKiss, then it's Meta. Alex.
I have a question. So today there was information that Zaluzhny reported to President Zelensky about situation on front, but I haven't seen Zaluzhny photo or any news about him visiting anything. And there are Russians. There is this rumor that Russians are trying to, spread that he was wounded. Like, is it now official that he's safe and fine, or do we know anything?
All I know is I saw a report, but it wasn't from an official account, that Zelensky may have cut his scalp in something. And I just referred that as well. May have, could be, maybe didn't have, we don't know. And you know what? The Russians are likely to try and push this sort of narrative, aren't they? So we'll wait and see.
Yeah, they are desperate, but I mean, it's not that like it's not that one person who decides everything, but still, you know, like holding hands for him.
Yeah, look, I mean, no one wishes him harm. Well, other than the Russians wish him harm, but he's not the only person who makes decisions. That's the whole point about armies. Things happen. You don't know what might happen or might not happen, and they have a hierarchical structure so that people can take over should it be needed. But no one's. Well, we're not hearing alarm bells anywhere, are we? So it's wait out and see, I think, Alex. Skykiss.
Okay, thank you. It just takes a couple of seconds to get the screen on the phone. Yeah, it's good news. That will be welcome. And what you were just talking about, David, to me, that's redundancy. Well, what in IT and all things computers, you have a backup plan. You have a backup person who's going to take over. You have the NCOs, and Russia didn't have those built into their military. Okay, we'll call it that. So I just have questions because I came in late. I heard the half of the air wing talking, and that was very interesting. And they were talking with Gunny about what happened. So there was a ship that was taken out. Is that part of the good news?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. We're not.
So let me explain, Skykiss. There was a claim by the Russians that a ship of theirs was attacked by some drones, sea drones, and a little bit later on, some video came out of what looks like. In fact, I say what looks like something coming towards a ship and it being blown up. Lots of people going, "Oh, those are the Ukrainian drones." I don't believe it's a Ukrainian drone. I don't think it looks like a Ukrainian drone. I think it looks like a speedboat. Now, whether that's a drone, that's a separate issue, but it certainly doesn't, to me, look like one of those Ukrainian drones that we've seen before. So we're waiting out to see. There's been some, I saw someone say that was Somalia, and he's had, the person who is saying it has had some experience in Somalia. And I've seen quite a lot of stuff from Somalia. So it's entirely possible. The thing that's going towards the ship, and it's going quite quickly, relatively quickly, looks like a speedboat with some big engines on the back.
Okay, that was question one. And then I have a second question about smoke on the water. If you know anything about that. When I was trying to head towards sleep overnight, Mockers and Doman were having an interesting conversation. Something about, I think it was the Kerch Bridge and smoke, and they were it was a little hard to follow because I was very sleepy. I was getting very sleepy. And then I had to go to sleep, and then I got awakened.
Okay, so then I can explain that. This is my explanation. The Russians found some giant beehives on the Kursk Bridge, and they got some big smoke machines out so they could sort out the bees. Alternatively, the other suggestion is that they did what they've done previously was they just put a whole load of smoke around the Kursk Bridge. The suggestion is that in the mistaken belief by them that putting loads of smoke around the bridge stops the bridge from being to be seen by a missile, which would be very, very wrong.
Okay, that was yeah, I heard them talking about that, but as I say, it's 3 or 4 in the morning, so it's like I just really have to get some sleep. And
so I was listening to Doman. He reminded everyone that they have done this before, and when they did it before, they had an accident on the bridge because they hadn't let anyone know, and people were driving through what was, to all intents and purposes, fog, right? So, which is an accident waiting for to happen, as we know.
right, but it was actually smoke.
Yeah.
And they had failed to alert people and to prevent them from coming across the bridge. Okay, I think I remember seeing that story whenever it happened. Oh goodness. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We'll know more when we know more.
Yep. No, exactly right. And pretty much everything they do is an accident waiting to happen. Health and safety doesn't doesn't exist, does it? So anyway, we'll see.
Oh.
Maybe they'll do something else that's amusing, and it will keep us amused for a while. In fact, we should probably, if only we could get them to schedule it for us, and that would be good.
Oh yes, that would be lovely. All right. Thank you very much, David. Thank you.
Thank you, Sky Kids. Meta, to you.
No panic at all in Russia. Well, I'm not sure because I had to work for a few hours, and it's now like getting late here in Finland. But I don't know if Mukesh noticed, because I have a visual and I put it in the room. Feodosia, 270 kilometers from the front in Crimea, had a big bang 2 hours ago. It's not been reported in many sources, but I put it in the room, not the nest. But
what's the room?
You know this chain you have this on the right corner of MriyaReport, where you can.
You tagged MriyaReport then, right?
Yeah, it's in this chain that is, it's the chat room or whatever it is called. Not the nest, not the here.
Down at the bottom right. If you tag MriyaReport,
in
then
the right,
what happens is that, and it goes in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I put a link there, so if you look at the newest, but it's also reported that both US and UK have been sending a lot of recognized planes in that area just before the big boom. So that's pretty interesting, but it hasn't been reported. I'm sure it's not reported for a reason, maybe because of if it's something, but I don't know what's in this Theodorine or whatever.
So spell the name for me, please.
It's Feodosia. Feodosia.
Feodosia in Crimea.
In Crimea,
thank you very much.
yeah, 270 kilometers
Yeah, we discussed
from
it
the
earlier
front.
today. It's one of the airfields. It's of sensible interest. It's one part of the shaping operations ongoing.
Yeah, and then Mariupol boomed for like 45 minutes ago, a large boom as well. So there's been a lot of recognizing operations by US and UK by these areas. about this Zalesny, he had a conference call with Mike Milley yesterday, and both Zelensky and who's the PR woman who always tells about Bakhmut and so on, they have both confirmed that he's okay, he's just busy. So I wouldn't go and believe the rumors about. Yeah,
I'm not worried whatsoever,
yeah.
Messa.
But that was the Crimea thing just caught my eye, and thanks.
But it's interesting. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Because it's interesting in from where it is.
Yeah.
Right. So Axel, sorry, I'm gonna speak to Axel now, Messa. So Axel, what planes are coming out operating out of there? Do you know?
No, I don't.
Oh dear. Never mind. That's unfortunate. I would have been interested to know. Yeah. No. Well, there we are. We've finished all our hands. Is this the sum total of today? Is it, Axel?
Sorry, what is the sum total of today?
No, what we've just talked about, is that the sum total of today? Anything else exciting happen?
I think for the moment we are waiting for the updates of the the general staff of the Ukrainian army. I haven't seen that yet. I haven't poked through it. No time, but we shall do so certainly within the next hour. There will be a number of say updates coming out of the Ukrainian Teleton. I'm quite sure, and a number of those parties who we know, who typically are during the day are in some shape or form at the front lines, will report in. So I'd say we'll keep our people here posted.
Okay, well done. Well, we got people. Oh, we got. Hang on. There's. We've got Abdullah. You've got your hand up. So we'll go to Abdullah and then Skykiss. Did you put your hand up? No, it doesn't. It looks like it's down. Abdullah, go to you.
Hey, thank you, David. Just wanted to. You mentioned earlier about the Black Sea, that ship that the Russians were that speedboat the Russians are claiming belonged to Ukraine.
Yes.
Yeah. You said that those were from Somalia. Is that what you said?
No, I said the suggestion was. I don't know. But what I do know is it doesn't. To me, it doesn't look like one of the Ukrainian drones. That's not to say they haven't adapted something else or anything like that. But it's certainly that submersible drone, the one that we saw before. It certainly isn't one of those.
Okay, yeah, good point. Because there are indeed some videos from the Indian Ocean. I don't know if it's from the Red Sea or the Indian Ocean. In Somalia, during the crisis when they had this pirates issue, the Somali Navy, aka Somali pirates, there were some Russian ships there, and their modus operandi for the Russians was to shoot even before speaking with them or anything like that. So there are some videos that you can see on YouTube of Russians attacking ships and stuff without even giving them any warning or anything. So it just brought me those. Remember, I don't know, those videos are from. I think they're still on YouTube. A couple years back. So thank you, David. Slava Ukraine.
Trying to get to my thing. So Denjon, I think you need to recycle. It's interesting. Yeah, I've seen some of the stuff on YouTube. Interesting story. A friend of mine, an ex-Marine, he was one of the guys who used to go and pay them off. There we are. Parachute in with a large sum of money. I did say, do you not thought about just disappearing with it? And he just looked at me. Yeah.
I don't understand is why a lot of those ships never had any security or anything. All they needed was just the one guy or a couple of guys with a machine gun. You know why that wasn't the case? It became a big business for I think several years.
Well, it became big business afterwards because what happened is that's what they started doing. They started putting people on the ships with rifles, etc., etc. I mean, who knows, right? So we've discussed the shipping here before. It's the Wild West, isn't it, for what people do with the ships? And and then maybe there's some owner who goes, "Oh, I'm not paying for that," and then suddenly finds out that he's having to pay a large sum of money to some pirates to get his ship back.
Yes, it was something, because it was a big story, in our region, and the Somali Navy, they were not only going in their territorial waters, they started going to international waters when the business died out. When ships started going far away from the Somali coastline, but that still didn't work. So that was something else. Yeah, I hope it never happens again. Yeah, but business is not good for the Somali Navy at the moment, so that's a good thing.
Give me a second. I'm trying to get Axel. If you're listening, can you send an invite to Denjon, please? Because I'm swapping between Mike and trying to get something done. Yeah. So who knows with the what's happening with the Somalis? I'm just going. Look, as I said, big business, and they were paying some, I call it whatever you call it, blackmail money or whatever, or you could just go protection money. They were paying big protection money, but it's who knows sometimes with the very wealthy people as to what they do think, because that sometimes I've seen people go, well, why have you made that decision? It doesn't make any sense, to the point where I have seen someone just go, big business, go refuse to pay for new drives when their drives were clearly failing, and then they were without their service for a couple of days, and you go, why? All you had to do was buy them beforehand, right? And all this has done is cost you tens of thousands. Right. I don't know. So bear with me one moment. I'm going to send Denjon an invite. So you're going to get silence for a couple of seconds because I'm trying to find him, and and when I'm typing his name in, it's not coming up, which is very, very. Ah, no, I found you now. I sent you an invite now, Denjon. There you are. So it's very annoying. Right. Okay. So what other stuff have we been seeing at the moment? I guess today there's been a day of not a lot of information about what happened in or what is happening or not happening in Belgorod. Right. I think last night. No, I was going to say Mick Ryan, but it wasn't Mick Ryan. It was one of the other generals who put out a tweet about what he thought it was. He thought it was a raid, and then the definitions of a raid, etc., etc., which seemed to me quite obvious that that's pretty much what it was. They weren't going to make a rampaging, or they weren't going to rampage away and try and move to Moscow. It was just, let's see what they do. Do they react? It's interesting. I looked at the map to see where that ammo store was. That was very, very interesting. Because I thought it was on the other side of Belgorod, but it was closer to the border. If anyone hasn't paid attention to the ammo store that everyone was talking about, this is the ammo store that they thought had 195 millimeter or 205 millimeter nuclear shells. They're really, really low yield nuclear stuff, and I was amazed at how close it was to the border. But you'd have to go that surely if there was something there, they'd have had a much stronger. Oh, Mockers, thank you very much. Much stronger reaction, and Mockers has sent me a tweet. Here we are. The tweet is right. So there's a tweet that says a captured BTR-82A by the Russian Volunteer Corps on Ukrainian soil. All right. They brought back an APC worth an approximate $1.4 million. I guess if you were that was the brand new price before you realised that in actual fact that that the none of the kit on it, the kit just didn't work. Then John, do you want to type at me and tell me whether you've got that the invite? Right, I'm gonna, yes, I see your hand up, Messa. Give me a second. I'm going to read this out as well. And then, so there's another bit that Mockers has very kindly sent me. It says, another day, another Bill Rod. Region thread. All events regarding the incursion will be combined in this thread to give a good overview. So I'll go through this. While the attack appears to have lessened in intensity, the Russian forces appear to have regained control of most areas. That's not a surprise, right? Governor Gladkov said there was a massive drone strike in the region last night. At the same time, he says that not all the areas are under full control yet. Well, they did send quite a few troops, and they sent a 3-star general to go and do stuff, right? Okay. So there's a video. I mean, I'll put this tweet into the nest shortly after I've read it. Russian incursion forces seem to have left the Gravron border checkpoint near Kozinka. More footage, more gear. So there's just pictures of the gear. Okay, Shoigu's called the attack by the insurgents in Belgorod region a terrorist act. Well, they can't be. According to him, the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation will respond to such actions promptly and extremely harshly. Maybe, I'm just throwing out there, does this mean that Russia is going to have a war on terror? That would be interesting, because they should then, in actual fact, just start throwing themselves out of the windows, right? Russian war on terror. There we are. Well, that would be very interesting. Who are they going to invade next? So it carries on. The commander of the Russian Volunteer Corps, White Rex, answered the questions of Ukrainian journalists and spoke about the raid on of Russian volunteers in the territory of the Russian Federation, as well as about the successes and losses of the Corps, because of course there would have been losses. Okay, and then a little bit. I'll put this into the nest in a moment. Meta, to you.
Same subject. There was an additional press release from this Russia Legion, and he said that they, while Russia says that they killed 70 and etc., they confirmed that they had 2 dead and 10 wounded, and this is in contrast with the corps, who are said to have lost 2 people wounded. So it's still unclear whether the 2 groups were fighting in the same area or separate. But that's all. 2 dead and 10 wounded instead of the 70 dead, as Russia said. But they seem to have left the area for now. Who knows?
I mean, it seems like that, doesn't it? Look at whatever happened, right? And we don't know. It's still a coup for Ukraine, because it will have caused confusion and everything. You can absolutely guarantee that the Russians weren't expecting this, because if they were expecting it, they would have at least had someone in customs to check the passports of the people going back into Russia and saying, duty free, one way, collect. Do you have the right number of cigarettes? There we are. Make sure you pay your tax and then let them in. It's it's just who knows, right? The Mickey Mouse country of Russia strikes again. They can't even get customs to work, right? Anyway, I think, Cassin, you've got your hand up.
Thank you, David. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Good. First, I have a funny story, and then I have a question. I was listening to Swedish radio or something, or I saw something in the media flow about the Swedish Parliament having some suggestions to train pilots on the F-16s in Sweden. And I thought, that's ridiculous. And I hadn't the time to just read the whole thing. And then I lost it. And then I realized, in Swedish, the term to train on and train at is the same word. It's på in Swedish. So we have a Swedish airfield that is named F-16.
Do you really? Oh, well, there we are. That's wonderful.
And it took me a day just to figure it out. But I suppose that's the truth. And then I have a question about these patrol boats that went through the Bosporus on a cargo ship.
Sorry, some patrol boats went through the Bosphorus on a cargo ship. Russian
Yes.
patrol boats?
No, to Ukraine yesterday.
No, so I'm afraid that's. I was to say you're not making sense in that I don't know the story.
Now, okay. Yesterday, I heard here on MriyaReport that there was patrol boats loaded on a cargo ship, a civil cargo ship that went through the Bosporus and loaded off in Ukraine. And I suppose these were the American.
Well, the bit I was going to slow you down as, okay, so the patrol boats coming to Ukraine, that's what you meant?
Yes.
Okay, because they could be going in the other direction, couldn't they? Right? Okay. Because, I mean, who reported that, by the way?
I can't remember, but it was here on the MriyaReport. So someone must have heard it, but I can take it up later or some other day. But what they reported was that there were patrol boats delivered to Ukraine, and the patrol boats were loaded on a civil cargo ship and went through the Bosporus. And so I was only curious if these were the American patrol boats that were promised from before.
So I'm a bit confused, because if they were going to Ukraine, I would suspect that that's probably breaking the whatever is the Montrose agreement. I'm just guessing. I don't know. We'd need a naval person to come up, but the whole point about these things is that when stuff comes through, they're not supposed to be able to come through and just bring in anything, whatever they like in. And I'm a bit surprised as to they would take that route, because there's so many other routes they could take. If these are patrol boats, I mean, they're not. Well. They, I mean, look, if they're
probably like 20 meters or 25 or 30 meters. So you can't really take them by land, can you?
Put them on a train?
No.
What do you mean, no?
No. I know that. I mean, a Swedish combat boat can't go by train, but you never know.
I mean, look. Well, I mean, let's think it through, right? So there's a ton of things. Well, I mean, I'm just thinking we'd have to work out how wide they are. I'd be surprised they don't fit on. How wide? How big? How wide is a Swedish combat boat?
I don't have the exact figure in my head right now, but
I mean, because the Swedish,
should be
there'd
like
be no, because there'd be
I
no
mean,
point to put the Swedish combat boat on a train, would there? In Sweden, right? Because it would you would just launch it, right, and then
No.
you would be going around the coast, right? So
yeah, but you can also transport it by truck and trailer.
So
it
then if it
fits
goes on a
within
truck, it would
the
go on a
Swedish.
train. So if it goes on a truck, it would fit on the train.
Could be, but these patrol boats are, if these are the American ones, they.
I'm not saying it hasn't done, but I'm just saying it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because if the Russians had thought these are patrol boats going and they'd found out, then there would be a risk to someone maybe just going, no, you're transporting, and this is international waters and all the other stuff, and there was an accident and it got blown up. When what was the point? Because if they were coming from America, they could have just gone, to Holland or Gdansk or something like that, and then come down in another way. I'm interested. I mean, I believe that the patrol boats were already here anyway. So, I mean, I'm interested to know if you were able to find out more information. I'm really interested, very, very interested to know.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they didn't. Maybe the boats went through the Bosphorus but went to Romania or something. I don't know. We're going to go to, oh, people got their hands up. We're going to go to Abdullah, and then we'll go to Mac next. Abdullah.
Yes, thank you, David. Yes, I'm very intrigued by Captain's story about the patrol boats. I know under the convention it's not allowed, to send any new ships to Ukraine or Russia. But what I read earlier today is that the Russians actually had a ship that went through the Turkish Straits. I don't know if it was a new ship or.
It did. So it was actually part of the, or whilst it's a new ship, it was still part of the Black Sea Fleet, and therefore allowed to get back into the Black Sea.
That does make sense. Yes. Hey, I wanted to ask you, David, do they inspect these ships for weapons? Are there any agents from both countries on the straits to make sure that there are no supplies coming in for the fascist Russian?
Well, I mean, here's the thing: that if the patrol boats were on a ship that came in, then apparently not. I do know that. I mean, there's stuff that gets smuggled through, because there was apparently an S-300 system came from Syria via a ship and went to I was going to say, I nearly said Novgorod, Rostov on Don or something like that. I don't know. But it does sound as if the ships going in and out through the strait, there's not a lot of checks. Mac, maybe you got your hand up because you know.
I'm looking at a tweet right now from an account called Navy Lookout. This was tweeted yesterday. It says 2 32-meter patrol boats built in France and ordered by Ukraine in 2019 have passed through the Bosphorus, embarked on delivery ship MV Gaia. So these are boats that are on board a cargo ship or a container ship, and they are from France, and they were delivered prior to the current invasion. So they may be classified as, cargo.
Yeah.
And not yet flagged under any specific. They're not French flagged ships. They're just cargo, and they're not yet Ukrainian flagged ships. They're just cargo.
But if they were bought in 2019, I don't know, but they may even be able to go through in the same way as the Russian ship went through. Okay, that makes quite a bit of sense, and they're quite big, 32 foot. I mean, I say quite big. I mean, for you and me,
meter.
32 meters. All right, 100 feet. Yeah, okay. It is quite a big boat. What are they going to be doing with those? That's interesting. That's interesting. Do we know where they were offloaded?
I don't think they've made their final destination yet. I think they've gone through the Bosphorus, but have not been unloaded yet.
That's very interesting, because obviously they could just offload them somewhere in like Romania, right? And then wait for a safer time, because in Romania they'd be safe, and then they could wait for a time when they were safe and just speed their way to Ukraine. That's very interesting. Oh, thank you very much.
Ukrainian, sorry, this article is bouncing around on me. Ukrainian resources suggest the boats will make further way overland through Bulgaria and Romania to Odessa, since Turkey will not let a ship with boats through the Black Sea Straits. Although it is possible that the Gaia, the ship carrying them, will freely pass through the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles, since there are no weapons on the boats.
That's interesting. Well, there you are. Right. Yeah, I mean, and then there's, that's very interesting. Wonder what they'll use those boats for, patrol boats. What guns are going to put on them, right? Oh yeah, I mean, this is quite an interesting story. That, thank you very much. And you were there, Catherine. Thank you very much for that. Now we worked it out. I'll try and do some searches. It's really, really useful information. That Meta and Mac, thank you. Meta, you've got your hand up.
Sorry, I'm here again, but very quickly. Maybe our legions haven't left because there's a boom in Belgorod. That's all.
Oh, another boom in Belgorod. Well, there we are.
Yes.
Right. Let's just keep them happy. I mean, maybe it's just the Russians blowing everything up because they don't want to take the risk of more stuff there. Oh, I have to tell you, I have to say this. Mockers is absolutely wonderful. Not that you didn't know, but I'm publicly saying she is wonderful. She sent me some more information. I do love you a lot, Mockers. There you are. Thank you. I've got some tweets. No, I know about the US is not a signatory, but they're not US ships, though, are they, Leeway? I think so. That was one of the things that was tweeted to me. And another tweet is yes. Right, the War of the Republics is still ongoing after the shelling of BNR with at least 5 explosions reported. Oh, that's very interesting. I'll read that again properly in a moment. So I'm getting more information coming in. This is like a newsroom, isn't it? I should have a little ticker tape app instead of me, with my voice. It would be easier. So here you go with the French patrol boats. Thank you very much, Pendolino. They were built in France. It's not a violation of the Montreux the agreement because they are not swimming. Yeah. Do they do breaststroke or butterfly? That's the question. Russia. Oh, sorry, I went quiet. There's a giant bee in the living room at the moment. Okay, well, I can ignore it for a while. It's not a violation of the Montreux Agreement because they are not swimming. Russia brings a ton of military SRD equipment from Syria by ordinary cargo ship to Russia. Montreux only apply to warships. Come on, Bumblebee. Anyway, right. Let's hope he doesn't hurt himself. I do like bumblebees. They're very nice. See, Axel has his dogs. I've got bumblebees. What else do we have? There's some more message. Oh, but this has been message-tastic, right? I've got someone else has shared a tweet. Sabra, thank you very much, Sabra. Here we are. It looks interesting. A few hours ago in the Crimea region, 260, 270 kilometers from the front line. Oh, right. So this is better. This is what you mentioned earlier about Fedosia. That's it. It's very interesting, isn't it? I think that 260 kilometers is a very valuable indication, right? Because they've managed to get something to go bang that far out, and it's not that far away from. I'm going to hold it out there for anyone. This is now a competition. Who can name where Fedosia is near? I'm holding out. Anyone? Yes, Mesa.
Yeah, just looked it up. It's very close to the Kerch.
Yes, exactly. Well done. Right,
I have some sad news too.
Yes, You've got sad news, did you say?
Yeah, Tina Turner is gone. But
Oh,
let's not hook in that. But Kurt's Bridge is very, very close. So let's hope that's an indication. But Tina will be very missed. Thank you.
well, she will. Well, we'll have a little rendition for her in a moment. I will try and there we are. What's Tina's best song? Should we go Simply the Best? Is that a yes? Yes.
Yes, that was her. She was simply the best. I've seen her live.
Yeah, you see, I never actually got to see her live. I've seen quite a few. Some really good bands. Never got to watch Tina. So Simply the Best. Come on, where we are, Tina Turner. So, oh yes, here we are. We have a little bit of Tina Turner and Simply the Best for her memorial. I will skip the adverts so you don't have to do the adverts. Oh, and it would help if I turn the sound on. Rest in peace, Tina Turner. Rest in peace. Yes, that is a message. That was very sad, but thank you very much. I did love her music, and she did. She had immense hair, and you could probably understand my extreme amounts of jealousy whenever I used to see it. There.
Yeah, she was something else, and with her past and how she survived domestic violence and was
It's a tragic story.
great role model and such a strong person, happy person, and with those legs, hey, those legs.
I know exactly, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
But she would need good legs to carry that hair, right? So.
Yeah, exactly. But we'll miss her very much.
I'd muted myself and I was talking away. This is what happens, right? And
why did you not play? Why did you not play Mustang Sally?
Oh, well, because simply the best is what came to my mind initially. But we got Mustang Sally.
Simply the Best is a cook-off when she was already outside of that phase when she was really rocking it. But there you go.
Well, I think it sort of defines her, but she was the best, wasn't she? What she did, it was brilliant, and in Mad Max, she was wonderful. Mad Max is probably one of the finest movies ever, and I will fight anyone who says that isn't true.
Is that what they showed you in The Officer's Mess?
No, that was sorry. I mean, I do apologise because they've just reminded me that because they never showed me anything other than the exit at The Officer's Mess. But I guess really I overstated a little bit because everyone knows that ice. Exactly. Alec Guinness from there, all the greats. Right. Anyway, let's get back to what we're doing. We're going to get maudlin here. Yeah, I will not hear anyone saying that here. I'm getting some. I am getting some people sending tweets. So anti-Putin. Oh, a nice tweet here. Anti-Putin Russian. Say there. Oh no, I'm just. Oh no, that's what I'm saying. I'm getting the same information, right? So if we could have some original, that would be wonderful.
Okay, I will, at the end of our session tonight, I will play the original Rolling on the River, Tina Turner, at the point in time when she was still with Ike and the Ikettes in the background. And it is an absolutely epic song. And that Rolling on the River and Proud Mary and is just, I mean.
Oh, look, I mean, that's
that is
amazing. All of them, right? She's just
stunning
a great performer.
So, welcome to the MriyaReport, where we pay tribute to the greatest of all the artists singing rhythm and blues, rock and roll, and the likes, and of course, try to harness the power of the global community to support Ukraine in its independence war against Mordor.
Yes, it will. And one thing I'd actually found. So our best friend, Chuck Farah, has put out a tweet saying, "Free the Vipers." Visgard reports that Norway announces that it will train Ukrainian pilots. So there's more people who are prepared to train. Right, F-16 strike fighters expect to take 10 to 24 months, which is all why we should have started this earlier. Right. Oh, and now we have Hans, right? We no Hans Solo here, but anyway, we'll go to. I can't help it. I'm on a roll today. So we go Sky Kiss, then John, then David, then Abdullah. Right, Sky Kiss.
Okay, thanks, David. Yeah, I just to second what Axel was saying. All those great songs. Yeah, that was the late '60s, and my mom loved all kinds of music, and so that was certainly something in when I was growing up. It was something to watch Tina Turner. And I believe she would love our discussion and our support for Ukraine. I'm just guessing. Okay, thanks.
Well, thank you. And so now it's Denjon. Denjon, come on, you're going to give us the lowdown, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I will spare that. But actually, I wanted to open with "Worth Waiting For." And you probably know what that means. Didn't you say you said a cold one in Alex or something?
Oh yes,
Yeah,
exactly. And it is a fine. It's a very good movie.
It
right?
is actually. It's very good,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm sure Carlsberg is happy for.
Yeah, the advert.
You know,
I mean, there's
yeah.
the thing. Yeah, I think Carlsberg made it. They got it in one of their adverts as well at some stage.
Yep.
I'm never surprised they don't put it in more.
Yeah. Vänta, Amanda. Okay, so yeah, so there was that Worth Waiting For, but then I also I have to break it. That Proud Mary is actually, yeah, she sang it and she did it well, probably better than Creedence, but it's a Creedence Clearwater Revival song.
Of course, it is a CCR song, but she definitely gave one of the best renditions ever. The most energetic live performance I've ever seen of Proud Mary. Times 10. It's astonishing. If you, I mean, if you and I think have both the same image in front of us, when she is on stage with the Ikettes, and she literally, like a volcano, erupts.
I actually heard that John Fogerty stopped playing it since he saw that performance. No, that's a joke, but he should maybe.
I mean, look, there was one thing. She lit up the stage, right? There's some things with some performers. Quite literally, the sun dazzles when they're on their when they're on form. Yeah, she was. I loved her music. Right, and we go. David, and then it's Abdullah. David.
Good afternoon, David. Thank you for co-hosting, and Axel and everybody here at MriyaReport. Please retweet and share the space. Wonderful Mexican music here from our Campanteros. Just passing by a job site. Work continues. Glad to report. I wanted to express my sorrow at the passing of the inimitable Tina Turner, and to perhaps share something that was on my mind last week. That if you look back, I mean, the late 1960s, right? That was within 20 years of the end of the last war, and such vibrancy and hope and love and mood and music and energy and hope that's in rock and roll. I was lucky enough to be raised among people from that generation, and I'll always associate that kind of music and hope with Tina Turner, an artist like her. So I wanted to share that personal point of view. It's sad that she has gone, but I don't think legends ever die. I think they just burn brighter in the sky. And so, yeah, she has left us here in the mortal realm, but there's no doubt that Tina Turner will live forever, and not just in hearts, but in record and memory. And as I think, probably soundtrack to billions of people's lives at this stage. It's possible to say that probably billions of people have heard and been affected by her music. And so I wanted to mention that here and to thank Meta for sharing it with us. And then if I can, I'd like to reach back to something was said yesterday here, David, I think it was yourself, about the options if our if free Russian revolutionaries were to decide to pull out. I see that there was a press conference held today, and Mr. Ponomarev, who is the seems to be the titular spokesperson or the front face, was speaking, and I was very encouraged to hear that they lost no men and that they have everyone who was supposed to come home over the border did come home over the border, and that they are continuing in their operations. It hasn't ended. This particular phase may be coming to an end, or perhaps it's just a pause. We don't know. But why I'm reaching back to yesterday, David, is to pick something you had said that really stuck in my mind. Yes, we had gentlemen arrayed today for a photograph and a press opportunity, a press splash. And if we're talking about warfare, which we are, and information warfare, then yesterday they had another great victory, because the Russians told us they killed them all. Everyone died. We got the bodies and we got the trucks. And then they show up on TV making a clown out of the Kremlin. And I wonder when will we, not if, but when will we see the stay behind boys and girls who no doubt have infiltrated deeper into occupied Russian territory, hopefully past Belgrade, maybe up into Kursk to meet their friends. But I wonder, is it likely that activities will continue on the Russian side of the line, even though they pretended to have pulled back? It just seems to make sense. And it comes from the same kind of surface skepticism I have when everyone is talking about, we're going to start training F-16 pilots on Thursday next week. And someone else said, oh, well, we did it Monday this week. And someone else said, well, we might do it next Wednesday. And to my mind, I think they're just all having a laugh. I think they've probably had folks in training before Easter, or maybe after Orthodox Easter. Not that we will see the jets any sooner, but it just doesn't seem to make any bloody sense to be so open about timing and training. Only 2 will go here, and we have space for so many pilots, but we have no planes. I mean, I don't believe it. I think it is stage management. I think it's very effective. It brings me great joy to see the absolute impotence from the enemy side. Still nothing except empty words and big promises. I really wish they would. I really wish they would try a NATO country, but they're very much aware of their own limitations, so they're just going to keep talking. So yeah, I wanted to ask you that, David, I suppose, in a question and a phrase. How likely is it that the stay behind boys and girls are indeed active? I think Mete mentioned something went boom in Belgrade today, city. So that's it. Please retweet and share the space, everybody. This is MriyaReport.org.
So I would suggest that it's very likely some people have stayed behind, right? And they don't actually need to do anything that's really serious, right? All they need to do is do a little bit of disruption and other stuff, right? Spread the news,
Telephone,
for instance.
electricity,
Yeah.
telegram, right?
Yeah. Just spread some news, right? This is what's happening, right? This is, did you know, right? And things like this, right? And just do it in a different way. You don't need to go down the pub and blast it out so everyone in the FSB can hear you, right? But just start, you tell a little granny and she'll, because you tell, if you tell granny and granny's anything like my mum, bless her, then 3 minutes later,
Should call
everyone
your
would have
brother.
known. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Everyone will know, right? And then just start that, because that's the subversion part, isn't it? It needs to be softly, softly, as opposed to sledgehammer to the head, right? And then you start getting the information out. I would suggest that that's how I would do it, right? And a little note goes through someone's door with there might be a photograph on it, and there's all the other bits and pieces. And then start that, start feeding that little acorn, that idea into people's heads. Because, and there's the other component to this as well, isn't it? Because there are quite a few people in this area who see themselves as being Ukrainian. Yeah, that's how I would do it. Yeah,
Marvelous.
great
Thank you,
question
David.
there, David. Great question.
Appreciate the answer. Yep.
Oh, thank you. So I think I said it was Abdullah, then Mesa, and we'll be back to Den John. Abdullah.
Hi, David. Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know much about Tina Turner and her music, but I'm sure she was a very popular person. So rest in peace. So I wish her family my condolences. But David, I wanted to ask you a couple of things. First, have you heard that Lukashenko is back in Moscow?
Actually, I have, and I'm just seeing something else. I don't know if that's if this is true, but I'll say yes. I had Lukashenko back in Moscow, so clearly wasn't as ill as everyone was saying. I did hear some stuff about how he'd been really ill, and he might have been immune compromised or anything along those lines.
Yeah, what I've noticed, David, is that as he was coming down from the plane, he was hiding his left wrist, likely an intravenous drip, but I'm not 100% sure. So, but he was hiding that. Last time we saw pictures of that, of his left wrist wrapped around. He had some bandage wrapped. So, but I'm just wondering. I don't know why he will go to Moscow when the guy is clearly ill. It's just it's beyond
The only
me.
place he can go, isn't it? Because he can't go to a Swiss hospital or a German hospital because he'd get arrested, right?
No, he could come. He could come. I'm sure he could come to the Gulf countries, and he'll receive very good care. But I think maybe Axel mentioned something that.
But there is still the risk in the Gulf countries that you might get special attention as well, though, right?
No, we won't do that. No.
Not you.
We actually,
The Israelis might have a crack.
Highly unlikely. We have very good healthcare system here. We don't do that. And there are a lot of foreign clients that come over to the UAE for medical treatment. Actually, it's one of the top rated in the region. But I was just gonna say, David, also, have you? I just wanted to ask you about that Siegfried Line-esque fortifications in Belgrade.
Yes, I have it. It was absolutely brilliant, wasn't it?
So now the Russians will clearly have to fortify the place. Do they have the time and the resources? Mindful of the fact that they almost 10 billion rubles, 100 things about over 120 million. Do they have the time and the means?
Sorry, you broke up then. Did you say do they have?
Do they have the time and the means to actually fortify that?
Not really. No, I mean they could try, right? And then if you, here's the thing, right? If you have, and if we believe the lies that there's an unlimited manpower in Russia, then yes, they could achieve it, right? But we know that that's a lie. There is no unlimited amount. I mean, look, to put it this way, if they withdrew every single Russian troop out of Ukraine, they would probably have enough men and manpower to fortify the border. So, uh, so there we are. Otherwise, no, they don't have a chance in hell of doing anything else. They could do they do have these it's not mine laying. They basically have this machine that just throws mines out into a field and just shoots them out, and they land randomly. So there's no you have no idea where this thing goes in a field, right? So they do have these things. They're APCs with these bits on it, and they just shoot out, and they stick 1,000 mines into a field and then drive along another field and do that. So yes, I guess they could do that. But I mean, that was the interesting thing though, is because that this is pretty much what Ukraine's intention is. That Ukraine, I think it was in the 2nd or 3rd month of the war, they enacted, I don't know, is it parliament in Ukraine? Anyway, that the government, they passed a law that basically said they were going to have this buffer zone, and they were going to buy up or compulsory purchase the land between the border, and I think that the whole intention is just to mine the crap out of it. So yeah, no, they don't have enough manpower unless they do something like that. But that's not really anything. That's just an obstacle to get through. The thing about all of these things, and Potemkin just. I mean, I've never heard the word Potemkin so much outside of a Russian drama, because it just defines everything. They can't do anything properly at all. As demonstrated, because guess what? Those troops, they just drove down the road.
Yes, they did. One last thing, David. Did you see General Le Pen directing traffic in Belgrade?
Yeah, that was very, very funny, because all generals go and direct traffic, don't they? That's brilliant. It could only have been bettered if someone had run him over.
Yeah, that was something to watch. Even though I don't have any military experience, I knew that was not that's not the modus operandi. Yeah, and I hope the governor of Belgrade is still with us.
Is he still with us? Is he been asked to visit anywhere at the moment? Oh, okay, well,
No. Usually what happens is that they get summoned to the Kremlin and they don't come back.
Yeah. Maybe his excuse is, I can't get to you because the defenses were all around my house.
Yeah, I think the best chance for him is to defect to Ukraine if he wants to to stay alive.
Yeah. This for how long? Yeah. I mean, it's all going up in smoke, isn't it? The only question for me is that do they get defeated militarily first, or do they fail economically first? There was an interesting bit. I will tell you anyway, do I have the where I did? I got it translated. I say I got it translated. I put it through Google. It's an interesting bit of information, right? Because we talk about all these naysayers, people saying that sanctions don't work, and the rest of it. So, this is a very good little article. Will Russia run out of gasoline? Right. So I'm assuming that they mean. So I assume gasoline means diesel. Is that someone? Can they tell me? Is that
petrol?
That's petrol. Okay, right, there we are, petrol. So I mean, maybe they.
Which means it has to be refined, right? Because their oil is stinky, heavy, and
yes,
very bitter.
Exactly right. Now listen to this, because it's brilliant, right? So, Russian gasoline exports in April and May totaled 200,000 tons per month, down from. Now, come on, someone guess what it's from. It's at 200,000 tons. What was it before that in the winter?
500,000.
Nope. Higher.
1.5 million tons a month.
No. So I'll be being cruel. 700,000 tons, right? So they've dropped. It's dropped 500,000 tons, right? So let me go back to where I am. Yes, from 700,000 tons in the winter. The overpowering fall I've been talking about. So this is a character who talks about these things about since the beginning of the year. The main reason, of course, is fuel sanctions, which practically came into force from April. If only we'd have done it beforehand. Right, Russian refineries, therefore, Russian refineries are forced to sell fuel with a discount of up to 40%. This is good. This is great stuff. What's worse? I don't know. I mean, it could be worse if it was 50%, I guess, right? But what's worse? The European market, which is 200,000 tons per month, right, is closed to them, and the fuel must be sold through African intermediaries, right? So the African intermediaries will be wanting their graft as well. In such situation, it is more profitable to sell crude oil. And herein lies the trap, right? The cuts announced by the ministry, therefore, mainly relate to oil refining, as you said, David. In addition, the Russian finance ministry plans to halve subsidies. So this is I'll go right. This is utter genius. If they wanted to really screw up the system, this is what you would do. But they're halving the subsidies because they're trying to claw some money back. So in addition, the Russian finance ministry plans to halve subsidies to oil refineries from July to make up for the deficit in what they're making for the budget, right? Now, I think some of us, even someone who's been on basic run your own business stuff, right? If you're running on subsidies and you don't get a subsidies, what might you do? Right, I'm just throwing out there. So everyone think about that. I'll carry on reading. This may, so the guys go, this may, I think they should say this may undermine domestic gasoline production, which currently amounts to about 3 million tons per month. The Ministry of Finance believes the Ministry of Finance believes that this will save the budget 30 billion rubles for a month. However, experts believe that after this, the profitability, and this is the bit we're looking at, or I was thinking of when I read the paragraphs above it immediately, profitability of refineries may fall by half, which is why companies may raise wholesale prices, right? So we'll get on to the good stuff. So the wholesale price of better quality. This is all right. So poor quality. The gas 95 petrol that we get, that's their better quality stuff. Apparently, reached a record high of 60 rubles per ton. Oh, sorry, I'm reading that again. Oh no, that can't be right. The $777 per ton in May. I think they've got a decimal point in the wrong place, because I was going 60 rubles. $777 is a bit more than 60 rubles, isn't it? Anyway, goes on to say the ministry has set up a special commission to counteract price increases at stations. Well, how can they do that? Because the petrol stations won't be making any money at the moment. The Russian government intends to ban gasoline exports. It's going to ban gasoline exports to prevent domestic fuel shortages and price increases. However, since the current exports have fallen so sharply and largely based on the grey market of intermediaries, a complete ban on exports will not improve the situation. No shit, Batman. But that will only reduce the refineries' profits. And guess what, right? What do you need if you've got oil, right? And you need those refineries to work. Production for the domestic market at current prices is unprofitable for companies, and they will naturally choose to sell crude and start to reduce production of the domestic market if they cannot significantly increase prices. So this is what happens when you have a genius in charge of your country. It is. I mean, I read it earlier. I did. We have a saying in the UK. I laughed my cock off. Right, and this is pretty much what I did when I read all of that. So those people who say that sanctions don't work, yes, they do, right? And let's hope they make those changes, because that'll mean that refineries start going, well, why are we even running? Because we'll be running at a loss. We might as well close. Oh, and then let's just think of the cascade of events. So then you have refineries who aren't refining crude. Where's that crude going to go? All right. So then they'll have pipes filling up, all the storage tanks filling up, and then they'll have to make a choice of switching off the tap completely, with the catastrophic events that comes with. You can see when I read that, I thought that was absolutely. I very much enjoyed reading that. It couldn't have happened to a nicer country. So, David, did you put your hand up because you wanted to ask a question about that, or you got a different question?
I had it up previously, but I'd like to ask a question about this, if that's all right.
Please do.
Thanks. Everybody, if you're listening, before I ask the question, retweet, share the space, let the internet know you're at MriyaReport.org. David and I would much appreciate it, and you can make any donations from disposable income you might have over at MriyaReport.org. It is IRS registered. You can get yourself a tax receipt. So if you pay taxes in the United States or to the IRS, it is a tax deduction. My question was, weren't we supposed to run out of their oil in the winter? And now they're running out of their oil in the summer.
Yes.
So doesn't that point to an absolutely catastrophe? Because in the summertime, you're running at either shut down for safety or redo, or you're running at good old no problem production, because you don't have the winter effects plus whatever extreme weather effects they enjoy with freeze thaw. Shouldn't they be at shouldn't it be primo production right now? Shouldn't they be just coming into their, well, I guess it's a little early there, it's only May now, but I mean, isn't the summertime supposed to be when you can go gangbusters? And then the winter time, you're obviously going to keep production, and it's extreme work and high engineering. And then I would point out, it's still not going to be. They're still not going to be able to do repairs. They're not going to be able to source as easily anyway, or as directly, the high quality machines engineered valves and sensors and replacements and other little things that they'll need. Hell, they won't even be able to get O-rings. They won't get the flanges to reseal. Anyway. Is it? Am I wrong, or is something gone wrong? Did they try and do us in the winter, and now they're broke in the summer? And isn't that a big problem when you run oil?
I guess so, but I did see. So I want to answer, but I did see Beefeater put his hand up a couple of times, saying he'd like to get in on the action. Beefeater.
Cheers, thanks, David. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Great, thanks. So, David, just to expand a bit on what you've been talking about with the oil, I think it's important to focus on the headline stuff and understand what's going wrong here. So in December 2022, when the $60 price cap for crude oil and $100 price cap for refined oil came into effect on the 5th of December, it was Putin who went on state television and boasted that sanctions wouldn't have an effect on the mighty Russia, and they would continue to do business as usual. On the 10th of February this year, he did an about turn, and he went on television and he declared a 1 month 500,000 barrel a day cut in production. So 500,000 barrels a day. At that point, they were on 9.5 million barrels per day. So it was a 5% reduction in output. And that's because he can't pick up buyers to pick up the slack because of the G7 and European sanctions. So on the 21st of March this year, Russian Deputy Prime Minister announced that the extension of the 500,000 barrel a day cut, it would be extended until April. On the 2nd of April, Putin went on television and he announced that the 500,000 barrel a day cut would remain in place now for the rest of 2023. And that's the kind of bottom line. If you want to know what the impact of that is, an interesting
Oh, I do
fact,
very much, Beefeater.
so an interesting fact here you say you don't have to be a maths. Well, here you really don't have to be a mathematician to understand that the oil price benchmarks have fallen for a fourth consecutive week, and the price of Russian Urals oil has fallen again in May and currently sits at 14% below the break-even level for this year's assumed Russian budget, which is exacerbating already a massive shortfall in the Russian state coffers as they continue to fund this war. But here's the interesting bit about it. So Putin, when he was asked on television, why is there a 500,000 barrel a day cut now for the rest of the year? His response was, the cuts are to maintain prices and that the oil market was stable. So Russia maintains cuts to support the oil prices, and our actions were necessary to maintain a certain price environment on world markets in conjunction with his partners in OPEC Plus. Now that statement on its own is an admission that they are manipulating the oil price, or should I say OPEC is manipulating the oil price. So Joe Biden's had
But that's what it's for, Beefeater. That is what OPEC is for.
Yeah. So Joe Biden's had a pop at them to say, you guys are manipulating the price for the advantage of the Russians. And OPEC have come back and said, well, Putin said it's not true. We're not cutting oil. We're not cutting oil to help Putin, but they're going to cut oil by 1 million barrels per day starting in June 2023. And that's in addition to the 2 million barrel per day that they announced in October. So all this shenanigan between Putin and OPEC sent the oil up by 5% as a result of that. And I kind of advocate this is just a game of thieves and mugs. But the fact that Urals is trading 14% below their break-even point, that is fantastic news. It means there's less money to fund the coffers for the war machine.
Yeah,
sorry.
sorry.
Before, no. Sorry. The key thing is that the oil price is a short-term, like a fever pitch kind of indicator at this point in time. Yes, of course, it is a political price. But if you look, for example, at West Texas for the past 4 weeks, and then what happened with crude today after the Saudi announcement and debt ceiling negotiations having been resumed, I think we are in for a ride. So it has much less to do with Russia. It only has to do with what MBS and the Biden administration can and will negotiate.
You're pretty much right there, Axel.
Yep, and the news about the petrol and the refineries is just the cherry on the cake, right? So they're causing themselves more problems. It's
we can
wonderful
fix
to
that.
see.
By the way, we can fix this by ourselves in the West. We just need to drill more in the US. It may not be acceptable to some people who have an agenda, but in the short term, if you want to really control Russia and lead into containment by means of the respective caps, then you would want to decrease the price by flooding the market. The Saudis won't like it, but they can sustain themselves at a lower price quite easily still. So what you do is you drill like heavy and therefore change the allocation of prices and the allocation of volumes across the world. That's what you do. And if you fail to do so, you are susceptible to their rule as opposed to yours. And therefore you open the door for the Russians to circumnavigate the price. So all in, America can change it by itself.
Yeah, and here's the thing: the Saudis may not like it, but then you go, this is a reaction to what you're doing, manipulating the price to keep it high. You know what's happening. You know there's a war happening, and blah de blah de blah,
Yeah,
and they won't like it. Of course they don't care. But it's just a reminder, right? Because guess what, right? Because that's the final answer. Yes,
but
guess what?
The US has no alternative. In order to win this over, they need to put a spanner in the works between the Saudis and the Chinese. For that, they need to drill. They need to open the floodgates and drill like hell.
Yeah, I think it's all
By the
about
way,
you're
the
trying
funny
to
thing
break
is
the
it creates
cartel.
jobs in the US. It creates massive amount of blue collar jobs in the US.
And
Sorry,
in pipe production, to feed the wells. I think it was Mr. Ryan here had spoken about how factories had to close. Suppliers he knew were going bust because they weren't getting orders for bloody steel pipe. You know, it has a big effect.
Yeah, this all dovetails into Gazprom's announcement of their reduction in profits, which I think they said 40 or 45% down. The real story behind that is not only the loss of income for Gazprom and for Putin's government, but it's actually the cascading effect of that reduction in profits. There's a supply chain involved here, and this is going to put thousands, if not tens of thousands, of people out of work in that supply chain. Not to mention putting some wells at risk. So it's, I know we're talking about it positively, but there's a negative effect all the way down to the bottom line, to the well as such, and hopefully that's going to see a reduction in the amount that they have available on their budgets to spend and support their war cause. And hopefully, it obviously will, but hopefully it's significant.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's always the cascade of events, isn't it? That the effects when everything in anything in a system, it's the cascade. Look at it, and here's the other components to this, right? There's a potential price increase of fuel in Russia, right? As people are becoming unemployed, right? So the price goes up. What happens when fuel prices go up, Axel?
The prices not only at the pump, but therefore the prices of the whole logistics chain. Therefore,
Yes,
the price
what
of
happens?
the product in the shop goes up. Therefore,
Food.
you have increased inflationary pressure, and therefore, trade unions will demand higher base salaries for their workers, which then sets in motion another price spiral.
And yes, exactly right. And guess what? Right. So it's all very, very bad news. And then there'll be
But you
pressure.
don't have to. You can keep the prices in the supply chain low. You just have to produce what? Low
Yes.
cost energy.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Low cost energy. Bad.
Genius.
It is. It's wonderful to see. They just watch how the thing just falls to pieces. As I said, right. So I am unsure as to whether Ukraine will be winning militarily first before Russia collapses financially, economically. I mean, maybe it hasn't collapsed yet, but it's pretty much on its way. Right, and so I knew you guys would enjoy that read. It was a very good read. I'm glad I spotted it. Yes, I've been Mockers as she's been very busy sending me messages. Right, so there's another message. Oh, this is from the news bot. Right, today. I was going to say today I held. So, and when I read that, by the way, I read that as Mockers is saying today I held the first meeting of the chiefs of staff. I was going, Mockers, she's had a promotion. Anyway, the chiefs of staff to discuss the defence decisions we've been working on for some time. With the goal of forming an aviation coalition of modern fighters for Ukraine. We're doing our best to reduce that time it takes to get these powerful aircraft in the Ukrainian sky, as this will greatly enhance our defense capabilities. Additionally, the arrival of the first Ukrainian F-16s will be a strong signal to Russia, exactly, that their aggression will not be tolerated, and that our world, which is based on the respect for independent nations and the right of peoples to choose their own paths, will prevail. We will make sure that our aviation transition is as swift and as efficient as possible, and our soldiers have already proven they're able. Clicking a little bit. And our soldiers have already proven that they can master modern weapons with ease. The main focus now is the speed of training and supply, so that we can quickly and effectively defend our skies. So says Zelensky. Yeah. nice and to the point.
Well, on Friday in the early evening,
What do we
European
have?
time, lunchtime, we do actually on Friday we have an interesting program. We have 2 interviews, but one is with the Deputy Minister of Economics of Ukraine, and we will be able to talk about key elements of his policy to attract investors into Ukraine, what the future of Ukraine should look like, how they are dealing with the current situation, what the transitions are, and what the opportunities are. And after that, we have a fantastic young man who has actually been in combat. So that'll be interesting.
I've just been reminded. Here's the thing. We're going back to Tina. Her frame the question. Yes. So Tina, her duet with who's also in the sky.
Which one? David Bowie?
No.
She's been singing with so many.
Michael Jackson?
Not Michael Jackson. It's got the word river in it.
Mike Flatley.
It's Michael. He had big hair. Oh, here's the thing. Is he dead? No, I think he's dead. Just maybe I've got it wrong. River is deep, mountain is high. Oh, I'll dig it out. I can't remember. And now I'm forgetting. So anyway, right.
Marvin Gaye? Marvin Gaye?
No. Michael. No. Wham.
She sang it River Deep, Mountain High in 1966.
George Michael.
She did. George Michael, that's it. She did a duet.
Michael George.
Well, it was a wonderful duet. It was a wonderful
Who
duet.
cares about this guy who constantly had nothing better to do than
I
visit
do. I did one of my fastest runs listening to Wham at the time. Made me run faster. Thought he was chasing me.
Yeah, exactly. You may have been chased by him, but this guy was a guest of the toilets of Piccadilly as much as Mr. Fry.
Oh, well, Mr. Fry has a very fine mind. There we are. Right. Anyway, so I've got more messages as well. Oh, that's interesting. Right. They're not bad messages. What else is happening, Axel? Come on, help me out here. What else has
Could I ask you about the Russian budget that we just discussed, and if it's possible that they might lean on their pools of dark money as we've seen them lean previously? Will he be asking these oligarch men who sit on his pots of gold to cough up? Not that they will put it into the books, but to try and source, to try and use financing off the books to help these strategically or nationally important mineral companies continue their extraction. In other words, are they going to try and get the slush funds into action and hopefully patch it that way? I can't see them
you're mixing
money put into it.
You're mixing, David. I get you, but let's segregate this.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's do the following. So there is a significant amount of undeclared value. The Russian oil and gas companies and a couple of the larger conglomerates with interests in aluminium and the likes do hold, and they, I'm absolutely certain, will have managed to find ways to segregate part of their income out of their books in the West. You would have to seek that, but the problem is that money is not something which they can make easily available because we will see it.
Yep.
It's not really liquid because we will see it, and they can only at the moment use it as collateral for others to take insurance for another deal so that they could benefit from such a deal. This is where we need to get them.
That's real incisive law, though. That's particular stuff.
Yeah, but this is how they can make use of this. Only if and when they have it in capacity, in sufficient amount of capacity available as collateral. Now, posting collateral in US dollars is difficult, even if you're in the British Virgin Islands or in the Cayman Islands. By now, this is really difficult. You actually have to find an institution with a correspondent banking capacity and sufficient limits in order to act as a custodial function for example, a reinsurance company, which then acts with another insurance company to then, for example, support shipping companies. This is really tricky, and it's becoming more difficult because the Treasury, as well as the Europeans and the commercial banks engaged by them to actually monitor these flows, have become really good at it. And some of the large insurance companies have become good at it, and Lloyd's of London has been pruning the syndicates quite well. So this is significantly more difficult. I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm just saying it's so difficult that it's really, really costly.
Lovely.
That's one thing.
Almost a good
But
effect, the same as, almost as good as to make it too expensive.
yes, agreed. Absolutely. So this is one thing. This is what they're holding in those companies. Then there are the segregated, skimmed or slush funds transferred out and held by trustees for some ultimate beneficial owner not ever declared. Now, this undeclared beneficial owner may be a leading politician in the Russian Federation, a leading civil servant in the Russian Federation, who knows? But the problem there is that even in this instance, this liquidity, if spent, will end up in some record for purchase. So technically, you could purchase in certain countries in Southeast Asia, you can purchase goods and services now still in such fashion. There are a number of countries, we do not want to now highlight them much, but I could probably get into 7 of them very quickly where you could still do so, where you could still purchase goods and services quite easily in increments of a few $100,000 or also in increments of millions of dollars, depending on what you're buying, by means of having it backstopped and done by whatever kind of trustee in whatever kind of jurisdiction. There it is much more difficult to trace. And the question is, what is being purchased and for what purpose? Could it be, so, for example, that someone buys 50 units of machine tool X in order to satisfy the requirement of someone who has a company somewhere in Indonesia which would need these machine tools, but is equally willing to part with a bit of money for the purchase of a number of guns, which he then supports being procured in some other Asian country. That is a possibility. Again, it's difficult. This is really difficult by now, and we're making it ever more difficult every day. And that's the good thing about it. Let's go to Beefeater.
Yes, thank you so much, Axel. I appreciate your answer.
You're very welcome. Beefeater.
Axel, do you know who Andrei Nakayev is?
I do not.
Okay, so Andrei Nakayev is, as I understand it, an ex-finance minister. He was in office as finance minister from 1992 to 1993 after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And he's just been quoted publicly as saying the following: Russia's economy is in the shit, and Vladimir Putin has decided to settle down there. And that has raised, as has been described by the press as people have reacted with horror at his statements. It was said in a conference in Ekaterina, I believe it was, Ekaterina Finance Forum. However, one person in the audience stood up and resoundingly applauded him. So he might be looking for a window fairly shortly. And I did report on my timeline somewhere, I can't find it, but over the weekend, one of the education ministers died mysteriously on a plane flight back from Cuba. And this education minister has been known for rounding on Vladimir Putin and criticizing the war. So another one to the tally.
They're losing an awful lot of people, are they not?
Mm-hmm.
Then John. Then John.
Yes, sorry. I was playing Proud Mary, so
I forgive you.
Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
Well done, you. Thank you very much. Sincerely appreciated. This is the Swedish Viking tribute band rendition of Proud Mary in a few riffs on this momentous day.
Denjon, there I was hot miking. I do apologise, everyone. Denjon, did you have anything to say other than playing the music?
Yeah, actually, but it's not related to the topic now. But there was a discussion this morning when I was listening about someone drinking water from a helmet, and I
So I think we can go into that a little bit later.
yeah,
So,
exactly.
yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh no, that's fine. By the way, Sky Kiss, I saw you come up. I tried to bring you up, but you couldn't. So if you are listening, I've been trying to get you up, and you're not. You're not. Basically, I have no idea of the order. I do. There's
Meta, I think.
Meta, Florian, so Goldman, and then David. Are we okay with that order?
Thank you, David. Sorry, I don't take part in this discussion about the economics, but I love the idea that the world's largest country, whose biggest export is oil, is running out of fuel. Could it be something to do with some booms and fires? Maybe, but I think it's hilarious. But I was actually keeping my hand up to answer Abdullah. He's still here because he was asking, why is Lukashenko in Moscow? And you didn't hear it, but they have a security meeting in Moscow. And there's also Serbian security minister or something like that. So they are talking security there. Lukashenko should be secured maybe with his tea. And with these raids going, and Belgorod still booming, and I just have to love these chaps because they put a flag on top of Moscow, and they can do whatever they have. I know Budanov knows all these nets. They're gonna rise a havoc in Russia, here and there, little booms and bams and flags, but that's now a recent topic. So I'll step down now, but I wanted to tell you, Abdullah, that Lukashenko is attending a security meeting in Moscow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Meta. Yes, I forgot about that. I saw a video of one of the presidents of Bosnia. He's not the security minister. Apparently Bosnia has 3 presidents. Can you believe it? So they have a Croat president, a Serbian, and a Muslim president. So I think maybe he's trying to Putin wants to stir up something in the Balkans, just to what do you call get back at us. We'll see.
Yeah, he can't do it there because we have too many troops on site. Don't worry about it. We're safe.
Very good, very good. Because I know that Serb president he's a far right nationalist, Putin supporter.
There's the raid going on in Moscow. There was this blue and white flag on top of Moscow, so we are safe.
All right, let's go to Florian and then to Zgolman, and then we go to David after. Florian.
Given your discussion on trustees and the financial system, here in Switzerland, the financial authorities are now going after, for example, Swiss Russian double citizens and ask if they're hiding money for somebody. We even got a letter here at home on this. The various board of directors of Swiss companies, because you don't know the principal owner of a Swiss company now have to declare that. So it's not only going to the normal trustees, but this is now really, really tightened. And for example, another thing I heard that Russians who still have legally money in Switzerland cannot pay Russian taxes. So Swiss banks were blocked from paying anything to the Russian state for whatever reason. So circumventing this becomes really, really hard. And what I've started to wonder, how many trustees, some lawyers who hold money for some Russians, but have not declared it, will simply keep the money, and the Russians will lose the money. So this part of the money laundering, money hiding becomes very, very hard, and it's really enforced now.
Yeah, it's a big problem, isn't it? The war on drugs and the war on terrorism and the rest of it, all about tracking large sums of money and where they're going and who's got them. And guess what? Right, the Russians are falling foul of that.
Yeah, and you have the situation here. The beneficial owner of companies are not known. Only the board of directors is in the public register, but none of the shareholders. The shareholders are not known. To banks, only major shareholders above 25% need to be cleared. But if you structure this correctly through various other shell companies, you never cross the 25% mark. So it's not clear who's behind it. And that was used also from Cayman in London, but it was used in Switzerland for hiding a lot of bad Russian money.
As I said, will they fail economically first? It's going to be a close run thing, I suspect. David, and then there's a Goldman.
I think Goldman, you want to go ahead?
Oh, it was Goldman first, wasn't it? I do apologise, Goldman.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind David that if he wants to hear John Fogerty, I'm sure will be doing a tribute to Tina Turner tomorrow night in Manchester, England, and in London on Monday. So,
Well, see, I can make London on Monday. The Manchester, they're going up north. I mean, it's grim up north. They do say that for a reason.
I am sure that he will be doing a tribute and singing "Proud Mary." I would bet on that.
Well, I think I'll see if I can make that happen. Yeah, thank you very much. But yes, so if you hadn't known, as a Goldman, they do say it's grim up north. It's called Grimsby for a reason. There we are. This is where mockers start sending me messages.
What is this Ryan doing here? I mean, we're talking about oil and gas and everything else, and he just sits around here and hogs the space. Come on, Ryan, say something. Goobity gook.
I was just kind of sad that you glossed over the 40 or so human wallets who've managed to fall out of poorly sealed glass windows over the last 12 to 14 months.
Oh, Ryan. Are we really sincerely pitying the defenestration of individuals who've before corrupted themselves and others in order to facilitate genocide?
No. It was just one of the facets that would have answered David's question that wasn't covered. You took the more macro approach, and I appreciate the more micro approach, particularly the sudden deceleration when they meet the pavement.
yes. It's not the. It's
called deep impact.
I've actually come to ask about one of these guys who has prematurely shuffled off the mortal coil, although he didn't do it at a speed from a short or a great height. He did it at a great height, going at great speed on an aeroplane, coming from Cuba. I want to ask about Cuba, Venezuela, oil, and Russian budgets, and why the deputy minister might, instead of taking home some bad news, may have been offered a different alternative. Someone may have encouraged him to take a different alternative, who knows? But it's a curious happenstance in a fortnight when we see such grievous upheavals in their budget. And if we can project and think that they will tell us they feel that they're going to be so grievously impacted and they're painting that as a positive, well, we can understand it's probably twice as bad. That's what I was going to say about the recent passing away of I know he was a deputy minister, but I think he probably would have been a straw purchaser or like a paper named person standing for these pots of money, perhaps. And I wanted to see if it was Cuba, Venezuela oil, or something like that. Please retweet and share the space. The time is 4 p.m. in New York, Washington, and Florida. Whatever time that is for you, plus or minus. Good morning, good afternoon.
At 9 p.m. in London, England. Just in case anyone was wondering which London I was talking about. Florian.
Yeah, on this case, the deputy minister for education and science. And there's another relatively famous Russian academic who left Russia, who just came back 2 or 3 years earlier, left it again, and he published a Facebook note that he had a chat with the guy who told his friend, go, this is a fascistic country, you can say anything and go. And then he said to his friend that he can't go. If he will go, they will kill his son. So and he was quite critical. So I think he was killed because he was not loyal enough to the regime. So have to also sometimes.
Oh, that's dreadful, Florian. That I had not known that detail. That is dreadful.
Yeah. So there is this real problem of we don't know who's also fighting the system internally. We don't know that. There's too many people who don't speak up. There's so much problems, I know, but because we have my wife, being a former academic, knows the other professor. That's why she read the message, and the guy, I guess, was.
Oh, it's dreadful.
The guy was.
It's dreadfully sad, isn't it?
The guy was killed by the regime because of lack of loyalty.
The thing is that, I mean, this is we talk about this, and you just go the number of people who die in this country, and there is, well, it's just astonishing, isn't it? Really, when you think about it, it's the sort of
like
thing that would be in a
method of culling best brains by a system.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a crazy part. Like, I don't know, under Stalin, Russia is killing its intelligentsia. The country gets ever dumber.
And maybe that's why they are so dumb, right? Because they killed off everyone. So in actual fact, the really smart people are the people with an IQ of 102.5, and there we are.
This is an argument of my wife. Russia lost so many also enterprising people who were killed after the revolution, people who also after the revolution in the 1920s got under the Soviet regime, but were former bourgeois, were then killed under the Stalin times. There were so many people killed in the Second World War. She really believes that this is a way to degrade society in the long run. And all what we are seeing is partly an effect of that, apart from culture and everything. But Russia lost so many people of higher intelligence. And then in the 90s, all people who had some brains left the country too. So there was this huge brain drain who saw no future because they were not politically connected. They didn't want to be corrupt. Who saw that with 20 or 21, wanted to get a good university degree in something useful in science and get out. So, and I think that's you should not underestimate that effect. And this story of this guy is it's a difficult one.
Yeah, and it's they've just had another exodus, isn't it? The people who went, I need to get out when the war started because
Again,
they
yes,
could see.
yes.
Yeah, another exodus of so it's not a surprise that we see all these accidents.
Yeah, this is also this system, this autocratic system, especially under Putin, it's an equilibrium of idiots.
It is, isn't it? I mean, but this is the thing we talk about in systems, a cascade of events, right? So something that might you think, oh, that's not going to have much of effect. Oh, yes, it does, right? When all your smart people go, then what do you have? You probably have a co-hosting environment like you have here. But anyway, we won't say any more about that.
Are you complaining?
We don't talk shop in shop.
Yes, exactly.
David, are you complaining? Do you?
No, I wasn't.
Can somebody throw the popcorn, please, to the balcony?
Right. So we do have hands. We have the Ryan in
I'm
his.
glad
in
that
his
I have two of them.
Yes,
so I can slap you around. David, no, the key thing which we have to highlight today, yet again, is that there is now significant evidence that the Ukrainian Air Force is flying with a proper sensible data link. This is the key element. We've discussed it here on the weekend.
We did.
Said it here. We said it here on the weekend when the evidence was already piling up substantially on Sunday, because that was the only way, after having, it's like the classic Sherlock Holmes thing. So you have to simply check. You have to check what goes on, because when you have eliminated all which is impossible, then whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. And the truth is that the German MiG-29s, which were handed over to Poland, were already once integrated into NATO systems. They were able to deconflict. They had to be able to be recognized, and they had exactly that, integration. And that integration seemingly has not been eliminated. But rather than just not eliminating from what you convey from Poland then into Ukraine, other planes in Ukraine are now benefiting from that just as well. And that is exactly it. And with
Exactly.
this, we
And
have
I would-
game-changing information exchange.
And I would point out that when I talk about the cascade of events, not all cascade of events are bad. Sometimes you have the cascade of events that are good, right? In the same way as if anyone here happened to be a decent athlete at some stage, if you could have improved your VO2 max, then guess what? If you were aerobically inclined, then you would probably have improved performance. And what do we have here now with that link? Axel, what do these planes have the ability to do now?
They can tie in with the ground radar information, as well as can be fed in data from NATO AWACS, and therefore, even if they are flying above the international waters en route to Sevastopol, they will have information coming in. They can technically even be fed in information which has been processed from satellites and gone into the fire control system of the Ukrainians to be fed in that data just as well. But the key thing is that the whole sensor array of everything which is available and linked in on the ground gets back to the plane. They have complete battlefield visibility. They have an extended range of cover and therefore can make decisions in a completely different time horizon, on a completely different time horizon, and with significantly more adeptness and precision. And that's the whole point.
And we go back to the cascade of events where you might have a plane that's flying that wouldn't normally be able to see something because it's beyond the line of sight. It's flying at 100 meters, let's say, or 33 meters. Let's have it. It's flying really low, but it's able to fire a missile and it hits something that it wouldn't normally be able to see. But it can see it now, can't it? The cascade of events pushes those Russian planes further away. With that, I do see that we've got other hands, but I want to speak to Zagolman now, because I think he may have something to add to this.
Now imagine an aircraft being able to launch a missile without ever turning on its radar and exposing itself. That's with a data link.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Right? You're
So how
using
far
somebody
can they
else's
stand
radar.
back?
You're using somebody else's radar. You don't need to use yours. Yeah.
If they don't have to look, how does they can obviously remove themselves to the distance of the missile, but how much safety? How many kilometers is that as a safety buffer?
Well, I mean, they it's a altitude versus a range trade, right? So the lower you are, the less exposed you are, right? So there's a trade between altitude, but you could be flying pretty low and still be able to launch as long as you can feed your missile targeting data. You can be very, very low and be terrain masked. For instance, be terrain masked from the enemy aircraft, right? You got a mountain sitting in between you because you're low enough, but you can feed that missile targeting data.
And importantly, as a Goldman saying, so you might be at, say there was a plane that was flying at what did the ISRs fly at? 30, I don't know, 40,000
30,000.
feet?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
30,000 feet. So that can see quite a long way, right?
Yep.
And that's feeding that missile the target information. Guess what, right? And if the plane that fired it is at 33 meters or something like that, really, really low, right? Then the other plane might not even know it's there.
Right. Neither plane needs to be able to see each other. That's the beauty. Like, that's, like I said, the one plane doesn't have to, he doesn't have to turn on his radar. He's using a surrogate radar. He's using the data from a surrogate radar. So if they indeed have a data link, that is game changing. I can't emphasize, we keep talking about individual pieces of equipment, but sometimes the collection's worth much more than the individual pieces. And in this
100%.
case, a modern data link is much more. It's game changing that way. The collection is worth much more than the individual pieces.
And I'll go through a couple of those pieces, right? So you have pilots flying planes that they're feeling twitchy bum time a lot of the time, right? All of a sudden, you're able to give them the confidence that they don't have to do something that would instantly light them up as a target, right? So they can do other things, right? They might be able to push other boundaries as a result. Cascade of events.
Yep.
When we went through this, I just I had this little light bulb moment and went, oh.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this moment. Because I've known that all the Western, air defense systems. I would bet my paycheck, although I'm retired, so I don't get a paycheck. But I bet a lot of money that NASAMS, IRST, all Patriot. I know Patriot has a data link capability. So you've got the ability now to share data, and now if you don't get an airborne asset to facilitate that also, then you're golden. And what I mean, it's the collection that's the important. It's a data link that's communicating between a bunch of ground-based air defense systems. It's nice, but it's not game changing. Once you combine it with high altitude, low altitude, and on the ground assets, now you're cooking.
Yeah, brilliant news, isn't it? Cascade of events will go on. And then, so we got so Hans. I think it was. I'm going to say David, Abdul, and then we've got Janet. I've never spoken to you before, Janet. So we'll wait to see what you've got to say in a moment, if you don't mind. David.
Thanks very much, David and Axel, for hosting. Everybody for tuning in. Please retweet, share the space, send out a tweet, or if you'd like to cross-post to your other social media accounts, that'd be great too. I wanted to kind of throw a ball to Ryan. I've been messaging and hassling the poor man in the back channel, and I think he was going to speak on a topic I wanted to speak on, but he will definitely be a subject matter expert. So Ryan, if you're there, I'll cede my go, or we can come back around to Ryan if he's not ready. Just to do the advertisement, everybody please retweet, share the space, bring a friend. MriyaReport.org.
And thank you very much for David for saying those things, because I'm so forgetful. I keep on forgetting to say it myself. Right. Abdul.
David, I'll let you go ahead. I was going to completely take the conversation in another direction anyway, and I'm happy to
Okay, wonderful.
And why would you?
Shady oil field suppliers.
Abdul, and then we'll go to Janet, and then it'll be Ryan. Yeah.
Yes. David, thank you. I had a question for Ryan, if that's okay. Ryan, I know earlier we were talking about how to decapitate the Russian market, the Russian economy, and send it into a downhill spiral. When I was going to school in the States, I used to hear that your neck of the woods has a lot of oil potential. I was just wondering. You asked earlier mentioned that we need to start drilling. Are you guys drilling to your potential? I just wanted to ask about that. Thank you very much.
The Abdullah, I can say at some stage what you need to do is get yourself a better headphones. I'm struggling to hear that. I'm afraid.
Well,
I
the
do
irony.
apologise. I know. It's not my headphones. It was my phone. I can't swap my phone.
Can you hear me now?
That's
Thank you
better.
very much. Yeah, I took off my Bluetooth headphone. Yeah, I wanted to ask Ryan. I know earlier we were talking about ways we can decapitate the Russian economy when it comes to the oil markets and all that. And Axel, he mentioned that we need to start drilling. So when I was going to school, university in the States, I remember that your area has a lot of oil potential. So I was just wondering, are you guys, is your state and your neighboring states, are they drilling to their potential to increase the capacity? Because MBS, the Saudi Crown Prince, currently he's not listening to us when it comes to increase in production. Thank you.
Yes, I would say all of the locally based oil and gas companies are drilling pretty aggressively. Post-pandemic, everybody kind of screeched to a halt, and there were so many people trying to drill new wells last year coming out of the pandemic. Prior to the invasion in Ukraine, that orders for oil and gas tubular goods, or OCTG, or pipes, casing and tubing that you put in the wells, was maxed out through the end of the year. I don't think that pace of drilling and completion has slowed down at all. I've got a friend that works for one of the major completion companies, I think that's based out of Duncan, but really based out of Houston. Everybody I know in the oil and gas business is very, very busy at work. One of the former oil companies I used to work for had such a good year last year. They actually bought the company back from the stock market and took it private again. And I think that was primarily a function of them not wanting to have to answer to investors and to be able to drill and complete things at their own pace and turn a profit when they want to, and invest a whole bunch of capital into other projects when they don't need to turn a profit that year. But yeah, they're very responsive to the price. That's really what it is. It's global price and demand. Major oil and gas companies have invested billions of dollars or committed to investing billions of dollars in liquefaction facilities, both here and in Central America, and I think some in South America even, that would be able to export to foreign consumers, with Europe being the newest big demand on the market. So yeah, everything that Russia gives up in their market share is going to be met with eager producers from around the world, not just in the United States or here in the central US where I live. That's the population of human beings on the planet is continuously growing, and each human being consumes amounts of energy, whether it's the heated water they bathe in, or the food that's processed that they eat, or the car that they drive around in, or the lights they turn on when they're trying to read at night. And people are going to fill that demand. And if Russia's stupid enough to commit a whole bunch of war crimes and trying to subjugate one of its neighbors and completely roll around in the proverbial shit and ruin their reputation globally and lose a whole bunch of customers, then that's what they're going to do. But yeah, when prices go up like they did and spike like they did last year, definitely oil and gas producers will produce more and sell it to people who want to consume it.
But it's
Perfect.
absolutely
Thank you.
vital. By the way, Abdullah, it's absolutely vital that there is a sufficient amount of oil produced because the world economy, contrary to what you've been told by many people in the political sphere, depends on oil and gas still today and for the foreseeable future, which is why whatever people tell you does not necessarily mean a thing. They can glue themselves to roads and they can attach themselves to images of Renaissance art. It doesn't really matter. Reality walks on.
They probably flew in a jet plane to get to that protest. Last time I checked, those aren't powered by
Leaving
unicorn
on a jet
farts.
plane. Yeah, that's exactly it. So it's the hypocrisy of those who have never contributed anything to building the wealth, which gives them the safe comfort and the blanket under which they crawl at night.
Made of
Latin.
polyester, which is also coming from
Oh,
hydrocarbon.
don't get me started. If you, this is an American thing that you like your polyester blankets. Nobody,
I
absolutely
don't. Just
nobody,
saying.
nobody does this here.
I'm
would
just
never. I would
saying.
never do that. You
I
do
could
not
have
do
said
that.
rayon. I'm just looking for plastic produced fabric. I don't
I
like
know.
polyester.
You don't wear
Velex.
polyester shirts.
Velex is pretty comfy,
Oh,
but
Jesus Christ. You have fallen prey to American companies trying to tell you that something can be dry fit and all sorts of shit. Wear some cotton, wear some linen, thank you very much. Latin.
Oh, hey, Axel. So I just dropped in and was started hearing about the data link conversation that you were having with Goldman. So so as I understand it, and you were communicating with me on the back channel, we have good sourcing on this. It's and any other details you can share about that?
We cannot say much more than what David Goldman and I have said already, that there is ample evidence flowing from literally all areas of the battlefield from people who say that, of course. And I can definitely tell you that the link system had existed before and it hasn't been taken out of the aircraft. So if it hasn't been taken out of the aircraft, I'm quite sure. Goldman, what do you think? Would they have switched it on when they switched on the plane? Do you think?
Well, it's just I mean, to be honest with you, if you have the network, it's just a new box. You could update the data link with the right antenna, just an antenna and if you have the core, that's the key. I keep saying that if you have the data bus, you can attach things relatively easy to the data bus. So you don't even have to use the same data, the same data link that came with the aircraft way back when. If you have a network that supports data link, you put the updated data link in there, like, and with its complementary antenna, right? So, having the data link network is the important part. And if they had that, then you could update it. Like I said, it's not hard to do once you have the infrastructure in place. That's the key, is the infrastructure.
We are so glad that Germany took those MiG-29s over, aren't we?
Axel, let me put this in perspective. This is not rocket surgery. It's so uncomplicated. They let Oklahoma contractors handle some of those upgrades.
Yeah, the funny part is when you say this Oklahoma contractors, how would they be about? But then again, the good thing is that in this case, actually, Ryan, there were some Germans who actually created this already when the fulcrums were put in Germany's service and had to be deconflicted with other NATO air assets because we were operating them still in the 1990s and we continued using them. And then we handed them to the Poles. And you know, Ryan, what happened? Somebody helped the Polish to make sure that the integration of their air capabilities with the MiG-29s would continue to be compliant with them joining NATO. Astonishing, isn't it, Ryan? If only the US Air Force would have helped in that regard, if only some German technicians would have assisted in that regard, and if only they would have upgraded the damn data link, because otherwise, at some point in time, those MiG-29s and other planes could have collided. Goldman, isn't this terrible? They upgraded things.
Again, that's the beauty of having a standard network embedded in the aircraft. Electronics move quick. The half-life on a system is 5 years. So if you put the right infrastructure in place, you can support that upgrade relatively cheaply. And that's what the data bus, the 1553 data bus, is facilitating. It's facilitating the update of systems that we know will become obsolete in 5 years. So you put the right infrastructure in place, and then you can swap stuff out.
Right, and now before we go to anyone else, Janet has been waiting patiently with her hand up. So let's go to Janet before we get back onto the same conversation again. Janet.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for taking my question. It's kind of sort of related to the topic, maybe, especially if some of your experts can explain things about how missiles are guided. I am noticing on Twitter that there is a lot of discussion by people who follow this sort of thing, how the Russians are jamming GPS signals through the Kerch Strait. And if you look at the maps, you literally could see how the ships go dark as they go through. It can't be that people, I presume this is the system that picks up people's ships' transponders, and what's happening is those transponders can't be read while they're in the strait going underneath the bridge. You see them come out the other side, the transponder lights up again. I guess my question is, clearly they're doing that because they think that that will stop the bridge being hit by a missile. Is that really true, particularly vis-a-vis the British Storm Shadow missiles?
Right, so let me answer it. So if we're talking about the Kerch Bridge, I would not be sorry, I said that you're going to have to put up with the boing, boing, boing at the moment of my phone. I wouldn't be choosing Storm Shadow to hit the Kerch Bridge. I know lots of people think we should. I wouldn't. I think the original thing, a ballistic missile, would be great. There is. Here's the thing, though, right? So the ballistic missile, just basic sums, right? It's traveling whatever it is, kilometer every 3 seconds or something. It goes up to 100. I think is it 160,000 feet? I think they're going down to. So yeah, so maybe they are trying, but the problem is that let's see, if you take that missile, for instance, it goes up to the apogee. It starts coming down. It takes its reading. Here's where it is. This is what it's trying to hit. Right, and then it comes coming down incredibly quickly, right? So then you might have the deviation of whenever that GPS jamming is. That GPS jamming isn't going up to 160,000 feet. How far does that GPS jamming does? When is the next fix taken? Right. So if that fix, for instance, let's just say it's taken at 27,000 feet or 20,000 feet, for instance, it takes that fix. How much error can there be in what it's going to do, right? So there's the question. So will it have so much of a difference that it would miss, or maybe it would just hit the side of the bridge, or because we know that, say, Atacams, for instance, has I think they say it's a 1 meter a CEP of 1 meter, but it seems to be a bit more accurate than that from when we've seen the way it's hit bridges. And there's a dotted line that was down one of the bridges in Kherson, and he went, there's one of them, it was out by about 20 centimeters. So they're extraordinarily accurate. Would it make a difference? I don't think it would, unless they can be jamming. I mean, would they be able to jam that far up? I don't think so. But where the Kerch Bridge is concerned, there is a considerable amount of cope. I mean, originally they had the series of mirrors up there, and they've got their smoke as well. That obviously this got there to make them feel happy.
Yeah, I saw this latest GPS signal report was, from about, I guess, 2 hours ago. So I think it was going on coterminous with the smoke mask thing. But one other follow up, just on missiles and targeting that region. I would be interested why you think Storm Shadow isn't appropriate, but that's
so
not.
let me
But
let
I
me
was
explain.
also
Sorry.
so I was going to say, but we were also talking. People were talking about Fedosia earlier, which is, I think, slightly closer to where a missile could leave currently occupied Ukrainian territory. And I noticed that there's been some strikes in that area, which might have been missiles, and that's quite a huge distance. So they must have had some quite significant missile system they used for it, going back to like April 9th. So I'm just curious.
Well,
What?
I think
Yeah.
so. Yeah, I'll interrupt you there. So
Yeah.
here's the thing. So you weren't on the space here when Saki Airfield went up. I think we're still clear. They were missiles that hit Saki. Right, it wasn't just missiles there. There were definitely people who were on the ground because there were planes blown up on the tarmac. Right, they didn't blow up because there was a missile went off 500 meters away. Right, so there was obviously something else happening there. But those, I think it's being talked to death. The holes in the ground, which were missile shaped, right? They're all in the right range for them to have been something like a Hrim or an Atacams, something like that. The accuracy was all there. So yeah, that's within that range. I think the Fedosia, the airfield there, that's interesting. I think that's a nudge to Russia that we're close, right? Because it's not that far away from the Hirsch Bridge. Let me explain.
And you can reach it. You can reach it with a Hrim. So it's not an
Yeah,
issue. It's not a
exactly.
Storm Shadow territory for that. It's a waste of the missile.
And it is an expensive missile. But let me explain the Storm Shadow on the Kirsch Bridge. I am not one of the people who thinks the Kirsch Bridge should be taken down. It's just my particular opinion. I think strategically there are reasons to keep it up. I would suggest that denying the bridge, denying it, i.e. stopping traffic, rail traffic specifically, is what you want to do. And that would be best done by a top-down missile, i.e. a ballistic missile. So Storm Shadow, which
Isn't that beautiful that we can happily disagree on something? Because the other option is, of course, David, to hit the dang bridge hard, kill off the rail for good in order to make it visibly killed, as opposed to completely unusable as it is already, as we know, because there's no rail cargo going across this. Currently, there's only light passenger trains going across in a couple of testing routes, and then make sure that you disable part of the, say, the roadside, so that they can bring the next 3 or 4 of the segments which they already have prepared. The new segments for the rail, for the road bridge, do exist already. They have learned from the last time. They have them at hand. They just need to move them there. So let's make it a bit more difficult, create a bit more panic, move from west to east, hit Sevastopol, hit the port, hit the jetties, make sure that they run and drive. And they come to a bridge which is not quite easily passable.
Anyway, go
so
on,
that they have to
Axel. Let me
embark on
finish, and then you can have your say.
no,
Let
you
me
went wrong.
finish. I'm
Hit
gonna.
the dang bridge first.
Shall I
Make the
mute him?
panic bigger.
Anyway, so yes, so let me explain, Janet. So I'm of the opinion that the taking the bridge down, and specifically hitting the bridge right with the Storm Shadow, so it can fly down the center. So that might work. I don't know how well it would be at targeting the rail track instead of one of the bowstring. So the bowstring is the piece you see that's curved, right? And I think that if you hit the bowstring, which they would be able to do, but that would be that would be such a costly repair exercise, right? Yes, exactly. Do it. I think it would just be a very costly exercise. I don't see the benefits in it. I see strategically keeping it up and just denying it, i.e., so you take out the rail tracks and the rest of it, which would be done with a ballistic missile. But there are no rights or wrongs in this, and it really comes down to the strategic leadership, right? In the same way as we had strategic leadership from Ukraine about Bakhmut, some military people and a lot of military people were saying, why haven't they left Bakhmut? In fact, when they blew the dam, I actually genuinely thought that this is the time they're going to move, they're going to disappear. That's why you would be blowing the dam. They didn't, right? There was a strategic, political point where someone said, no, this is what we're going to do. And it's turned out to be an incredibly effective. And to you, Axel, to you, my friend.
I just think that there's a benefit to creating, to wreak havoc on the civil population's perception. There's a benefit to creating massive routing and panic. You want to force both those troops, which are already feeble and nervous, to mingle with civilians. You want to force them in a position where civilians, who, don't forget, in this case, are not worthy of any protection from my point of view at all, because these are occupiers. These are people who came onto Crimea after 2014, who have taken happily the property of Crimean Tatars who've been denied their homeland, taken the properties of Ukrainian citizens who are not Tatars, who have lived on Crimea for a long time, centuries, who have now been denied access to their home and to their properties. They've taken them over. They've squatted there. They have happily allowed Russian occupation forces to torture and kill and persecute those who have been resisting or not cooperating. The Russians know what's going on. They know why in Simferopol, on 2 locations in the city, there's blood constantly flowing off the curb, because they can hear the screams. They know where the Russian occupation force has been torturing people since 2014. They know exactly what happened to the people who were executed. They know all this. It's not that they have never been aware. And they happily took it. They like Yalta. They like the palm trees. They want to enjoy this. There's absolutely no pardon. Nothing. Zero. They should run. Take your bags and run. And then see that the bridge has been lit up. And they're packed. They're stacked. They are there in front of the Kerch Bridge. And then they hope to catch a ferry. Let them feel pressed. Let them feel routed. Let the Russian television project that rout and that panic. Let the Russian military make a few mistakes. Try to run cover. Try to fly cover, so we can take down a few more planes. And then let's see whether they can actually find a way to get them across by ferries, or maybe just fit one segment with a bit of wood so they can get at least some buses across. Let them leave their wonderful cars. Let them leave all their belongings. Let them leave the loot. I'm not saying have them swim, because they won't survive it. But let them have it hard. Sorry. That's how I see it.
Well, sorry, I was just dealing with an interesting message. There are no rights or wrongs. There we are. I'm sitting on the fence, Axel.
Humpty Dumpty.
Well, thank you for the interesting answers. I appreciate them very much.
Well, we're happy to oblige, Janet. Happy to oblige. Right, hands came up. So Goldman, I think, then Iwana, and then Leonard.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing to the question Janet asked. Most sophisticated missiles have multiple guided navigation systems. So GPS couldn't singularly stop a missile, because most of them have an INS system or a visual terrain type recognition system for guidance. So just jamming GPS doesn't get the job done, because they usually have at least 3 different ways to navigate. They all have different, accuracies, but they denying one system won't work to stop it.
Can anyone hear me? I think I lost sound for a moment.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh,
Yes,
wonderful.
we can.
Okay. Then did I need to respond at all? It's Goldman.
Nope, I'm good.
Well, wonderful. That's brilliant. So then we had hands. So 2 hands went down. It's Iwana and then it's Lennart. Iwana.
Yes, thank you, David, Axel. And actually, I wanted to say exactly what Goldman said. Storm Shadow has 4 different guidance systems: GPS, inertial, infrared, and something very special that is called TERPROM, which is very complex. So let's suppose that you jam GPS. We can say this. Inertial, it's impossible to jam. And I know that some will say that inertial guiding is not very good, but it is the case for the gliders, because they can be influenced by the wind and by other factors. For a missile that travels at max speed, inertial guiding is very much dependent on the computing power. So if the chip is good, if the computing power is good, an inertial guiding system will be very good. And I suppose that it is good on Storm Shadows. Then infrared. So people say that the screen of smoke may prevent the missile to reach the target because it may be hot. Actually, the smoke cools down quite quickly. It's not so hot. And infrared guiding systems are not guiding themselves upon things that are kind of warm. Usually they seek combustion engines, like in planes. And of course, this is not the system you would use. Sorry, I'm very tired. You will use for a bridge. You won't use infrared guiding system, but it may be helpful to use it for other targets. And the fourth one, and I'll finish, is the TERPROM, which is very complex. It's a ground proximity warning system combined with mapping. It's kind of what the civil planes use in order to prevent collisions with the ground. We can see this in movies when a plane loses control and it's getting down, and there is a lot of beeps and sounds and things that say you should get the plane up. So this is used on civilian planes, but a much more complex system is used on this kind of missiles. It combines radar detection with altimeter, with mapping of the terrain, and it gives very, very precision and accurate information to the missile. So this also, I don't believe it can be jammed or put in a bad situation by a little bit of smoke. That's all. Sorry, I'm very tired. It's late here. I'm done.
No, thank you very much, Iwana. I mean, look, and there's loads of other reasons why you might pick one over the other. We have to remember the difference. So, Janet, there's another reason you might choose different weapons, different explosives. How do they work, right? And their effectiveness against some things. Storm Shadow has a broach. A broach charge. It's designed to go through concrete and then explode, and there's a whole load of other things. I think. Anything else? Have we missed anything there out of that answer to go back to it? Anyone? Let me know.
I'm trying to get Taras up.
Taras, why don't you
We
just
also
try?
have NATO Troll and Jack Girl still here with us. If you don't have any kind of questions or any
I
suggestions,
think they put their hands up and they came down again. NAFO. Anyway, it's Lennart. It's not an AFO next. Anyway, it's Lennart, right? Taras, have you thought about updating your app? Lennart. Oh, and Taras is there.
Nope. I'm here.
That's wonderful. That's good. It's Lennart, though.
No, I just wanted to add regarding the different systems. If you have 4 different systems and you manage to knock one out, the combination of information from the other three usually very hard to counter. So I have no doubt that a bit of smoke makes absolutely nothing to such systems. I have no question, as I have absolutely no doubt whatsoever. The other thing is that you talked about having the bridge to knock down and having panic on the peninsula to see what the Russians will do. Isn't it like knock out the rail bridge so they can't bring armor in, and give them this golden bridge to have as an escape route? Always give the enemy a route to retreat and disappear, so you don't need to fight them. Or what's your thoughts there?
Well, that would be see, that was Axel's thoughts, right? So I'm of the opinion of only take the rail part out, right? But so I'm of I also take the opinion that you let them over the rail bridge. There are other ways off Crimea. They could go via the ferries. They could use that route if they so wished. I mean, and a little bit of panic of people getting onto ferries, maybe not a bad thing. Who knows? I mean, look, I personally would just keep the road bridge up now. I don't think they would be able to get enough. Do they have the trucks and the rest of it to really supply a lot through that way? Although they did try that with trucks through with the ferries, didn't they? So I don't know. But yeah, but in general, I'm in agreement with you, Lennart. That's what I generally
David,
think.
don't be so feeble. No, don't be so feeble. Think outside the box. No, think outside the box.
No, I'm
Drop
not
the
going to
damn
think
shit. No,
outside.
no,
I refuse to.
Listen. Don't be so feeble. Drop the damn shit. Let them panic. Let the Russians stage a rescue mission, and then hit them and hit them again. And while they try to rescue the bridge, hit them again. And when you are done hitting them, think about it, rest for a minute, and hit them again.
Yeah, I mean, but look, I would just hit them in other places, though, right? So once we've got
that's the
people,
point. You have to hit them where it hurts them.
but I agree.
Crimea. And you want to wreak havoc on their idea of control. We just saw how successful it is with a small little raid onto their territory. If you take out certain things which they hold, which they take for granted that they work, then you win. You need to take out the harbor in Sevastopol. You need to take out the jetties.
But hang on, Axel, hang on. There's at no point have I ever said that Sevastopol and all the other places should not be taken out.
But when you do it, the moment you do it, you have to.
I would be hitting Novosibirsk as well. But anyway,
you want to let them escape because you believe that building bridges is great. I want them to be forced into their own panic. I want them to feel the horror of inescapability and then force their own government to stage rescue missions, which we torpedo and hit them hard with until we, at the very last moment, open the valve so they all flow through and let them see themselves to be humiliated and pushed. That's how it should be. They must be crushed.
And there is that to it, but I think
you're not relentless enough at the moment. I'm sorry.
Well,
this is far too milquetoast and accommodating.
I've had a good day today, Axel. My peonies.
That's why you don't want to wage war.
No, I know. My mum, the peonies. They've come out. They look absolutely beautiful.
Oh, you're lovely. What a darling.
I know.
Like your flowers. I agree. Okay. Can we
anyway, to get back, but seriously, let me finish though. We'll get back to this. So I believe though, I think you want to be encouraging as many Russians as possible off the peninsula, and I think that would do it. I think that having a melee down by the bridge might make people think, I'll stay, and then they've got all sorts of problems later. I think encouraging them off.
When you have an approaching, it's completely wrong. When you have an approaching Ukrainian army pushing through Henichevsk and Armyansk, and you see the whole thing coming, and they are stacked up there close to Kerch, and they are waiting for the ferries, trust me, they'll be pushing the Russian operators of those ferries. They will pushing their own government to rescue them. And the own government will therefore make mistakes and focus only on the bridge. You want them
Would
focus
they?
on disaster.
Yeah, but I don't think the government would. I don't think the government would. But it would be a good look seeing them fall off the bridge like lemmings. That would work quite well for me. But anyway, we will never agree on this. We might agree after I've had a drink. But anyway, we do have Abdullah, who's got his hand up. That means to you, Abdullah.
Yeah, thank you, David. Yeah, I just took off my Bluetooth again, so you can hear me. Yes, I was just gonna ask Axel. So what kind of relief valve would you leave for the enemy? Because you don't want to have an enemy that has to fight to the death. I think that's not a good idea, right?
No, none. No, I don't know. Relief valve. I wouldn't leave anything. I would leave them in a situation where they feel so inescapably trapped that they have to come up with options in order to send more ferries there. They have enough ferry capacity. I would force them to send ferry and shipping capacity. I want their fleet to go there. I want the remainder of their fleet to go there to safeguard the bridge area and try to find ways to escape from this. I want their fleet concentrated there, and then I will take out their fleet. I will bomb their fleet into oblivion. I want them to make mistakes. You need to force the enemy to make mistakes. You need to cook them and keep them under pressure and push and push and push. And when you are done pushing, you push again. I'm sorry, German counterattack, full-scale attack.
But I would just destroy the fleet it's in Russia.
Never destroy all of them. That's the problem. You will not get all of them in Sevastopol. They will. Some of
Not
them
in
will
Sevastopol.
escape.
Novosibirsk.
Yeah, but you can't bomb Novorossiysk.
I would.
It's too far away.
No, it's not when you're on Crimea. It's close enough when you're on Crimea.
On Crimea. When you're on Crimea, you can hit Novorossiysk. I'm talking about getting there.
Oh yeah, but that's a separate issue, right? So would you get all of them? But you could certainly be able to hit them with the Storm Shadow whilst they're berthed.
But you need to understand the culture of the Russians. Unless you force them, unless you push them, this constant quoting of Sun Tzu makes no sense with Russians. It never makes any sense unless you create panic and wreak havoc and really push them. They will not act.
Go on, Abdullah.
Yeah, sorry, David. Yeah, I was gonna say, to be honest, I'm kind of on Axel's side on this one. If you remember the Chechen war, the Chechens, put down their arms. There was an agreement that they were gonna withdraw, and the Russians opened fire on them. So the Russians, I don't know if we should have any mercy on the Russian soldiers or their troops. Yeah. So maybe ladies and children first on the ferries, and then we go after them. Thank you.
And before we go to Taras, I'm going to mention one thing. The national pride is brimming all the way through here. Let me read the message out. It says, the Gold Cup for the United Kingdom, the mighty Challenger 2 has proved itself to be the best of the best after competing and winning in NATO's Iron Spear competition. Congratulations, well done to the tank crew from B Squadron, Queen's Royal Hussars.
Long live the king.
Oh, thank you very much. Right, with that, we do with Taras. You've got your hand up, and finally you're here.
Thank you much. Sorry for my Twitter performance. I updated it and it should be better now. So I want to express my gratitude and big thanks to Alex about his opinion on on the good Russians who are living in Crimea for the last 8 years as an occupiers. I completely agree with everything which Alex said. I think he expressed the opinion of all the Ukrainians and all the Crimean Tatars, because this is such a it's such a black and white situation. I think people who came there, they're not ordinary citizens. They are privileged class. They are class who are close to the power, because Russia wouldn't let anybody like a poor Russian villagers to come and occupy the shore of the Crimea or other prime places there. And I can relate to the suffering which Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars are having, because even here in Minnesota, we have some people who left Crimea and who are now in the United States for several years because of the Russian occupation. They lost their houses, they lost their life, their friends, their way of life, because somebody decided to occupy that. And it's not like there is no excuses for people who came after the army took over the Crimea and took somebody else generational houses, properties, businesses, and so on and so forth. And especially for the Crimean Tatars who suffered so much in the 20th century when the Stalin deported them, and it took them like two or three generations before they were able to return. And even after return, they were not given back what they lost, but they slowly were rebuilding their lives in their native land until 2014, until brutal invasion of Russia. And now Russia is doing the same policies as Stalin did. Not only they are making impossible for Crimean Tatars to live there, they are arresting their men and sometimes women, they are beating them, they are prosecuting them, they are creating fake causes and fake terms, like they are saying there are some terrorist organizations by Crimean Tatars, when there was basically a national kind of identity organization, nothing aggressive there. So I really waiting for the moment when the Russian civilians who were basically collaborators with the Russian army will go back, and I hope they will lose everything there. They will come back with nothing.
Yeah, and there you already see. Taras, thank you. Listen, it's important. There's some fact things coming out. So the value of property in Crimea has dropped because the value of the property that was stolen because the people are trying to escape. There's so much unraveling. Crimea is going to be an incredible enterprise, and the same as it's going to be an incredible enterprise in the other regions, Donetsk, Donbass. And places like that. How do you unravel where the Russian cuckoo has come in and moved someone out? But it will. I mean, look, right? Without a doubt, there will be a struggle. But guess what? International law will be on the side, and we all dream of that day when it's cleared of the Russian cuckoo. Can only think of them in that way.
And thank you, Taras, for highlighting this, because as you know by now, Crimean Tatars are very dear to my heart.
Right, and with that, and thank you very much, Taras. With that, we'll go to Alex, and then we'll go to Just Me. I've not heard you, Just Me, either. It's a day of new people today. That's wonderful. So we'll go to after Alex. Alex.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had a quick comment. I do not think they will fight to death. They will surrender in masses. That's what I think will most likely happen, because none of them understands the reason, because there is no valid reason to fight, and none of them buys whatever propaganda tells them. Like, they are most capable troops are probably Wagner, which like want to get out as soon as possible. So I think it's pretty much yeah. We just need to wait for offensive strong enough. I think it will collapse. Last time again, people for some reason they remember how Soviet Union fought in 41, 45, but it took them like 3 years to pretty much organize something and get hell a lot of equipment through Lend-Lease. In 41, 42, they ran all the way to Volga. They just could not, they were surrendering in millions. Germans organized 2 million army, just Russian Liberation Army was 2 million prisoners. They didn't know what to do with prisoners.
That's another thing which, by the way, fortunately now the Ukrainian army is quite aware of, which is why so many military police have been trained. There is a high likelihood that we will see a good 50, 60,000 Russian soldiers simply striking their colors. So we shall see. Let's go to Just Me.
Hello, guys. I'm actually driving right now, so let me pull over. I don't want to get a ticket. I have a question. All right, and I'm sure you guys are going to give me good reasons as to why the answer to my question is no. But after seeing everything the Russians have done to the citizens, the rape, the torture, then why not blow up the Kerch Bridge? Why not slaughter every single person, every single Russian in Crimea?
Yeah, that's simple, because vengeance is not the answer. The only thing I've argued for is to make it difficult for them to create a route in order to make sure that everybody then leaves voluntarily. If you do not slaughter civilians, that is completely, utterly bereft of any sense. It is against the Geneva Convention, against the laws of armed conflict, and it's not in the interest of Ukraine, which leads currently by example, that it protects civilians under their control. If you take territory and you have civilians who are not enemy combatants, you are actually required to take care of them. So as a consequence, this is why David has very clearly stated that you need to give the possibility that they can leave. I'm just saying that we should make sure that they are very willing to leave, and therefore making the initial flight a little bit more difficult so that they can then pursue that flight quite intensively. But other than that, no, vengeance against civilian population, no matter how despicable they are, no matter how privileged they are, no matter how much they essentially abused and used their position of power to gain a better life during occupation, is not what we do. This is not how we act. We're different.
Thank you, Axel. I knew you guys would kind of steer me back to the right thought. But yeah, when I think about it, when my emotions get involved and I see all of the atrocities, yes, I have very vengeful, awful thoughts. But thank you, Axel, so much. You guys have a great day. I am on an Android, so if you guys don't mind, drop me back down and I'll give someone else the opportunity to come up and speak.
Thank you very much, and I'll do that. Yeah, look, it's very easy to get into the view or the thoughts of vengeance. Vengeance shall be mine, but sometimes that's vengeance isn't the way forward.
All righty, thank you very much. That's me, much appreciated. David, now, oh, I can see a G-Man. Let's check whether G-Man actually has a squeegee duck with him. G-Man?
You've caught me eating. Chewing.
Eating in the bath?
Well, why not? Multitasking, don't you know?
Do you dunk your biscuits in the bath?
Absolutely not. No. I've got this nifty thing that my son made. Table goes right across the back. My laptop can sit on it. My coffee can sit on it. It's very, very civilized.
There we are. We get the finished sauna shortly as well. Right.
Yeah. Okay, carry on.
All right, as you were. Mette.
Well, I just came out of Finnish sauna. So, but you know, talking about this Crimea, you know, and just me, I know I feel the same. I just want them to be blown up, the whole country. I could put a natural park over whole Russia and just make them disappear, but that's not how we do it, of course. But you know, just blowing up the bridge would do it, you know, that they won't have the time, because Crimea is the only territory they haven't totally bombarded and destroyed yet. So we have to do it like in a way that they are in a hurry, and that's by ferry. You know, and those who stay, that's their, you know, own responsibility, because then there's some storm coming. But I think, you know, blowing the bridge would be the right approach, so they won't have the time to just destroy everything they're leaving behind. That's my opinion. So I'm with Axel, 100%. Thanks.
All right, David. It seems the balance has shifted.
Yes, it does. Right, if we have we've got one hand left. For this is for people who've come up to speak and you haven't put your hand up, right? Then we do have people wanting to come up and speak. So if you remove yourselves, that will stop me from removing you and us then having the embarrassment when we're sitting down for a drink and all the other bits and pieces. Anyway, so it's Griffin next. Griffin, over to you.
I got a couple of questions for you, David, especially apropos with your background. One of the big problems the Ukrainians have is crossing the Dnipro, so they can get at push the troops out of the Kherson region. I was wondering if you could spend a few minutes commenting on the difficulties in fording or bridging the Dnipro River in areas where there's seems to be sparse Russian military resources, but wider river crossings. So I'll just listen to your answer.
Yeah, of course. And I've got Axel. Here's a thing. Axel telling me to what yes, Axel. I'm aware of what pontoons are and bridges are, and the rest of it. I will remind you. Right? Yes. So we've got that over and done with. Yeah. So listen. Look, there will be no problems crossing it. They've got all the equipment they need. I'm of the opinion that they wouldn't pontoon it. They would use the pontoons, they're motorized pontoons, and they work individually, and they would use them as ferries initially. There aren't a lot of people in the background or on the other side. Although just recently, if you're talking about where I think you're talking about, it would appear that there's some Kadrovs have turned up there as well, but they're talking about 100 to less than a company size. Getting across the Dnipro isn't going to be a problem. They already is, and as Axel knows because his grandfather did it, they did go across at Berislav. There are many other places that they could cross over. I can tell you a little bit more about it in DMs. I've got a couple of little ideas, but maybe at this point, saying much more. I'd like to leave it a week before but I'm happy to explain it in DMs to you. That's probably the best way of saying it.
Okay, thanks.
No, my pleasure. Oh, and we got loads of hands now. So I think it was Prince, then Peter, and then Miko. Prince.
Good day, David. I hope you are well. I need.
I am. I had a good day.
Good. I need to bring a little bit of something up regarding Crimea. And it's something that I've been following for a couple of weeks and was reiterated again today by the Ministry of Reintegration. There is something that is happening with Russia encouraging people of other countries, not just Ukraine, not just Russia. We're talking other European countries, well, other countries, period. Offering and encouraging children to come to a summer camp in Crimea. And I mean, obviously, they're setting a situation up to have children from other countries in Crimea, sort of as a shield. I mean, not like we haven't seen, Russians use civilians as shields, but this would be adding in children from other countries. It's been said before. It's been said. I read an article a couple of weeks ago that they are giving away these summer camp experiences as prizes in like music contests and things like that. So it's just another something to be aware of. So the children's camps and children from other countries, I know that there are many countries where people will say, yeah, right, no, I'm not sending my kid to the middle of a war zone. But I can see some countries that haven't been following or are more supportive of Russia in this instance, going ahead and sending their children. So it's just another piece that sort of complicates what to do with Crimea.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? Because they're still trying to, right, steal people, aren't they? Into whatever we want to call it, slave labor or slavery or whatever it is.
And they're expanding it beyond Ukraine. They're expanding it to children of the world, to people of the world, to come to Ukraine or come to Crimea for a summer camp. That's just a little off.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. I'm sorry, Prince. I clearly wasn't listening properly. I hadn't realised they'd extended it. Right. Okay. Well,
yes.
So
yes.
the penny drops. Of course, they would want to do that. Of course, they would offer a free. Yeah.
Venezuela, Cuba, and the likes.
Because once you've got foreign children on Crimea, right, and let's just say the Ukrainians went into Crimea, then I'm certain they would then be using the children as a shield.
Yep, that's the point, and that's what's being pointed out. And I've been reading articles about this on and off for a couple of weeks now. But yeah, that's the point. I mean, they're giving them away as gifts. They're giving this summer camp experience away as gifts for winning a music competition, David. So yes, children from other countries, people from other countries being
just disgusting.
Isn't it though? Yeah, and it's like I said, it's something I've followed for a little while, but with all the talk you guys have been doing about Crimea, I just thought I would throw that in there as another aspect of the craziness going on.
And I did not know, Prince. I have not seen any of that. This is just such. Wow. I mean, am I surprised? No, I'm not surprised. But yeah. Yeah.
Well, David, the reality is you tend to follow more of the military stuff, and I tend to pick up more on this humanitarian aid kind of stuff. And that's sort of what makes MriyaReport work, because some of us focus on some things and others focus on others, and we can share that information, and that's just how it goes. It goes and works pretty well. So I just wanted to pop up and tell you that. I took a break from my chores to come up and tell you guys that. So thanks.
Thank you very much. Yeah, more tragic news. The question is as to whether anyone will fall for that trick. I mean, would you send your child on a holiday to a war zone? I mean, who knows?
Hell
Many
no.
people would do anything for free, right? I wouldn't. I don't know. We know. No. Right. Okay. We've got two more hands. I think it, Peter. I think it was Nick first, and then you. So we'll go to Nick. Over to you.
Yeah, I'm not sure how big a problem that Crimea thing is. First of all, a great many people in Crimea are waiting for liberation. The entire Ukrainian, pro-Ukrainian population was not deported. So there's already Ukrainian children there, people whose parents identify as Ukrainian. Secondly, I don't think I like the thought that Ukrainian military operations in Crimea will somehow be conducted differently on the basis that there might be collateral injury to non-Russian children as opposed to Russian children. I don't like the
I don't think
implication of
anyone
that.
suggested that, though.
Well,
no, I didn't.
Well, no, but it is a step in that logic. So
No, it's a step. The logic was the Russians would use them, not that the Ukrainian the Ukrainians would do it. And there's the difference, right? Because the logic is the Russians would go, "Hey, the Ukrainians are putting them at risk." Right? That's the narrative they're using, Nick. I'm not suggesting that they'd be any different. The Ukrainians have only been thoroughly professional. However, my point is in this, right? The rest of the world, Venezuela, right? Let's just say whoever it is, his kid is over, who's over in Crimea on their free holiday, and the Russians are going, look, this is what's happening. That's what I'm saying, and I thought you would have understood that.
I think no, but I think it's quite marginal, and I think there are going to be issues as Ukraine moves forward. There are going to be issues like this, and it's quite likely in the next 6 to 12 months that the Ukrainians will accidentally kill a few civilians. Just that happens in wars, and we know the Russians will make an enormous fuss about it. So I don't know. I don't think this is qualitatively different to all the other stuff the Russians are likely to do, is what I'm saying. And as I say, in particular, the Russians will know very, very well which are the children in Crimea whose parents are not, politically aligned with the Kremlin. So, but I guess I'm partly having difficulty imagining that very many people are going to be sending their kids to Crimea for a holiday. If they're explicitly saying it's Crimea, what I can well imagine is that sort of, there'll be some sort of fraternal grouping saying, come to Russia, and, oh, we've decided to go to Crimea for a day out. I wouldn't put that past them. But the other thing is, I'm not sure how good an idea it is for Russia to be putting the children of the few ostensibly friendly nations they have in the firing line. You see what I mean? They're not meant to be putting North Korean or Venezuelan children in danger. So I don't know. We keep an eye on it, but I don't think it. I mean, I think it's just as likely to be some holiday camp director who's got places to fill. And he's going, guys, not many people from Russia are sending their kids this year. So, but maybe I'm just a little bit naive on this. I don't. Yeah, just because I can't imagine anyone doing it, I guess. But we do need to prepare ourselves for the inevitable. There are inevitably going to be collateral civilian casualties, and absolutely every single case is going to be made out by the pro-Russian people as if it's the Bucha massacre, every single time. And we do, I think, have to think about our communications on that.
I mean, the Ukrainians have liberated more than one place so far, so we'll see. Peter.
Yeah, I mean, the obvious thing to me with Crimea is that it should be the easiest to deal with because it's surrounded by water. So you just blow up the bridges, you blow up the airport, the airfields, and you blow up the harbour, and you cut off the water supply, and that's it.
You can't do war crimes, Peter. And there are a lot of civilians on Crimea, and this is the thing, right? So
Okay, well, leave leave the water supply. You've got the airfields to attack. I mean, it might be that you have to wait until you get the F-16s, but you just completely destroy those airfields, you destroy the harbour, and you destroy all the access to the island. What can they do? Nothing but give in.
Well, you do want them to leave, right? So, but I get you. So
the
thing
we'll
is
vote
that
them out
you've
when
got
they're ready to leave. Ship them out.
Well, of course. I mean, the thing is you don't need the F-16s to do what you're talking about. If let's just say the Ukrainians moved and they got towards the neck of Crimea, then Gimlers would be more than enough for what they've got. They can take out the airfields. They don't need to take out the civilian airfields. Just take out the military airfields. As soon as anything like that, and we've already talked about the extra capability that the Ukrainian planes have, and maybe by then they'll even have longer missiles, and maybe Latin might want to go into that a little bit longer. But once you've got that and you push those planes further back, Peter, and you move them off Crimea, because you can only think that at the point where the Ukrainians, it looks like, and this is, we're assuming that they go to Ukraine, they may not, but if they were going to Ukraine, then those planes are going to be moving off the Crimea Peninsula pretty quickly. Because there's a reason for that. They don't want to lose all their planes, and they certainly don't want to be losing pilots trying to escape at the last moment and the planes are shot down. So I get your point, right? And as a thought experiment, and then leave the exit from Crimea over the Kerch Strait to Krasnodar open in some way to get people out. But there will be a lot of people who will be desperate to leave. You've only got to look at, you must have seen the video from last year when Saki airfield was bombed, and the girl, oh, Sasha, it was so beautiful here. Now we have to leave, right? And then floods of tears.
Yeah, but that has to be the way where the least collateral damage is going to occur, which is to isolate it and destroy.
No, if you're isolating it, you're keeping people in the line of fire, aren't you? Right.
Okay,
so they have
to leave one exit. Leave one exit, but destroy the airfields, destroy the harbour, and what else is there left?
Yeah, but an exit is also an entrance. They're not going to be sitting there handing out, going, "Oh, we can't possibly drive across this exit, otherwise we'll get a ticket." Crimea is the size. It's a little bit bigger than, a little bit smaller than Belgium, but to put it in the universal measurement of area, it is 1.3 times the size of Wales, and it's not, it's not like some great concrete flat thing with 200 people on it, and you close it off and then everything collapses 2 days later because they've, I don't know, run out of grapes or something. It's a large area. Any siege of it would be prolonged. The first victims of the siege would be the civilians. Indeed, the first victims of the siege would be the politically marked civilians. It would be a humanitarian catastrophe to try and starve Crimea out. That is simply not going to happen. And it is not going to be possible, I think, to filter access to it so that only wholemeal bread and mineral water go through, and not explosives and fuel. So this is going to be a very big and complex operation, and I don't think it can be reduced to starving them out. It's a big, big place.
No, I meant starving the military out.
Wait, hold on. So we sorted this beforehand. It's nice. We're now having a discussion, and Nick is right. and we're now having a discussion about things which we've solved many times over. We will not. There will have to be a valve at some point in time. The question is, how much pressure do you want to generate? I vote for more pressure, David for a little bit less, but the pressure valve in this case is the exit across the Kerch Strait by ferries and by, in this instance, almost likely one lane of road access across the bridge. One lane. The rest needs to be destroyed beforehand, and it's fine if they have to wait for 2-3 weeks. It's not a problem. Don't forget, civilians in trouble, Russian civilians in trouble, with their rations over there, not a problem. Let the Russian military supply them, not an issue. They will call it a humanitarian catastrophe, not a problem. They can call it whatever they like, as long as their troops are raping and pillaging and looting, and as occupation troops still on Ukrainian soil, they can do whatever they like, they can say whatever they like, we do not care. At some point in time, the civilians will make their way across, and off they go. Pressure is not a problem. That's not a war crime. Pressure just creates more route. The rest is logistics. Complex or not, it's actually quite simple. The Russians have to deal with the logistics of vacating the space. Vacating the space is not an obligation of the Ukrainians. Not at all. At no time.
There we are. And with that, we'll go to Tracy and then G-Man.
Oh, thank you, David. Good evening, everybody. I'm not sure if Prince is still around. I actually just wanted to ask a question to Prince
I'm here.
about what. Oh, thank you. I was just wondering what you were saying about the children and Russia trying to get them from other countries. If you knew any more about that, and if you knew if anybody had actually taken up the offer. My concern is that especially if they're going to be doing it, as we know, Russia likes to force other nations and other people's children to fight for them. And my concern is, are they near military age? Are they going to then try force them to be in the military? And I know it's not really Ukrainian children, it's not about Ukraine, but it's still children. And I just wonder if there's a way that we can do something, even if it's just getting more information out there to those parents, because I can easily see that there are parents that live in places where there's so much propaganda, they don't really know what's going on, and they're going to be happy to send their children there.
Yeah, that's exactly why I at least brought it up. I haven't seen anything that children have already been sent there. I saw a news story that I will try to track down again, but what hit me with it again today was a statement made by the minister deputy minister of reintegration, and they made the Ministry of Reintegration made the point today to make a special post about it on Telegram, and so that was what brought it to my attention again today and made me think about it. And the fact that I've seen 2 stories about it, makes me wonder even more. And of course, from the Ministry of Integration, it's more like a press release instead of a story, but it just sort of confirms what I heard a couple of weeks ago. But I have no information that people have already sent children, and I don't know. I personally wouldn't believe it. And the things that I've read are, if this is offered as a prize in a contest, yeah, please turn it down. I mean, come on. It would be crazy, I think. But you're right. In countries where they buy the Russian propaganda more than not, you could see it happening. I mean, I think that as unfortunate as it sounds, I think even in the United States, there are people who buy the Russian propaganda enough that they would think this was a wonderful thing to do for their children. That's unfortunate. I think that it's a possibility. And the Ministry of Reintegration is just saying we need to be aware of this and we need to make people aware of this. Now, how can we make people more aware of it? I don't know. If somebody is already so bought into Russian propaganda that they would think about taking Russia up on this offer to send their child to summer camp in Crimea, they're not going to buy anything with them. It's a really sucky fiction based to make regardless where in cat they know the truth. Read it. And that is weak. You know, feel excited because about that I have feeling question about.
David.
Yes,
well?
you're breaking up for me as well. Prince, you were breaking up a bit. It sounded like when you lose a bit of bandwidth.
Oh no, I apologize. I didn't know.
And now you're back. And now you're back.
Well, that's weird. Okay, well, I think I pretty much addressed what Tracy wanted to hear, and so we'll go on from there. And thank you.
Oh, and G-Man, I'd forgotten about you. How could I forget about you, G-Man?
It's quite understandable, actually. Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem at all. Yeah, I noticed there's something trending. And I'm sure it's not going to be news to anybody here. But we should get it trending a bit more. I have the question is, why can't Russia just give up Belgrade, Kursk, and Bryansk for peace? I don't know. It seems a reasonable question to me. I think we should all ask that question. Every last one of us. Maybe a few times a day. Because for the past year and a half, from certain quarters, we've heard nothing but from, as I say, certain quarters. So we'll just give it right back to them.
And I think Dan John has been messaging Claire and Mick exactly that question.
Yes. Ireland's chief tankies. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. This is the brilliance of the narrative, isn't it? Yeah, throw it back at them.
Absolutely, it's just wonderful. So, folks, please retweet this space, MriyaReport.org. Consider going on there and donating, as our friend David says, from your disposable income. And again, retweet the space. If you can't donate, publicize the hell out of this space. And Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, G-Man. So I've just been sent a tweet. So here's the thing: an unknown drone similar to the Mugin 5 Pro, I have no idea what that is, spotted in the area of Balishka, a town on the outskirts of Moscow. And the question is, what kind of UAV is it, and whom it belongs to is still unclear. Yeah. It looks very much like, for anyone who remembers the type of drone that went into the oil refinery last year, it looks a little bit like that. So that's a bit of good news, really. Yeah. What else do we have here? Nick, have you got anything topical?
Marine Le Pen earlier today declared that she thought that the referendum in Crimea, by which the people of Crimea chose allegedly to join Russia, was completely legitimate and should be respected. And your reminder that if there was a runoff tomorrow between Marine Le Pen and Emmanuel Macron, Marine Le Pen, according to the polls, would win. So apparently over 50% of French people would vote for the person who took campaign finance from Moscow and thinks Russia should own Crimea.
Out of interest,
They're
Yeah.
French.
Marianne.
Why are you surprised?
Yes.
Sorry, David.
Oh, no, he was right. This is they're French. But my question is Le Pen taller than Macron? Are they just voting for the tallest person? That's really what I'm saying.
I was about 3 places away from her in an airport security queue once, and I recall she's a sort of she's not an especially tall woman, but then Macron is not an especially tall guy. I have my wife has a very nice picture of her shaking hands with Macron when he came to her place of work, and my wife's about.
So we'll be able to find out whether she is taller.
Well, I presume that their heights are both recorded somewhere, but I don't think she has. She's suffering from small woman syndrome. Let's put it that way.
Oh no, my point was that the French were just voting for the tallest person.
Well, yes, except of course they typically do vote for the shortest. Although I read somewhere that apparently Napoleon
Chirac,
Bonaparte was about 5. Napoleon was about 5'7" and was actually above average for men at the time. So this thing of Napoleon being short is a great calumny. He was he'd be a short man today, but things have moved on a bit in 200 years. Chirac was a pretty big guy, wasn't he?
Yeah, de Gaulle and Chirac both were relatively tall.
Yeah. So Sarkozy's quite short. Hollande, I can't remember.
Quite short. That is the understatement of the evening, Nick.
Oh.
You get a pour le mérite for this.
Yeah, but I'm 6'4", Axel, so everyone's short pretty well.
Yeah, but then at least we're
and a bit of and a bit of useless information. Up until the 1990s, the standard male was 5'8" and 70 kilos
in Britain.
In what industry?
Yes.
No, standard male in the UK.
Really?
Yep.
That's quite short even then, I think, isn't it?
No, it was the standard male. It isn't now.
I remember reading a few years ago how the Dutch army had to buy like 300 or 400 new beds to accommodate recruits who were over 2 meters tall. There's a Dutch organization called the KLM, which is not the airline. It stands for Club Lange Mensen, and it's a club you can join if you're over, I think, like 1.90 meters for men, although that isn't remotely tall by Dutch standards, or like 1.85 meters for women. And it kind of campaigns for the rights of people who are very tall. And certainly when I was in the Netherlands, I had no trouble buying trousers or shoes in my size. But it's a land of giants. They drink a great deal of milk, and there must be something else going on. They are extremely tall, and they're like you can drive 100 kilometers south from Rotterdam or 50 kilometers south from Rotterdam to Antwerp, and people are 10 centimeters shorter. There really is something about the Netherlands that does that. Peter.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, what does Le Pen think Putin wants Crimea for? Is it going to be some like holiday resort, nature reserve? Or...
I think you may be rather overestimating the Le Pen is a Russian puppet. Therefore, she is going to say that. She is being paid to say that by Russia. No further analysis is required.
By the way, the verb think does not fit into that sentence anyway, Peter. She really is bereft of that.
No, I think she is. I mean, it's Crimea is the heart. I keep saying this. Crimea is the heart. The land strip to Crimea is the main artery from Russia, and break that lot and it's finished, because Putin's intentions were to move on down that and take Moldova and Odessa and that's his plans, and he's never going to achieve anything. And he's got to go. And I don't know what he thinks he's. Well, I'd love to know what they think they're going to actually achieve, because they're not going to take Ukraine. They're not going to. I don't know what they think that in their little heads, what they're actually going to achieve with this. I mean, it's just crazy.
One day at a time. One day at a time.
Yeah.
The trick is to keep breathing, as the song says. When you're in that kind of situation, every day you wake up and you're still president of Russia is a good day. You and I might not reckon in those terms, but we're not syphilitic dictators. So, well, I'm not anyway. Maybe you are, but we don't think in those terms. We don't, we are not privy. We are not privy to the world of the megalomaniac, and fortunately, but it's we will never be able to. We were not going to be able to walk a mile in the shoes of people like Vladimir Putin, and I think it's easiest just to not even bother.
I think even China have given up on him, haven't they?
I think we seem to be getting the impression that China has worked out which way the wind is blowing.
I think so as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I've forwarded an article to you guys to have a look at, and even Biden now is saying that Taiwan, they want to sort Taiwan out in an amicable and friendly way. So, and he's expecting things to return to normal very quickly, which brings in 2 points. One, they're making a big effort to put things back together with the USA and to start acting like big boys instead of silly kids. But it has two implications. One, it's going to isolate Russia, which is great, because instead of, we're Russia and here's our big mates, China, it won't happen. And on top of that, USA might be a little bit more inclined to send weapons, which they thought they might have needed if they were going to have a confrontation over Taiwan. So it might just take the pressure off the USA a little bit to be a little bit more generous with finally kicking Russia out. But
well, with regard to Taiwan and China, I would say to paraphrase one of my favorite movies, let's not start brushing each other's hair just yet. I think there may be a way to go yet. It's nice. It's nice if Xi is not supporting Putin, but China's long-term aims with regard to Taiwan are still pretty clear, and they can, they can, as we've seen with Russia, Russia can sign treaties saying we respect Ukraine's territorial integrity and then come back later at a more propitious moment. So mostly I want Taiwan to still be there this October because I'm going there. But so that's my purely selfish point of view on that. And then after that, of course, I want the people of Taiwan to be free, but I especially want them to be free until about the end of October.
Nick, I mean, the other thing is they've, I don't know if you saw this, I mean, it'd be worth buying. I have to pick up the name of the company again. They've developed a battery which will take a car 1,000 kilometers before it needs recharging. This is quite genuine, and they want to sell those batteries into the USA and into Europe for all these electric cars. 1,000 miles.
You mean they want to have strategic dominance over an incredibly important commodity market?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's just let's think about the sort of 72-hour cooling off period before we get sold that. G-Man.
Sorry, I'm going to step back down because I've completely forgotten what I was going to say.
I do recommend when you put your hand up, and I always forget, I do recommend having a piece of paper and a pen handy to just write down. You only need 1 or 2 words, and then you'll remember the rest. But I too have complete mental blanks within 30 seconds of putting my hand up. Do not worry about it, G-Man. Although I suspect you're younger than me, you sound younger than me. So, you know,
He is.
I mean, everyone here is younger than me, aren't they?
I know.
By a tad. Just by a tad.
Falling at the top.
I'm 1960.
Yes, sorry, I've got it.
Right. Yes.
Marine Le
Quick
Pen.
before it goes. Write it down.
Marine Le Pen. So I looked at a photograph of taken at the one of the head-to-heads with Macron, and she appeared to be taller than him, but she's wearing heels.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I think they just voted for height. They went, who's the
Yeah,
tallest?
I agree.
That's how they are.
Yep,
It's the French for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Heels, white flags, and height. Yep.
Iwana, come and settle this for us.
She's actually 2 centimeters shorter than the dwarf.
But she's got heels. That's all that counts.
Okay,
Well, I'm seeing suggestions that Macron is 173, which I think is 5 foot 9, 5 foot 10. It's not actually all that bad. Let's before we get too excited about this, let's have a look how tall Rishi Sunak is, or indeed Volodymyr Zelensky. So, you know,
Nick, you can be short but a giant. That
Indeed.
That fate has not settled upon Nan's boy.
Zelensky is apparently 170, which is 5 foot 8. That as you say, David, 30 years ago that was a standard height.
Yep, exactly.
Five foot 7.
Yep. Better nutrition has made changes around the world.
Well, you
think
could also just
Sunak
be Frisian, then you'd be tall.
I think Putin is also not so huge. We're looking. I've seen an estimate here of 168, 170 centimeters. So
he's a dwarf.
Yeah. Wow. You see, one man's dwarf. Yeah. Lavrov is pretty big, isn't he? He looks quite substantial.
I think it's just the head.
The head is so long, isn't it? You can imagine. 188. It says here 188. So that's 6 foot 1. Yeah, but yes, you're right. With the elongation of the head, you kind of project the rest of him on downwards from there. Whereas if someone's head is more rounded, then they tend to look a little bit short.
You could say everything goes downhill from there.
Certainly in the case of Lavrov.
Anyway, with that, Iwan has been very patiently holding a hand up. Iwana.
She was listening to the 3 old farts and just shaking her head.
You're so funny. Yeah, so initially I wanted to provide this information that Macron is 173, 5 feet 8, and Le Pen 171, 5 feet 7. Rishi Sunak and Zelensky 170, so just below 5 feet 7. Initially I was in a hurry, so I got the height of the father of Le Pen, 177, but then I corrected it. What I wanted to say also about the situation in France is that unfortunately with the réforme des retraites, the situation for Macron is not very good in France. I don't believe that Le Pen gained in popularity. Is just that Macron lost a lot of popularity lately. The situation in Paris was very, very difficult for several weeks with the strikes. I wanted to say grève. So yeah, I think that just Macron lost a lot of popularity. But well, we shall wait and see. It seems that it's getting a little bit better. And because I'm very I want to go to sleep. I just want to know your opinion on the last announcement about the NASAMS, because for me it seems really interesting.
Oh,
And I
I
want
forgot
to.
to mention that. We haven't mentioned it yet.
Yeah, exactly.
What's that?
So
Say it
don't,
again.
don't steal our. You can't be stealing our thunder yet. We haven't mentioned it, Warner. So 1 second, let me explain. It's the co-host prerogative, right? The United States has agreed to sell what, Ivana? I'm leading you in. Now you can say your bit.
Sorry, NASAMS and some other stuff. Let me get back to my copy of the thing. For a total amount of $285 million. So it's NASAMS, including Sentinel radar, fire distribution, launchers, communications, receivers, and additional equipment.
And
my
rockets.
question, yes, and my question was, is this Lend-Lease? And I'm done. Thank you and good night.
I have no idea whether it's Lend-Lease. I just know it's arriving, or they've agreed to sell it. So I don't know any more than that, I'm afraid. If it's Lend-Lease, that'll be good, because that'll be the first instance, isn't it? Axel, have they dipped into Lend-Lease so far? Lend-Lease,
Actually,
sorry?
that's the interesting part. They should have dipped into Lend-Lease with some of the maintenance effort recently, but nobody's reported it. Everything which we're seeing thus far with the packages is presidential drawdowns. But then that's fine, because there was a 45 billion budget, and he can draw and draw and draw. It's just a wonder why he's not drawing for more heavy-duty equipment like the F-16s and AMRAAMs and the likes more easily. But hey, who am I?
Yeah, if I may,
Yes.
this is presented as a sale. So this time it's not help, it's sale. So that's why I asked, is
Yeah,
it
but not all of
Lend-Lease
it
or
is a
something
sale.
else?
You're right, Joanna. You're absolutely right. But not all of it is a sale, and not all of it is donation. They're mixing it up, and they're not telling us, and that's fine. There may be good reasons for it.
We'll see. I mean,
What happened with
we
Nick,
need them to start.
David? What is it with this guy?
He's just dropped down again. I mean, it's like a yo-yo, isn't he? I mean, I was going to say, I mean, if he was in the Pacific Ocean, it would be something like a whale bouncing up and down on the internet cable. But he's in Spain, right? I mean, what's going to happen there? So a couple of sprats, or sardines. The sardines have attacked the internet cable.
If only Nick had sprats where he is.
Remember that poem, Jack Sprat? Gosh, things you remember as you get older. David, we'll go to you.
Hello, David, and thanks for hosting and for being here, everybody. Please retweet and share the space. This is Maria. Excuse me. This is MriyaReport.org. I haven't choked. I survived. I'm delighted to hear this new package. Thanks for sharing it, Iona and David. But mainly Iona. Sorry, Joanna. I wanted to ask, do we know if you could just give it a quick explainer for folks like me who don't have the most, well, in fact, any military education. What an ASAMS is, defensive, offensive. Are we going shooting? Do we now have to go into our little books and see into our little black book of wishful targets, or is it more a defensive array? I know it's from Norway. Some people call it North American. I would just love a little piece of information, and I'm too lazy to Google it right now.
It's a surface to air missile system. So the N, no, it isn't North American. The N, so it's like Norwegian Advanced Surface to Air Missile Service System. And then when it became a joint venture with the Americans, and so the Americans didn't want it to say Norwegian, so they called it National. But that's a bit kind of weak, but that's why it's called. That's what the N is for. So it's not. Yeah, it's not North American. I'm reminded. Are you familiar with the benevolent association called the Lions Club?
Yes, sir, I am.
So, when the Lions Club was started, it was an overtly American organization, and the Lions stands for loyalty, comma, integrity, comma, our nation's safety, and nation's safety is nation apostrophe S. So loyalty, integrity, and the safety of our nation, the United States. And then they went international, and it's now loyalty, integrity, our nation's S apostrophe safety, which must have been a terrific meeting when they decided to do that. But that's what the Lions Club, it really is. I mean, it's a wonderful logo and it's a wonderful organization, but it really is a horrific acronym. They, you know, they definitely came up with the name and the logo some time before they sat around trying to make words fit it.
What was the phrase for that? I may have heard you share the name for that recently on the space. Could you repeat it? I can't recall.
So did you not hear it? I said that loyalty, comma, integrity, comma, our nation's safety.
Forgive me. No, I mean the practice of retrospectively naming things.
Oh, there is the term backronym, which is where you start off with a word and then kind of turn it into. I prefer crapronym for a really, really bad one.
Ah, perfect. Thank you very much, Nick. Yep.
Scientists are particularly prone to this. You read about scientific programs, and they'll have a word for it with a name like sort of marshmallow or apricot, and then they'll make a 15-word title, and in order to make the word apricot, they'll take the letter O out of a word like or to, and it's just the most horrific. And yeah, there are some truly gobsmackingly awful examples of how basically we just extracted 7 letters that appeared in that order in a set of words because somebody decided it had to be called Project Apricot, and they weren't going to accept the fact that there was no actual, natural acronym for it. Do we know how? Do American military operations or Allied military operations still get assigned names like that? I know the British police have a random word generator for their operations so that they can be absolutely sure that it isn't accidentally giving anything away. I always thought Operation Overlord, the D-Day landings, was kind of a giveaway. I mean, Overlord is a pretty damn big thing to happen. They could have called it something like, Operation Sparrow or something, and that might have hidden the true nature of it from the Germans. But do you know that, David, where the British Army sort of, when it has an operation like that, do they still give it code names, or do you have to sort of spin the
they
dial?
go on exercise and pretty much everything. Although I mean, you could understand why the RMPs might do that, but I think there is a formula, a bit like when they come to naming of storms, right? And hurricanes, there's a formula. I don't know what it is. It never really got me. In my day, they had big names like Lionheart and Crusader, right, and things like that, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, to go with Chieftain the tank, and I never really paid much attention. It was just like, oh right, okay. So this is the name they've given it. Lionheart was quite interesting. Biggest it was until recently. In fact, soon. Until recently, I think they go back to break it, but it was the biggest ever NATO exercise, and numbers of people since, in actual fact, Second World War or something like that. But yes, no, I have no idea about the naming conventions. But I'm pretty certain that there is a naming convention.
somebody told me that the NATO names for Soviet Russian equipment are made up by the analyst who kind of first spots them, within the limit that if it's a fighter aircraft, it has to start with F, and various, and if it's a helicopter, it has to start with H, which is why some of the names are
Hind.
yeah, and Havoc, but some of the names are sort of, you know, relatively, you can imagine even the Russians choosing them, you know, like Firefox, and then some of them are somewhat derogatory, and there doesn't seem to be any great logic to whether something ends up with a derogatory name or a sort of quite a cool one, really.
But yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, you could have had a helicopter called Hanky.
Hmm.
I mean, I mean, what's all that about?
Yeah, and there's a fighter aircraft called Flogger, I think, but there's also Fulcrum. And you know, if I'm flying a Russian aircraft and NATO is calling it Fulcrum, that's a pretty scientific piece of, you know, I don't feel insulted.
No,
I feel respected when you call
Fulcrum's
my
an evil empire.
yeah.
Right? If you read it in the books,
Hmm.
right? Yeah.
But I wonder, you know, this is the kind of thing where psychologists will go out and do a ludicrous study demonstrating that people are less, you know, that Western air forces are better or less good at shooting down the ones that have silly names. There was a completely ludicrous study a few years ago where the claim was made that hurricanes, so you know that the weather phenomena, whether they're hurricanes or etc., and they tend to get alternating male and female names. And somebody produced a study that purported to show that the female named storms did more damage. And the alleged reason for this was that because everyone in the world is terribly sexist, people heard about Hurricane Doris as opposed to Hurricane Derek and said, "Ha, it's called Doris. I don't need to evacuate." I mean, this was just, the whole study was completely ludicrous, and you know.
Was it a Frenchman who came
It
up
was
with that
an
study?
American study, and it was published in the prestigious Proceedings of the National Academies of Science, which is one of the top journals, although those of us who read a lot of scientific journals tend to call it by its acronym, which is PNAS.
Yes,
And so, but the skeptical, there's an excellent statistician from Columbia called Andrew Gelman, who takes a very hard-nosed look at bad science, and he referred to this as the Hurricanes and Himicanes paper, and it was just dreadful. It was just appalling. But it's an example of how, you know, if you write a good story, you can then find the data to fit it. It was just, yeah. Anyway, so I can imagine the situation where people will say, you know, "Oh, we'd better not give. You know, should we give the Russian equipment more respectful names, or should we continue to give them, you know, rather derogatory ones? And which will make our pilots feel more, you know?" On the one hand, you have the morale boost. I'm up against an aircraft called, I don't know, Flogger or Fart Pants or something. On the other hand, maybe this would lull you into a full sense of security, whereas Firefox or Fulcrum make you think, "Ha, I am probably up against an opponent that I should take seriously." This is the kind of thing that psychologists, well, when they're short of a paper, they'll come up with an idea like that. In fact, if they're
is short of a paper a euphemism for being a couple of brain cells short? Is that?
No, it's not a euphemism at all.
I do appreciate it.
No, but you know,
I was just joking, Nick.
Short of ideas, but yes, indeed, there are. Yes, it is actually. You could say of someone, he's a few papers short of tenure. Yeah. Yeah, I shall file that one away. Actually, next time I need to be derogatory about an academic, I'll say he's yeah.
And you're going to say to Nick, "Are you short of your tenure?"
A couple of papers short of tenure. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, they got rid of it in Florida, so you know that will forever be an insult. but without meaning. So
do you
anyway.
use?
But then we hear out you're moving to somewhere else. We're going to Massachusetts where they got tenure, Nick.
Yeah, if my husband can find a position in Massachusetts, then perhaps. So we'll have to wait and see.
He's not a kept man.
You know, well, yes, but there's still conditions. You know, part of that being kept means he has to find a position that will keep me within, you know, the style of living to which I've become accustomed. So
Yeah, this is a phenomena. This is a phenomenon known in the academic world as the two-body problem. Is it not?
it definitely is a two-body.
Yeah.
Well, no, actually, no. He's not an academic himself, but it is a
Okay.
two-body problem of a different kind.
Yeah. But when you have a couple of academics and you really want to hire one of them, and then they come as a package deal, and you've then got to find some way to fit the other one into a, you know, and they're a professor of, I don't know, obstetrics, and you don't have a medical school or something, it can get quite. But it's known generically in academic recruitment circles as the two-body problem, by analogy with the three-body problem, which is a surprisingly complex bit of physics, given that there's only three items involved, but can involve an awful lot of computation. Abdullah, come and save us.
I was going to one before Abdullah, before you come in. So Nick, what's the many belly problem?
The
many belly problem.
I don't know that one. It says, is it sort of having a lot of kids to feed? The many belly.
Sorry. Anyway, anyway, I'm losing it. I'm losing the plot. I've been on here for too long. Abdullah, it's over to you.
Yes, I do not want to disrupt the conversation, but speaking of our good friends in China, breaking news. Yeah, China, has targeted critical infrastructure in Guam. Thank you very much.
And we finished right on time. It was like you were going, and I just waited. I was going to say, I'm going to say Guam at exactly the same time. And
I presume that's Chinese hackers and not Chinese ordnance.
I hope so.
On which sad topic, there are air raid alerts in 11 of the, well, there are 13, but 2 of them are Crimea and Luhansk, 11 oblasts of Ukraine right now, one across the northern section of the country and one across the southern section with a gap between the two. I don't have much more information about what may or may not be incoming in those areas, but yeah, so more air raids, including Kyiv and Kyiv City.
Yeah, Dr. Brown, I was going to say, I know you're going to Taiwan soon. Yeah, this might be a test run, what the Chinese are doing now on Guam. For Taiwan, that's the report. That's what the report says. That's what the report from Reuters are saying.
Well, yeah, I mean, I suspect the Taiwanese have got their critical infrastructure pretty well protected. But as I say, if all of this can just wait until November, then I will have only a normal level of interest in protecting Taiwan's freedom, as opposed to the heightened level of interest that I have seeing as I'm passing through there. Although the flight there, I do actually have to change in. Is it Shanghai or Beijing? I can't even remember. I'm always quite.
But Shanghai or Beijing?
Where I have to change my flight.
When you're going to
Taipei.
Oh, well, why are you even going to any of them? Why are you even going to any of them? Why aren't you going to Hong Kong?
That's exactly right, Dr. Brown. I want to recommend it. You're very famous now. The Chinese are known to arrest famous Westerners for bargaining tips.
What are you going via? You going via Air France? Are you?
Lufthansa.
Yeah,
okay.
Take Emirates.
We're going to Taiwan, Korea, and Japan, and we're coming back from Japan on Qatar Airways. But we've got a tour of Qatar and Japan booked, and seeing as it's a long way, and the flights are expensive, and the jet lag is a certain amount of investment. We thought we'd tack on a couple of days in Taiwan first. So my first visit to those countries. I went to Hong Kong and PRC in 1987.
It's very different now, Nick.
When PRC was a very, very different place, and I haven't been there since. I remember at the time being told you weren't allowed to own a dog. It was quite the place. I was staying at the guest house of the Beijing Machine Tool Research Institute, and when we went to eat lunch, I'd learned how to eat with chopsticks when I was in Hong Kong, and people were very impressed with the Western guy who could eat with chopsticks. And the only other Westerners who were there were two Albanian engineers. If you remember, in the 1980s, Albania was kind of China's only friend in the West, and they were eating with spoons and forks. But I got some approving looks from the staff of the Beijing, who were delightful, and the food was very good actually. I was quite impressed with communist canteen food in 1987. It was actually better than the food at the so-called Friendship Hotel, where I'd stayed a night in Beijing. So when I got back to Beijing, I had a couple of days, and I worked for a company which had a very generous expenses policy, and so I checked myself into the Shangri-La, which was one of only 2 Western hotels in Beijing at the time. It was the kind of hotel where when you get in the elevator, there's a carpet on the floor that says, "Hello, today is Thursday," and they change the carpet every day. That was pretty good. That was pretty luxurious. But yeah, one of only 2 hotels. And all of our local staff invited themselves to dinner on my account while I was there. But it was a great time. It was a really, really great and yeah, to have been. I consider myself quite privileged to have had the chance to go to China before Tiananmen. You know, it was after the Cultural Revolution, but nonetheless, it was still very poor, and it was very interesting. And some of the people I worked with in the 2.5 days I was there were very, very good indeed. Very, very good engineers indeed. It was an unforgettable 2 or 3 days in my life after the trip to Hong Kong.
Yeah, I mean, it was before and after, Nick. Beijing, I remember Beijing in the days when it was all the bicycles. And literally thousands, and the city was silent. And then all of a sudden, just before the 2008 games, in fact, just after the 2008 games, it just changed like a flick of the switch. Gone were those days.
I hooked up while I was there with an American from Chicago of Chinese descent, and he spoke Cantonese, and so he had explained to me that that Cantonese and Mandarin are pretty much mutually unintelligible, but they have the same writing system. And so we were going everywhere by taxi, and he was writing everything down, and the taxi driver was giving him a thumbs up, but they didn't actually have a word in common when they spoke. Was what he was telling me anyway. It was absolutely fascinating, and we met. I also remember I met 2 women from Los Angeles who were business partners, and they had a wedding dress business, and they told me that they were there to look at getting their wedding dresses manufactured in China. And in 1987, this was like the most incredibly, it was like, what? Why? How? That won't work. Who would ever get anything manufactured in China? Yeah, that was 35 years ago. Amazing.
If you'd only seen the embroidery then, hey, it was very good. Anyway, I'm going to change the subject a little bit. I'm looking at a message. Thank you very much from Nafo Troll for sending it to me. There is it's a tweet. There is the Muscovites report smoke and smell of burning plastic near the Defense Ministry building on the Fruzenskaya embankment, on the embankment. There we are, not the embankment in London. And there is a video, and there is a lot of smoke around it. So wonderfully, Moscow is burning again. I was trying to bring Prince up at that time.
G-Man had his hand up, but it seems to have dropped. I shouldn't. Okay, put your hand up again. I shouldn't really say that because sometimes I put my hand up when I'm a speaker. I put my hand up, I change my mind, I put it down, and the co-host comes to me and says, "Nick, you had your hand up," and I go, "Yeah, no, but there should be a way to kind of have a negative hand up." So to sort of indicate, I didn't just, it isn't an error. I definitely don't have anything to say right now. G-Man and then Prince.
Well, it's because David changed the subject, but you were reminiscing on China. And, I mean, I've been to China a lot, and although the last trip was more than 10 years ago, but over the previous 10 years, a lot. And I remember standing in a queue from Hong Kong going into Shenzhen, which is basically most of the time when I was in China, I was in Shenzhen. And there was some Canadians in front of me or with me in the queue, and they were all standing there with like their two passports, which I think, what, why? Anyway, but and they were equestrian. They were in an equestrian business. So it was anyway, not quite sure why that brought them there, but obviously they were they had business. But in the Sambina plant that I would have I spent a lot of time in, there was a lot of folk that worked in the factory, but were Hong Kong or from, and so they spoke Cantonese, but there's a lot of movement. There was a lot of people worked there, but were native from thousands of miles away in China, and so Mandarin was the language they spoke. And so basically, they couldn't speak to each other, so they spoke in English. They learned English rather than learning either Cantonese or Mandarin, which I thought was interesting. But yeah, sadly, Hong Kong's not the city it used to be. It was once my absolute favorite place to be. When I was in Shenzhen, I was usually there for 2 to 3 weeks. I would have been weekends across the border into a tour of just on the metro, would just see round Hong Kong, and stayed there a few times as well at the weekend. So beautiful city. Sadly, not the same. I think what I put my hand up originally was you're flying. You said you're flying to Beijing. Don't you mean Peking?
We're flying to Shanghai, so.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay. All right.
I don't get in. I try not to get into sort of semantic games about what cities are called, because there are good friends of Ukraine who say Kiev, and I'm not going to go and start correcting them on that. So
I think we should. The Ukrainians want it to be called Kyiv, right? And I would suggest that it would just be it's rude to carry on calling it Kiev when the Ukrainians keep on saying we want it.
It would be
Kyiv.
nice, yeah, it would be nice, but there are other habits that people, I know people who use the term handicapped when they should say disabled, and it's in theory they should say disabled, but they're, I don't go around correcting them and telling them that they should say. So it's just a personal choice. I say Kyiv, but I don't know if it's Beijing or Peking, because both of those are westernizations of, I'm sure it isn't pronounced like either of those in Chinese. So I really don't worry about it too much.
Yeah, I'll ask the wife. She's
Prince.
a Beijinger. Yes, Prince.
Well, the first thing I wanted to say was just a joke. It's like, somebody married you, David? Anyway.
I didn't say happily.
Okay. Anyway. First of all, actually, I just came up to say the what is happening in Ukraine with the air alerts right now appears to be only drones at this point. It does seem to be a large number of them. And then I decided to update my computer, and I haven't been following, but everything that I had seen when Nick brought it up was drone activity. So a bunch of shaheeds going everywhere, and yeah, that's that. And the last thing I wanted to add before I go back to my chores is, Dr. Nick, I think you need to keep in mind that it's not necessarily the lifestyle that you have become accustomed to. It's the lifestyle that Edgar has become accustomed to. And keeping Edgar in that lifestyle is the most important part of any move. So, any hugs and love to Edgar, and I'm sure I'll talk to you later. But I really got to go feed the birds and do some more chores before I co-host in a few hours. So thank you.
Actually, Prince, that's a very good point.
Mic check.
Oh, I say we're not going to be one of those people that move and abandon the pig because we're moving. So no place without Edgar.
Mic check again. My Apple has been very unreliable recently, so when it goes quiet, the first thing I do is press my mic button and check it's still working.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yep, we can hear you. Everything's good.
So
Nick, can you hear people saying they can hear you?
I can hear them saying they can hear me, but can
There
you
we-
hear me saying that I can hear them say they can hear me?
No, I've no idea. What's Nick saying, Nick?
I don't know. I've been out most of the day. Am I right? Do I understand correctly that the Belgorod incursion has been brought to a voluntary halt to sort of out of sympathy for to allow the Benny Hill music to be reloaded in Russia? Has it been confirmed that it was just a raid to demonstrate that they could? Or do we have any confirmation of that?
Oh dear. Right. So you're gonna have to say it again, Nick. I was busy. I was replying to a message at the time.
Okay. No, I saw a suggestion that the incursors of Belgorod are back on the Ukrainian side of the border. Just basically to demonstrate that they can come and go as they please. Although I see here a suggestion that T-90s may be moving towards Belgorod to presumably dissuade people, unless Russia's planning to launch another offensive across there. I suspect that on the Ukrainian side it is fortified up the wazoo, as I believe the expression is. Yeah, it would be pretty cool if the Russians are having to divert T-90s to protect against Russian troop advances.
Yeah,
But
Dr. Brown, the only thing that we can confirm from Belgorod is that General Lapin was directing traffic. I don't know if you've seen that video.
I saw a tweet that said General Lapin is in the area, and then I saw a man in a uniform directing traffic. It didn't occur to me that that might be the general himself. I kind of would have hoped that the average Russian general would have some kind of, lieutenant colonel or someone who he could give traffic duties to.
I think he was holding the cell phone making the video.
Sorry, dude?
I think the junior officer held the cell phone to make the video for the general officer.
Ah, yes, because of course you need your camera crew, do you not? Yeah. But yeah, maybe we could get it. Maybe someone can make a version of that where he's holding like a lollipop, like a school crossing warden.
So apparently, sorry, I'm interrupted here. I'm just that apparently Elon was on a Twitter space just now with DeSantis. 700,000 people. Apparently, it's crashing Twitter. There you are. I suspect that 700,000 is probably made up of 699,000 bots and just a couple of his invited friends to make it sound like he's good. Just throwing it out there, Elon, press the button.
That's how you know he's stuck for a bob, you see. He's got to go try and make money with Elon, who's also stuck for a bob.
And you know who is moderating, David?
No, who?
Yeah, the Vatnik, the Russian supporter, Sachs.
Yeah. Anyway, right. So 1 second. So I'm. They've got a couple of people who've Peter. Let's just add you, right? And then I've heard my phone was just beeping at me. Oh right, look at the time. So maybe this is my phone was beeping at me for a reason. Let's see what it's saying. I'm just talking to myself. I'm whittering away, and that's it. I'm afraid you've probably got the God, you've had the worst of me today. You just wait to see how bad it gets when you get the best of me. Right, Nick, over to you. I will let you do that, and I'm going to go silent for a moment while I try and work out what's happening.
Alrighty, Janet, go ahead, please.
Hey, I just wanted to highlight to people if they hadn't seen it so far is that I know we were talking earlier, someone mentioned that there was a drone spotted over Moscow, but now there's at least 3 fires, and one of the buildings that seems to have a fire is the Ministry of Defense.
Oh, that's interesting. I'd seen a tweet about the Ministry of Defense and some smoke, and then I'd heard people talking about a drone, and because about 10 minutes elapsed between the two, the rather dim bulb that fizzles over my head occasionally as an excuse for brain activity had failed to make the connection. But it would be, it would be quite funny. When I saw a very, very, very brief video of the Ministry of Defense building with allegedly smoke near it, and I must say it didn't look terribly bad. It looked a bit like the smoke that we saw this morning near the Kerch Bridge, which was apparently a smoke screen. It was rather white and cloudy. And actually, if you told me that somebody had just put it on top of a picture of the ministry building, but you're telling us, Janet, there are three buildings on fire?
Well, that's what I'm seeing one Twitter reporter say, that there's 3 fires, and one of them looks really substantial, which seems to be in an area called Odintsovo, near the Akos market. And that's a very, very large fire. And some of the pictures of the Ministry of Defense one, there's not clear pictures of, whether it's fire or smoke or whatever, but they're apparently, according to several or even a couple of people, that there's at least 3 fires, but there's lots of posts now appearing, so we might just see, and people are sort of then posting the question, is it something to do with that drone? But obviously without any kind of
well, I can give some
oh, wow.
information about the drone. Apparently the drone isn't a drone, it's a Cessna plane.
Oh.
Right, it just looks like a drone perspective, I guess. But it does look very much like a drone, but there are people who are adamant it's a Cessna plane. So who knows? Maybe someone was just dropping out petrol bombs out of the Cessna.
I'm looking at a video, and it very clearly has a double fuselage, double tailplane like the Bayraktar does. Does Cessna make a plane like that?
As I said, there are people who are adamant. I will send you the link. But with this, I'm going. So it is the amazing David Farrell is going to take over from me. So I'd like to say thank him very much. I would also apologise because guess what? Right, I was eating into your airtime. I'm sorry, David. I just lost track of time in my dotage. There we are. So to everyone, thank you very much. Good night. Nostar to you all. And I'll be speaking to you tomorrow. Take care. Have a good one, David.
Okay, I've just found a large fire in Odintsovo near Moscow at the Akos construction market, which I guess is like a Home Depot type store. Those kind of places contain a lot of flammable stuff usually, so and it's not clear why anyone would treat that as a military target. So this could just be your sort of standard problem of shoddy Russian workmanship and an electrical fire or something. Not everything that catches fire in Russia is sabotage or enemy action, but the defense ministry probably ought to not catch fire. You would hope that your defense ministry would stay, relatively intact throughout the duration of a special military operation. There are some quite impressive pictures.
Do they allow smoking in government buildings? Would there be smoking in those offices, or no, not today, or not in this day and age?
It's interesting. Has Russia got the same anti-smoking legislation? I know people who've been one or two countries in Eastern Europe have a way to go to catch up with Western European countries on those, but I think there may actually be a smoking ban indoors in Russia. I'm not sure, but I think they may not be quite as behind on that as they are on some other issues. If anybody knows,
I think they did recently do that. I'm pretty sure. I'll look into it, but I think I remember hearing about that.
Yeah, I think I read about
recently.
that. I mean, I know someone who went to Belgrade not so long ago and told me that he thought that smoking had been made mandatory in Serbia. Apparently, there's no great rush to ban it there. Yeah, Russia isn't. Russia has something resembling a public health policy. I mean, it doesn't work very well, but they are sort of officially, not in favor of replacing water with vodka. Although my daughter made 2 visits to Russia as part of her studies, and the first time she came back, she said they sell a product called alcoholic milk, and apparently you can buy milk with alcohol in it in Russia.
Is it?
And that.
Curdle?
Pardon?
If the milk doesn't curdle, is it still milk?
You would have thought, wouldn't you? But maybe it's kind of buttermilk, something. Maybe it's already sour. I don't know. And apparently, any drink with less than 10% alcohol in it in Russia is not regulated at all. You can just pick it up and give it to a kid, and there's no tax, there's no age limit. So you can.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, like there'd be like teenagers walking around with like a Baltica. That's like their sort of. It's honestly it's their best beer. They've got multiple. They're numbered, the Balticas. I think 4 is the porter, or is it 6? I don't remember, but it's actually a pretty good beer. But yeah, like you see teenagers walking around with a Baltica or whatever, like all the time, very frequently. So yeah, totally true.
Yeah, Dr. Nick, is it fair to say my father, he told me that there are a lot of rules in place, but it's not really heavily enforced. So you will see people smoking, indoors and all that in government buildings.
Yeah, I know that it was that way a lot, like a while ago. I think that they started the ban fairly recently. Um, it's, I haven't been there in about 10 years or so. So it's, you know, it's been, I'm sorry, since then or so, I think. But yeah, I mean, it used to be that you could. Um,
I found an excellent website called tobaccocontrollaws.org, which is one of those wonderful domain names that tells you exactly what it does, and says there is a comprehensive ban on smoking in indoor workplaces, indoor public places, and public transport. The only exception is for long-distance passenger ships. Sub-national jurisdictions may enact more stringent laws than the national legislation. And actually, if I read through this, 2013. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess
Federal
it was
law.
right about. Yeah, I had a feeling
Yeah.
it was right about then because I had heard. I thought that I remembered it was gonna happen soon after, like they were talking about it around that time. So that's why I was like, it had to be around. But yeah, so make David, you had your hand up. Why?
I was just going to say, would I give too much away if I said I remember being on a specific train carriage in Europe where they served you a little cup of tea or a little cup of coffee or hot chocolate, a croissant, and you could decide to take it to the smoking carriage and have a cigarette with your breakfast. Some people consider that civilization, others have a different view. We don't promote that kind of thing here. We promote Atacam's brand cigarettes. Please retweet and share the space. This is MriyaReport.org. The time is 6:36 East Coast time. What time is it where you are, Mr. Abdullah, please? And then Mr. Nick.
Oh, so sorry, I'm eating. I'm in Scotland at the moment. 11:36.
Excellent, thank you, Mr. Nick. What time?
Where did you say you were, Abdullah?
In Edinburgh.
Edinburgh. Okay, so UK 11:36. Here in Spain, it is midnight and 36 minutes. So it's 01:36 in Kyiv. David, you're in Eastern time, right? 7:36 p.m.
6:36.
And yeah, and it's 6:36. Yes, sorry, I've got to take 6 hours off my time, not off Kyiv time. And 3:36 in the afternoon on the west coast of the United States. And I've forgotten what the gap is. I think it's 11:37 in the morning in Auckland, New Zealand. Let's have a look at the air raid map. Oh, so the air raid map is now red all the way over to the Polish border.
That's dreadful.
Pretty much the whole of the western half of Ukraine is now on air raid alert, but I don't know if we have any reports of impacts or of particular areas where Ukrainian air defense is working. So our thoughts are with everybody trying to get some sleep in Ukraine tonight. This map is a very useful resource if you want to keep up with the air raid alerts. The website is alerts.in.ua, and you can leave a browser tab open, and it's quite nice. It updates every 15 seconds, and you can look at the title of the tab, and it always shows the number in parentheses, the number of oblasts that are currently subject to an air raid alert, and that number is always at least 2, because Crimea and Luhansk, which are essentially under complete Russian occupation, are always marked red because Russian violence can break out there at any time. But if that number goes above 2, it means there are active air raid warnings in at least one other oblast that is held by Ukraine. But it's around about this time each day that the numbers start to build up. I don't think the Russians attack in daylight very much. I have Mockers tells me there is a Shahed drone attack in progress. UAVs have arrived in Lviv, Khmelnytsky, Vinnytsia, and Mykolaievsk.
Lviv in the west, right? As said.
Lviv, yep, Lviv is right. Is as far it's 40k, 50k from the Polish border. shithead drones, as I like to call them, when I have 10p to put in when I have 10 pence to put in the swear jar.
Could you help me and elevate our friend Abdullah in Scotland? The button isn't working for me.
He's on the speaker panel for me. Oh, did he just go away again?
I think yes. How about
I'm not seeing a request from him, so we're going to have to send him an invite. And I don't know his Twitter handle off the top of my head. Do you know his Twitter handle, David?
I do, but
otherwise, Abdullah,
Hold
send
on.
me.
It is
Send me a DM.
at ABDU2. Oh, hold on. ABDU28941010.
Yeah, that's why that's ABDU 2904.
No, 289. 41010.
2894110. Oh yeah, okay, good.
It's great teamwork, guys.
So
Thank you, Dr. Nick.
Yep.
In the meantime, did you guys see that Kuleba met with African Union leaders in Ethiopia today? And apparently he spoke with them about, about Ukraine, obviously, and Russia's war in Ukraine and all of that, and the the detrimental effects of Wagner on the African continent, and obviously about putting an end to Russian aggression based in UN Charter and focusing on the Ukrainian peace formula. Excuse me, I'm sorry. And he also talked about the UN and Turkey deal regarding the grain exports and all of that. And yeah. Go ahead. Did somebody call me?
Saying, Mr.
No, my mic was hot. Yeah. I was on the screen inviting Abdullah, and it takes a while to get back to the microphone to be able to turn it
No worries.
off.
Okay. Yeah.
Excuse me. Carry on. I was trying not to cough on the mic.
Oh, okay, no problem. And so he was talking to them about the grain deal that the UN and Turkey had brokered, and so he was saying that that Russia's war has, sort of impacted, obviously, the grain exports. And even though there's this UN Turkey deal, because as we know, Russia, sort of holds off because it has to be renewed every 3 months. I guess this is what they're, referring to. And so Kuleba called on the African nations to denounce Russia's efforts to destabilize global food security. And he also emphasized that Russia should not be using food as a weapon. And he asked the African Union to clearly declare to Russia the inadmissibility of its destructive policy. So that's what was going on today with the foreign minister when he was meeting with the African Union. So I just thought I would throw that out there that was going on today. So yeah.
Yeah, that Dmytro Kuleba, wait, I've been waiting for you to finish because I was going to say, for people who don't know, Kuleba is the foreign minister, and you've just said it. So yeah, Dmytro Kuleba, the Ukrainian foreign minister, going around and telling the various African leaders what's what and attempting to counter. I mean, the West has a lot of work to do in Africa. We took our eye off the ball, and China moved in. And now the Africans are waking up to the fact that the Chinese want the bill paying. We let Wagner in. because for some governments, Wagner was an attractive alternative to Boko Haram, and yeah, we need to up our game there. We really need to up our game there, and it shouldn't just be Ukraine having to do that. I'm sure people are preparing initiatives in that area. I'm sure we will get around to that. But we did rather take our eye off the ball in Africa. So I didn't see the order, I'm afraid. If any of the people with their hands up know who was first, otherwise I'm going to go in alphabetical order and say CND fella.
Canadian.
Hello. Yes, how's it going? It's 19:45 hour here in Halifax, Nova Scotia. So, don't want to change the subject, but just an update, just to let you guys know. You were talking about Space Karen and his shit show and with Meatball Ron and some Vatnik that was hosting it. Just let you know there is an update. Ron DeSantis presidential run announcement on Twitter crashes in utterly humiliating fashion as a Twitter space they were using becomes suddenly temporarily unavailable to listeners. Twitter users repeatedly kicked out by glitches. Discussion itself is full of awkward pauses and strange noises and unintelligible remarks. Commentators are already calling it the most disastrous and botched presidential announcement in history. So
of course, none of those particular deficiencies you've mentioned could ever possibly happen at MriyaReport.
Well, you don't run the whole shebang, right?
I'm right
it's anyways, that's it. Very good. Yeah, the whole Africa tour thing, I think that is fantastic. I completely agree. The Western world has dropped the ball in Africa. I have a lot of African friends here from the diaspora, and they are changing their minds. They definitely used to be very pro-China, and always the argument that China is investing and then China's building schools, and same kind of argument that the Vatniks used to have with Afghanistan. So we're building schools, we're building hospitals, right? But they're realizing that right, there is a very, very steep price to pay. And earlier on, it was an amazing discussion. I can't remember who started it about the Russian economy and basically the status of it and how they're going to have to pay the piper also. So things are all well, but I just wanted to give you guys a quick chuckle here with this update that Space Karen has really, really shit the bed here.
Oh, thank you. I just had an alert listener inform me. Oh, it was Tracy. Come up and tell us what you just DM'd me. Apologies, Scribe, because you were alphabetically next, but I just realized I was going to read out the DM that Tracy sent me, and Tracy is here. So Tracy, go on, please.
There are explosions at Zhankoi in Crimea. Whether it's air defense or not, I don't know. That's all they're saying at the moment. There's reports of explosions at Zhankoi, which is where the airport is it not?
The name rings a bell, but after a while, these names do tend to blend into one. Do we have somebody here who can tell us what, David? What's Zhankoi?
Just give us the spelling if you could in the Roman alphabet. Google.
DZHANKOY. We have had discussions about that place name.
It is where the airport is.
Well, an airport or the main airport, or
I believe it's in one of the military airports.
Okay.
North
well, good.
Crimea, right up at the neck. Is that right, Zhankoi?
I think Dr. Brown, it's an Air Force base, if I'm right, if I'm correct.
Sound of furious typing on my keyboard. I've just been passed a message. I mean, we could probably have, spaces are because of courtesy of. So was this space Musk and DeSantis, or anyway, courtesy of that?
Yes.
So apparently, spaces are the whole kind of spaces system is a bit wobbly at the moment. People are having trouble getting in. Getting into spaces at all. So somebody needs to recruit a few more hamsters to turn the little wheels that make the servers run. I guess that means that a crash may be slightly more likely. Sometimes we get wobbles in advance of a crash on the host phone. Sometimes we don't. Yesterday, I think we had an out of the blue spontaneous crash, but I guess our equivalent of a crash alert will probably be, we'd be at CrashCon. I suspect we've probably gone from 5 to 4 as a result of that. So if the space goes down, I think you all know the drill. But if you are listening and you are not following the MriyaReport host account, that is the best way to ensure that you never have trouble finding the space. So if you don't do that, click on the top left icon, the MriyaReport host account, give it a follow, and then whenever you are in Twitter, whether it's on the web app or the Windows app or your phone app, when you're on the home screen, the spaces that people who you follow are in will scroll across there. And because you follow the MriyaReport account, that will always be first or second, at the absolute worst, usually first, of the spaces that you see. And so if we crash, we restart very quickly, and you will be able to find the new incarnation of the space through that MriyaReport host account. And in addition, if you follow it, you will find all kinds of interesting stuff that account tweets out from time to time. David, and then we'll go to Scribe.
Oh no, that was it. I was going to say we should go to the hands. That's it. Thanks. Appreciate it.
All right. Tracy, do you have a quick follow-up on the Zhankoi thing, or?
No, it was just something different.
All right. Scribe, come back to stay there, Tracy. Put your hand back up, and we'll come back to you. Scribe, you are next.
I just want to really quickly say some of the Shahed drones that were flying, they were flying along the Belarusian border earlier. That's one of the reports I saw, trying to see if any of Ukraine anti-air defense may shoot up and fall into Belarus.
Yeah, these things are sufficiently cheap, I think, that you can use them as decoys and lures, unfortunately. Thanks, Scribe. There's Goldman, and then Tracy, if you want to, put your hand back up. Because it goes down as soon as you hit, your hand goes down as soon as you hit the microphone. So this happens to me all the time. I've got my hand up, I interrupt with something, and the punishment for interrupting is that your hand goes down. Skolman.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You're loud and clear.
Okay, because I couldn't hear who was talking last. I don't want to start a rumble here, but I cut Elon Musk some slack in relation to Ukraine. I mean, when they were being invaded, other than Boris Johnson, he was the most. Some guy tweeted him, and he turned. He didn't go to a board meeting to provide connectivity. He didn't do a risk assessment. He just made it happen. So I don't get the hate for Elon from kind of the NAFO crowd. He says a lot of things I don't like, but boy, he built a lot of equity with me in the first days of the war, when other than Boris Johnson, I don't think anybody did more to save Ukraine than him.
The donation of the Starlinks was certainly a big thing. On the other hand, we have seen him occasionally echoing some very Russian talking points. So for the jury is out. I think as long as he maintains.
But
I'm
again,
euphemized.
I don't want to cause a rumble. Reasonable people can come to some of the conclusions without being. You're repeating that you are worried about a nuclear war. I don't agree with it, but reasonable people can come to that conclusion independent of Putin, right? So, the fact that he comes to a conclusion that's similar in word pattern, I don't know that Kiev actually survives without that connectivity, right? I really don't know that Kiev survives the initial onslaught without that connectivity. So he gets he built a lot of equity with me in this world, right? So I'm just putting it out there, and I don't get the hate because when everybody else had their thumb up their butts, other than Boris Johnson, he acted, and I take actions. Actions are more important than words, and he acted. He didn't have a board meeting. He didn't have a risk assessment. He didn't ponder. He just acted, and that's worth something. I don't know. Just putting it out there.
I think.
Yeah, I think we can say there isn't any Musk. The problem with Musk is that every week, every day, there's some other new kind of drama coming out. I think it was 26th of February or something. It was very quick, 26th, 27th of February that Musk activated Starlink. And this was, of course, well before he took over Twitter. And I think he's a complicated person. I think he has terrible PR, and I think he has terrible PR advisors, or probably he doesn't have any PR advisors for the moment. I think also he likes to try to be all things to all people. And
I agree with everything you said. But that
yeah.
one action at the beginning of the war, I believe, helped Ukraine immensely.
And it's still ongoing, is it not? So yes, but
we're talking about facilitating billions of connections probably by now, billions.
Yeah. But then again, at one point they weren't able to use it for some purposes and not for others. So it's all.
Well, but you don't know that. You don't know that because I follow Sarah when she was at the front line, and she made it a point to say after they'd announced that everything was working. You know what I mean? So you can't necessarily just like when Biden says something. Sometimes you got to recognize this is a guy with a kid and a wife. He doesn't have a board of directors to hide behind his decisions. I mean, if I were him, I would worry about my wife and kids being the victim of some Vatnik that wants to take. So I'm not convinced that anything actually happened, frankly. Really, you know what I'm saying, that he just turned off service over Russian territory, right? I think that's what he did. So I don't want to cause it. I'm just saying, I don't know that we are where we are without Elon Musk in Ukraine. I think we're in a significantly different position if Kiev had actually fallen, right? So.
No, it's good. See, CND fella is not around to continue that discussion.
Hey Nick, can I please interject real fast before I go down?
Yeah. Yep.
There are more explosions in Crimea, and there's now explosions reported in Sevastopol now.
Oh.
And then also air defense is working across the country in Ukraine.
Have a look at the map. The map's still showing, okay, one oblast that was red is now no longer. Is that Kherson? So maybe the map is going to go back to its normal, rather dull beige color, hopefully soon. And maybe the Russian forces are themselves having a sleepless evening. Thank you, Scribe. Abdullah, and then Tracy, and then Peter.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Brown. Yeah, Scribe stole my thunder about the attacks ongoing in Crimea. But to respond to Z. Goldman, I totally agree with him when it comes to the support that he provided to Ukraine. I'm talking about Elon Musk. But as you said, Dr. Brown, that it is very complex kind of guy. I don't know. It's very difficult to decipher because he kind of lost me when he started communicating on Twitter with what is his name?
Medvedev.
Yeah, Dmitry Medvedev, and he was kind of giving comfort to them about, you know,
It felt like
remember
they were
the
courting each other like teenagers. That's what I thought.
remember the sham referenda. He was kind of giving support to that in the Donbass. So that's when he lost me, to be honest. I kind of like the guy because, you know. Sorry, can you hear me?
You've dipped, but you're back again when you said,
Yeah,
"Can you hear me?"
sorry. Yeah,
Carry on.
my phone timed out. Yes. So yeah, when he gives, you know, I totally. And then on the other hand, I agree. Pivotal that he provided at the beginning, and he continues to provide even though at a cost. You know, but we have to. I don't know. It's very difficult. He's a very difficult guy to really to decipher. So that's all. That's what I'm gonna leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, my DMs are overflowing with messages from alert
The
listeners.
cup is
So
overflowing. Well, where will you take us,
yeah,
Nick?
my cup overfloweth. Okay, no, I'm just looking. Somebody sent me a thing here, but it was okay about Jankoi, but actually it's from the 21st of March, so I don't need to read that out. In local chats, Russians are writing that they tried to shoot something down with guns, but it didn't work out. This is Max Nafo Fella celebrating Jankoi Crimea Bavovna, a word, a Ukrainian word meaning cotton, I believe, but is a kind of code word for explosions. Apparently, they tried to shoot down something with guns, and the drone hit the location. It's not clear if that means the Russian soldiers' base or the air defense base, but who cares? And then G-Man, who I don't normally name my alert readers, but G-Man was here 10 minutes ago. I hope he won't mind that I reveal that he's probably... I like to think that people leave the space, say they're going to bed, and then have another half-hour sneaky listen under the covers, reporting. And this is from Flight Radar 24, a plane from the Rossiya Special Flight Squadron, which I guess means presidential and regime transport. A 1-year-old Tupolev Tu-214 took off from Moscow, was about to land at St. Petersburg, orbited a couple of times. I don't think there's any weather situation in St. Petersburg that would make it have to go around, and is now on its way back to Moscow. So that's rather interesting, isn't it? So some regime bigwig was on their way from Moscow to St. Petersburg, and then the Ministry of Defense catches fire, and this person is flying back to
Did
Moscow.
he forget his calculator?
Which, yes, I mean, you know, his plastic pocket protector or his stapler. Very interesting. So thank you, G-Man, for that. If anybody wants to go up on Flight Radar and look at it, let me see if I can get the flight number. So Romeo Sierra Delta 957. Let me bring up Flight Radar. Let's see if we can find. And now, I mean, they're flying with their transponder enabled. Nice of them. Romeo Sierra Delta 957.
Could I encourage everybody who's just joined us? You're very welcome to MriyaReport.org. Please retweet and share the space. Let everybody know you're here. MriyaReport.org. Thanks, Nick. The time is 3 minutes past 7 New York time.
And this would be an excellent time to click on the Maria Report host and follow it. And then while you're there, you will find a link to the Maria Report website where you can learn more about how we operate. And there will be a link for you to donate to our fundraising drives for currently humanitarian aid for Ukraine. And yesterday, I myself made a donation, and I put for mine clearing, which is one of the things that we are currently raising money for mine clearing operations in Ukraine. So something fairly non-lethal, but nevertheless important. Ukraine is looking at many, many years of first demining to get the actual live landmines out of the way, and then many years after that of digging shells and ordnance out. We know that in northern France they dig They dig about 100 tons a year of First World War
More than
ordnance
10 tons a
out
month.
of, yeah, 100 tons a year, year
Sorry,
in,
just
year
less.
out. That French, well, I mean, it's 100, it might be 120, but yeah, but you think about that, that's 300 kilograms a day. That's, I mean, how much does a shell weigh from the First World War? 20, 30? They find a dozen World War I shells every day on average. And it isn't always planting season. It isn't always plowing season. So French farmers come up with the most amazing amount of World War I ordnance. Yeah, 100 years later, it's a full-time job. And
This is why we try
this
to
is
avoid
going to be the
industrial
case.
wars, right? This is why this one must be scotched and finished, right?
There are many reasons to avoid industrial wars, but one of them is needing to clean up your country's fields 100 years later. It is a pretty good one, is it not? Yeah. Let's have a look what RSD 957 doing.
Will you give Tracy a shout? You've had your hand up a while. Miss Tracy, you want to go ahead?
Thank you, David. I just had a little bit of a story. It's just because of what Dr. Nick was saying earlier. It just reminded me of something that I'd seen, that the Ministry of Digital Transformation are looking at exporting the DEA system to Zambia and to 10 other different countries. And it actually goes live in Estonia in, I believe, the beginning of June, the 1st of June. And I just thought that was quite interesting. It's something that I've followed. I remember first learning about how highly digital society Ukraine is. And that was one of my first thoughts, that that would be something fantastic for them to export. I saw them do that with another country, Estonia, and I believe the UK are actually looking at doing some kind of a deal with them as well. And now they're saying that DEA will be available on all continents, and they're looking at the export negotiations are underway for 10 other different countries.
Sorry, this is the Ukrainian Ministry of Digital Transformation exporting technology to Estonia.
Licenses.
Yeah, it's the DEA.
That's, yeah.
The DEA system that they use in Ukraine. Yeah, from June the application will start working in Estonia.
What is this system used for?
Well, I believe they use it for everything, don't they? I mean, even like the older people get the pensions and everything.
All right.
Oh,
Okay.
it's like the
Because, I mean,
it's their like government.ie or whatever in Ireland or whatever. It's like the
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but if I mean Estonia, if it's this is a bit like sort of learning that the United States is, buying in space rockets from somewhere. If Estonia is buying in technology from Ukraine, my goodness, that's government technology. That is an endorsement. That really is an endorsement. If you told me they were exporting it to Germany, where you still basically everything's on paper, I would be kind of less surprised. But if Estonia is buying some next generation government automation system from Ukraine, wow, that's pretty cool. That is extremely
and
cool.
talk about buying into a
Yeah,
country's future, right? I mean, they expect this contract to be bloody delivered, so they expect a war to be won, right?
Yep. Oh, as well. Yes, it's true. You don't place an order for a project with a 5-year implementation phase from someone who you think is about to end up under a Russian puppet government. My goodness. Yes, good point there, David. Peter, your hand went down.
Yeah, I just looked up that airfield. It's in north part of Crimea.
Jankoy.
Yeah.
Jankoy Unchained.
Yeah, it's 2,200 meter runway. So that's quite a reasonable length. It's about 7,000 feet.
Well, what can or can't you land on that?
You put jets in, fighter jets, and you get commercial jets in there.
Right. What does a fully loaded A380 need to take off or land?
What, fully loaded?
Yeah, fully loaded A380 to take off presumably needs more. How long would an A380 need?
It really depends. Well, fully loaded, it depends on the weight a lot, and fully loaded, it would take a hell of a lot of runway. But I don't have the figures.
Yeah. No, I'm just wondering kind of how many airports something like that can actually land at. But I don't.
No,
how long would the
it's
runway
strange
be at
because,
Heathrow or Stansted?
If you look at the old 747, they can land and take off in incredibly short runways if they're very light, and it is all to do with weight. It's I mean, even the little jet I flew, that was if it's really I took it into a really short airfield once, and it was because we had no fuel on it. Well, very little fuel on it, and it's the temperature as well is very critical. So if you've got a hot day, 30 degrees, you increase the takeoff run incredibly, because obviously the fan blades are going through hot air, much thinner air sort of thing. And
I remember friends of mine leaving, I think it was Nairobi, which I think is already quite high up, and basically the plane was delayed and they couldn't take off until 9 in the morning, and as a result they couldn't take off until like 9 in the evening because it wouldn't have got off the ground over whatever obstacles there are at the end of the runway. There's only certain times a day on the hottest days when you can take off with some planes.
I mean if it's hot and high is the worst combination, and you will go into the flight manual and you'll check there's various graphs in there, and you'll check the temperature and the height, and it's that is kind of very much you'll know whether you can go or not with that, with the right. Because the problem is, again, with takeoff, all you can do is to go to your maximum takeoff power, and then you sit there and you wait for the numbers to come up. And there's nothing else you can do. So it's so we do go very much off the charts with them. Or I suppose the really sophisticated ones have all the data on the, within the computers for doing it. But so 2,200 meters. So it was, when it was in Ukraine's hands, it was an international airport. It was given international airport status, and it was a combined military and civilian airport. So it'll now be a Russian military airport.
Well, that's the kind that we want to see explosions happening at, is it not? So what else has come into my DMs of so the person who sent me the the notice about the Russian plane that went to St. Petersburg and then turned around and came back and landed, said it made 3 attempted approaches at St. Petersburg. So I don't know, maybe there was actually something wrong with the airfield. I don't know. And says, I am a different G-Man. So G-Man was their title, and I made the mistake, which I shouldn't do, of not checking that it was the same Twitter
Euphemistically,
name.
you never want to mix up your G-Men.
You do not want to mix up your G-Men, do you? So G-Man, well, whichever G-Men are listening, be aware that there are at least 2 of you listening on the space, and for all the co-hosts, next time a G-Man comes up, they could be more than one of them. It's true, actually, that when you have the co-hosts really have a fairly similar view of the screen than everyone else, and so we tend to know people by their screen name, their selected screen identity, and by their avatar. We don't see the Twitter @names going past all that often. And sometimes someone will say, "Oh, someone will say, can you bring up, Peter S. or can you bring up Zgolman?" And I don't know what your I don't know off by heart what your Twitter handles are. So it would be quite easy, I think, actually, for somebody to come in here and impersonate somebody else for about 10 seconds. Please bear with us while we occasionally fail to go through the full suite of internet security protocols in that respect. David, or Favid.
Thank you.
I mean, who even are you?
It's a question I ask every day. Today is Wednesday in the afternoon. I wanted to back to something Zgolman had said. He's absolutely right in principle and in point. It's often not taken in the moment and to see things in the round, which is something I'm trying to do more myself. And the second thing, Nick, was to remind yourself, were you going to bring us some news about an aircraft? But this started with the Romeo something, and you were checking it, and then we went off on a tangent for 10 minutes.
Oh, yes. So it landed in Moscow. But that, as I was saying, the other G-man sent me an update to say it, which you can find this on Flight Radar. It made 3 attempted approaches at St. Petersburg and then went back to Moscow. So maybe it was actually just trouble with the plane. It seems to, well, the speed seems to have jumped up and down quite a bit, although that could be the Flight Radar data is not something one should pay too close attention to. It is a fairly random sampling process, but it had 2 or 3 go rounds at St. Petersburg and then said, screw this, let's go home. And it happened on the same evening as the Ministry of Defense caught fire, but these things sometimes do. So much goes wrong in Russia that I suppose it's not to be excluded that two things like this can happen with absolutely no connection between them other than ongoing Russian incompetence and mayhem. Abdullah.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Brown. Yeah, earlier Dr. Nick was talking about Kuleba's trip in Africa, and he stopped by. He stopped by in Morocco, and Ukraine may actually recognize Morocco's sovereignty over the Western Sahara for Morocco's support to Ukraine. So that might be coming. So there's going to be, I don't know about the message that's going to come out of Algeria. They won't be happy with that.
Haven't Algeria been buying a lot of gas and weapons recently, or am I mistaken in my countries?
Say that again, David?
Am I mistaken, or have Algeria been buying a lot of Russian gas and weapons?
Oh yes, yes. Oh yeah, they're very close to the Russians. Yes, and they buy a lot of Russian weapons and all that. But Morocco is the opposite. I love going to Morocco. We go there almost every summer. Beautiful country. We have nothing against the Algerians.
Beautiful country, beautiful people. No, the same, but it's just in terms of allegiance. I was just trying to think, is that the way that is? And so maybe in tune with Ukraine's own global partnerships is what I was trying to get.
That's exactly right. Morocco was one of the first countries in the continent to provide weapons to. Actually, maybe the only country. Isn't that sad? Yeah, the only country. Yeah,
and one of the earliest countries to be announced to have had one of their people taken hostage, as I remember, with 2 Englishmen or 2 British men.
Yes, and they're.
Oh yes, they had one of the Azov fighters.
That's exactly right. He was a student, a Moroccan student in Kiev, and he said, "What?"
He volunteered, right?
He was a student. He said, "This is wrong," and he joined the volunteer battalion. Yeah, thank God he's safe.
Spanish politics is very complicated. Spanish foreign affairs is very complicated because Spain is always in delicate negotiations with Morocco for a number of things, partly about the policing of the border of the Spanish enclaves in Morocco, and partly about Spain's attitude to Western Sahara. But Spain also likes to keep Algeria sweet, especially because Algeria is becoming an increasingly important supplier of energy to Spain. And the problem is that Algeria and Morocco are, I mean, almost irreconcilable. I'm told that flights from Moroccan Royal Air Maroc planes going from Morocco to Tunisia don't overfly Algerian airspace. They're not allowed. That's when you're at the level of not allowing people to overfly your airspace, you're in a pretty bad way. So there's a constant balancing act always going on in Spain in that regard. But yeah, Morocco has absolutely stepped up on Ukraine. Did they not have a lot of Leopards, or they had a lot of one particular bit of kit that Ukraine really wanted? I can't remember if it was Leopards.
I don't remember.
They're also, I think they're quite proficient. That they may be sending a lot of trainers and folks in that role. They will, as partners, I think it felt to be quite reliable.
Yeah, no, Morocco is a serious modern country, and their current king has done an awful lot of modernizing after following on from his predecessor, who was a bit unhinged.
King Hassan, yeah. Yes, he was.
Yeah.
Yes, and the border,
but
Dr. Brown, the border between Algeria and Morocco has been closed, I think, since the early 90s, right?
It's such a mess. Well, of course, in the early 90s, you had all the insurgency in Algeria as well. So, yeah, no, Mohammed VI is certainly a great asset to peace and stability in that region. Dr. Nick, I think, is next.
Morocco has the T-72B, I think, updated tank. And I guess they have quite a few of those. So that's what, from what I understand, they've been supplying. At least I know parts and whatnot at the very least, and I think perhaps maybe some tanks as well. So hopefully
Peter.
that helps answer that question anyway.
Thank you. I'm just about to go and look. So the Oryx blog, Oryx Spion Cop blog, has one of the sections is called Answering the Call, Heavy Weaponry Supplied to Ukraine. And that is my reference. But unfortunately, it's not, well, there's a whole load of flags, but it's quite hard to search the flags. However, I've just noticed that there is a filter. And the
They're
filter.
supposed to have delivered 20, or at least
Oh, no,
there's
there isn't.
20 promised.
Let me have a look. Is that a filter for Morocco? No, it's the number. No, that's a filter for articles about them. So now I've got to walk through this entire list looking for, okay, 200 BMC Kirpi, 200 BMC Kirpi. I don't know what a BMC Kirpi is. If that is some kind of, well, it says it's an MRAP, mine resistant armor protected vehicle. 20 plus Otokar Cobra 2 infantry mobility vehicles. This is a lot of kit, isn't it? Vehicles in the hundreds. What else? Multiple TRLG 230 multiple rocket launchers. We don't have a quantity on that. This is solid stuff, isn't it? This is a Sungur 2R guided manpads. Guided bombs for Bayraktar TB2. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I looking at the right flag? No, I'm looking at the Turkish flag. I do apologize to Turkish and Moroccan listeners. I am not looking at the right flag. It is late here. Peter, take us away, and I will go and check out the right flag.
I'm supposed to be taking over for you, by the way, so I'm like totally.
You're most welcome. I will drop down very shortly. It is my bedtime here. So thanks to listeners for putting up with me for the last couple of hours. Thank you, David, for sitting there next to me, and I will drop down, and Dr. Nick will come up and join you there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nick. It's been very lovely to hear you and to learn from you. Good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow, please God.
Yeah, just very quickly on St. Petersburg, I just had a look at the METARs and the TAPS, which are the forecast actual weather for it, and it is giving fog coming in between 10 and 3 o'clock in the morning there. So it's quite with 400 meters, so it's possible that that might be the aircraft attempting landings. It seems to be kind of fog flowing in and out. So it's just one possibility.
Okay, I'm waiting for a co-host invite, by the way. So yeah, I was looking at Morocco, and it seems like
.org. You've just been joined to make forward. You're very welcome. How are you this evening?
wonderful. How are you, David?
I don't think David can.
David, I can't accept any requests.
Bonjour,
I may have to
Nuit. Hello,
yeah.
I'm back. I've had to recycle. Yes, I think no problem, Dr. Nick. If you want to just jump down, I'll send you a DM invite, and then we get someone to send you a co-host, and we'll do it all again in 2 minutes.
Yeah, because I couldn't accept
Yeah,
anybody's
yeah.
speaker
It's like a nightmare.
requests
Don't
either. I
worry,
think
we're here. It's okay.
yeah. I'll be right
No
back.
worries. We're keeping the show on the road and the lights are on. I see, Lexicon, you have your hand in the air. Thank you very much. Before I go to you, I'm going to ask everyone to please retweet and share the space. Let the internet know you're here with MriyaReport.org. Lexicon, to you, please.
Hi, thank you, David.
Hello, how are you?
I'm all right, thank you. Oh, I'm in low power mode. I'm just thinking about Morocco. Wasn't it? It was kind of dark days, and the whole third world was being kind of whipped by Russia, and everybody was singing its tune, and Lavrov was going about. I'm trying to remember. It was the 11th of some month. This was a bit of adroit work by Tony Blinken, was it not? We heard, like, all of a sudden we learned that, looky here, Tony Blinken has been in Morocco, of all things. And I think Morocco
It's
has
a
been
gas story. Yeah, there's a lot to it.
Yeah, it was very exciting times because they'd been about to sign a big contract, for I think munition, ammo or something like that. And then suddenly you heard that Morocco was about to send some other sort of thing to Ukraine, and then you heard that Blinken had been there 3 or 5 days earlier. What month was this? What time of the? Because I remember it was the first big relief that somebody else outside, the first 4 countries in NATO or something, was able to do something.
I would place it back earlier last year, obviously, but I don't know particularly. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised. I think.
It was in March.
That's
Blinken
what I
was
thought.
there in March.
This March. So that's only 2 months ago. I thought.
Yes.
But then they've sent a hell of a lot in a hurry. I feel like, how did they have
Or an
time to
awful
send
lot
all
over
that?
a long time and said nothing. Don't they have a very interest? Do they have a huge interest in shipping
It
in the
was actually
Mediterranean
just
there
a
and
phone
Atlantic?
call. It was a phone call. Secretary
No,
Blinken
there
had a
was,
phone.
okay, that's an earlier, I mean, it was an earlier event where Blinken had actually been in the place. And here was this odd sight of him greeting a whole lot of people, perhaps in full press, you know, scarves and what do we call them? Anyway,
Yeah,
scarf.
it was a week. Okay, so he had a phone call, then he showed up there the 20th of March.
Ah, this year.
After St.
Yes.
Patrick's Day.
Right. When he was in better shape.
So meeting, yes, he had a meeting the 20th of March, and then
Wow, does
they
he?
put out a press statement on the 30th in relation to this. Let's take a look. I have some vague recollection of this as well. Let's see.
Like
And
only 2 months ago? Wow, I
yes.
feel like,
Dr.
Yeah, I
wow.
know. Isn't time like sort of a
Yeah.
vacuum, like a
Dr.
black
Dr.
hole?
Dr. Ford. Yeah,
Yes.
Dr. Nick Ford. Yeah, Lexicon. Yeah, Lexicon. You're right. He visited last year, March of last year as well. He was
Yeah,
in Rabat.
And
He
it
was
was
in
dark,
Rabat.
dark days we felt
Yes,
for
I remember. Yeah, he
supplies.
was in Rabat. He had a press conference. I remember that.
And there was one point, I think it was last year, where Morocco gave some parts for some tanks. That was like the sort of first, uh, you know,
Which may have
attempt.
been a euphemism at the time. They may have been tanks in parts, you know, not parts of tanks.
But yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that because everybody was like, "Oh, that's really," you know, it was kind of touching, I guess, because they were the first, like everybody said, on the African continent to, you know, do anything of any kind, and so you know
Yeah.
that was, you know, really great.
Yeah,
So
and I think before we heard Blinken had just been there, we were hearing first sounds that Moscow had them totally lined up. And then suddenly they had made a decision and they reversed their decision. And then we heard Blinken had been there and we said, Tien, 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 maybe the boy's a lot cleverer than we even suspected. And
right. Right. Yeah, I'm looking through the statement again. So yeah, go ahead, Lexicon.
oh, sorry, no, I didn't mean to leave it up. No, that's what I was just saying, that it came at such a time that it was one of the first first breaths of relief in a difficult time. And also when we thought Moscow had quickly run round and sewed up every one of the Arab countries and a whole lot of African countries, and that decision had been made, and I don't know, maybe did not even signed, maybe there was no, what do they call it, wet ink signature yet. Anyway, Moscow reversed a previous position Morocco reversed a previous position and have been leading the way on the continent ever since.
Right.
Marvelous.
I
Thank you,
think
Lexicon. Dr. Nick.
right. As I'm looking through this, I'm having a memory of yeah, this whole entire situation. So they claimed that they reversed their decision. I think it had something to do with their economic situation or something like this. Um,
Gas. Don't they have liquid
yeah,
natural gas? Am I wrong?
something related to that, but also they're talking about. Sorry about that. They're talking about. Let's see. They're also bringing up issues related to the pandemic, and let's see, security, and similar issues. Let's see. Um,
Maybe they buy a lot of grain from abroad.
right. Hold on. All right. Africa isn't exactly my area.
Well, I
Let's
do know they also
see.
do a lot of shipping.
Right. Hold on. Let's see. Um, yeah, um, what they're basically saying, I guess what the gist of this is that they're working on, they're going to help Morocco, strengthen their economy, their security, and all of this kind of stuff, and emphasizing that um, so the king says that on Ukraine, Moroccan position is very clear and it has been expressed many times. We are in favor of territorial integrity and national unity of Ukraine. As of all the member states of the United Nations, we are against the use of recourse of force in settling disputes. We are in favor of constructive neighborhood relations, as we are in favor of dialogue and negotiation to solve issues. This has been our position. It's clear. It is in line with the UN Charter, and in lines with the principle of international law. Um, and so we've discussed about that. Um, but yeah, so no mention within there about the tanks, and I haven't really seen anything since then in relation to it. So I don't know. Um, and I'm scrolling through here again to see if anything has um, changed. Um, I'm not 100% sure, but if anybody has any different information, I'd be happy, very happy, to get that information. Um, but yeah, I'm remembering this situation now. Um, anyway, yeah, that's what I got.
Dr. Ford, uh, yes,
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 Abdullah.
yes. And also, I think Morocco is also part of the contact group, right? That meets every month in Germany.
Um, let's see. I believe so.
And the Moroccans actually repaired 130 Soviet-built T-72 tanks that
Right. Yeah.
from the
They, I
Czech
mean,
Republic, Czech company, and
right, right.
eventually,
Yeah. I mean, they're definitely doing the parts and stuff. I was talking about like the remember when I talked about earlier the 20 tanks that they were going to deliver, the T-72B refurbished. That's what I was thinking about. So as far as that goes, I'm not 100% sure if anything has changed in that regard. So I'm not sure. Um, but if anybody has any information on that, I accidentally muted myself. I'd love to hear that. But yeah, they are giving the parts and all of that, which is still a really big help and really fabulous. But on the actual delivery of those tanks, I don't think they reversed their position on that, where they were going to give it and then they took it back. And I don't know if they've reversed their position in that regard. If anybody has any additional information, I'd love to hear it.
yes, I don't know. I don't know. The promise was what I'm seeing is that they had they were plans were I'm seeing this on the German newspaper that it was delivered 20 renovated T-72 were delivered, which is a yeah,
Oh, they were. When was that?
that's what it says on here, and this is from January of this year. Yeah,
Oh no, I see that they were promised. Were they actually delivered
yeah,
in
that's what
January?
it's no.
The last thing I saw was that they were promised in
Yeah, the
January.
article says that it was delivered, but I'm not sure if it's yeah. I'm seeing on the German website, but I'm not 100%. I don't think it was a promise. It says it was delivered, but I'm not 100% sure. But these are T-72s, so it's likely that they delivered it.
Hmm. Okay. All right. Well, we'll put a pin in that and come back to that and see if we can, uh, hone that down and triangulate that for sure. Um, but anyway, So, do we have anything on
I have a
what's been
special
going?
request, Dr. Ford, if you don't
Oh,
mind,
yeah,
if
sure.
a
Go ahead.
personal question, a point of privilege, if it's not too much to ask for a pig update, please.
Pig update. He is fabulous. It's been raining really hard here today in Florida. I think we're starting to
Right,
ease
it is the time of year, yeah.
Yeah, I think we're easing into that time
It's
of
the
year.
same here, yeah, every day thunderstorms.
Right. Yeah. So, the past few days, it's been doing that every day about the same time. So I think we're getting into that time of year. So we've been having to bring him in a little early. And so he is sitting next to me right now, asleep. He wanted to go into his little crate. And so he's in his crate right now and he's sleeping. And he had a good little snack. He's had his dinner. And he's just I think he's enjoying the calm of the rain like I am also. So it's
Does he still,
ah,
when he dreams, does he still move his trotters, or has he got too old for that?
for what? Too old for what?
When he dreams, does he still move his trotters
Oh
and move
no, he
around as if he's
does.
in the dream, or he stopped? He has still done that, does he?
Yeah,
He
yeah,
does.
he does that sometimes. Yeah, yeah, they flick sometimes a little bit. It's really cute. And sometimes he grunts even a little on occasion. A lot of people have this misconception that pigs are really loud, like, and make really loud snores. And I kind of was, yeah, I kind of was anticipating that that would be the case. He is super quiet. And I was expecting that I was going to have lots of loud snoring.
Well, if you're going to survive in the underbrush, you don't want to be making a lot of noise,
Right.
especially if you're that meaty.
Right, exactly. I mean, and you're right. That totally makes sense because excuse me, being a prey animal, you're right. That makes complete sense that he should not be a loud snorer, and he absolutely is not. And so, yeah, he definitely isn't. Super quiet, quiet as a mouse. That guy.
Quiet as a pig.
Yes, exactly, or quiet as a pig, as one might say. So anyway, I'm gonna check
Well,
Telegram.
thank you for that.
Nope.
You were going to say something before I stopped. Just going to ask for any updates on something, and then I asked about a pig.
Right. Yeah. I was gonna check Telegram real quick and Twitter as well. I was gonna check a few Telegram sources to check and see about the situation in Crimea and see if those explosions are still occurring, if they've calmed down, or what's going on in Sevastopol as well. So we'll see what we've got. That'll just take me a second. So
I think it's. I think there are several other, not several other. I think there are other locations today, not just tonight, who may have had visits from Bavona Ferry. I know that the smoke machines were being trialed and they shut down a bridge in Kerch, but I think there may have been an earlier arrival and some kind of explosion, and then they had their practice of smoke for the day. So I found that was much earlier today. I found that quite interesting. So it's definitely been a day of activity. So I'd like everybody listening, please put your device into your hand. If you're wireless right now, if you're not driving, please send a retweet and share the space. Let folks know you're here. And if it's not too much trouble, we would be very much appreciative. If you want to put your hand up in the air and come and join us and add your thoughts or ask a question or generally contribute.
okay, so I've got a couple of things that have just been posted in the past few minutes. So it looks like Ivano Frankovichina, uh, they report that a threat of attack by enemy UAVs are currently kind of happening. They also report that, sorry, I got another phone call. I had to quit that. There are explosions in Kelman, Kelmenitsky, and those are the work of air defense forces. Uh, I should have brought a bottle of water over here with me. I'm super dry. But anyway, so
No problem. If you want to take a little break, I think we'll see a hand in the air.
yeah,
Come
sure.
right
Go
back
ahead,
into the floor.
Cece.
Good evening to my favorite people hosting.
Hi,
Good
Cece.
evening, Steve. You're always welcome when you flatter like that. Make a note, everybody.
It was pure flattery, topical. Just smooth the way in.
That's
Hi,
right.
Edgar.
Crippling self-esteem, so I'm very prone to flattering.
Edgar says
Oh, I was
hi.
talking about.
He did just
I was
so
talking
happen
about
to make
Edgar.
a little deep exhale when you said his name. I'm sure it was not a coincidence of
Aw.
any kind, but he did.
Yeah, you heard my voice.
Yes, he did.
Well, I'm always up for Bavnova, if there's lots of new hot news on that. But I was just gonna underline and highlight the 500 civilians that were killed in Mali by Wagner because it's so important, and something that's quite under discussed is the purse strings for Wagner. And as you know, who knows how much drama and theater is between Putin and Prigozhin. We know a lot, but there's also, you know, Russia's general funding issues. It's not accidental that Wagner's activity in various African countries, including Mali, if we'll all remember that.
Exactly right. Exactly. And
Yeah.
I think at least 10 to 15, probably more than 15 other nations on the continent.
Yeah. So the diamonds, gold, the blood, it's all getting to be a fevered pitch for a reason at a very
The
precise
forced labor
time.
for the extraction of the same, right?
Exactly. Exactly. And I just find that very under discussed. So I think it's really important that we and in fact, Prigozhin even trolled Blinken. There's a letter where he was trying to troll Blinken. Not much of a troll, pretty lame. Why are they never funny? They just don't have a sense of humor.